Where's everything at? That should be good. That should be good. And we should be live. I think so. All right. Give everybody a minute. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. 1 second. All right, there we go. We're up and running, baby. What's going on, guys? How's it hanging? Nice toes, thanks. You guys got them for free. That's how this show is ran, baby. That's how we do things around here. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I'm having a really good day, actually. I'm having a real good day. I got some stuff done. I went to the gym, kind of vibed out for a little bit, and here I am. Here I am. Here I am. I recently... So, there's a couple of things that need to happen. I've just kind of come to this realization. I have a critical flaw as a human being, and I am okay with admitting it. Procrastination and forming bad habits. I have a proclivity for these two things for some odd reason. And the thing is that for like most of last year, I was like right on schedule, baby. I mean, I was right on it. It was get up, start working on researching and writing and making sure that like by Monday evening I have a video that's edited and ready to go out on Tuesday, and then Tuesday I would start working on the next video, and then Wednesday I would record that video and then post that video for Thursday, and then Thursday I go live, and then Friday I go live, and then Saturday, Sunday I'm chilling. I got the weekend off, right? And I stuck strong to that schedule for a while, including like working out, making sure that I was like, I get up, I go to the gym, I come home, I, do some research, I do some writing, I check the news and stuff like that. Maybe ADHD. I do have ADHD. I've been off medication for years because I just don't think it's necessary, to be honest with you. It's tough to fight every once in a while, but for the most part, I get around no problem at all. I had to be on medication when I was in school because it just didn't work. Anyway, the point is, I have to get back on that like rigid schedule because like my sleep schedule's been off. I haven't been like I stopped going to the gym regularly like I was before. There's just like a laundry list of things that started to like kind of pile up, and then what ends up happening, and I'm sure there's plenty of people here that will probably understand this. Like when you start forming bad habits and you start doing things that you're not supposed to be doing, or not doing things the way that you should be doing them. And then what it ends up doing is it starts adding like stressors that weren't there before. And it starts kind of making you feel a bit on the depressed side, which then makes you even more like lethargic and less likely to do things that are going to affect you positively. And you just snowball everything after a while. That's basically what's been going on. Yeah, it's just Yeah, habit rot. I love that. That's a great phrase to use. Yeah, endless spiraling. Yeah, it's basically the exact same thing. So like this week, for the most part, I didn't get on schedule entirely, but like the last 2 weeks I've been working out regularly. I've gotten my full workout schedule in, so like that's one thing that's like back in place. Now next week I need to fix my sleep schedule, and I need to fix my writing schedule, and I need to make sure. This is going to sound so stupid. It's not stupid. It's incredibly intelligent. So I've been doing I'm just going to this is a bit of a segue, but not really. So one of the reasons why I kind of like got back into this mindset where I'm like, dude, you got to start doing the things that you need to be doing, was actually because I started doing research for a Path of Exile video that I have that's going to be coming up relatively soon. And while I was writing for it and doing some researching, I ended up watching this like GDC conference from like 2015. And in it, Chris Wilson's talking about how Path of Exile was having a lot of problems when the game first came out because they just weren't retaining players and there wasn't enough people coming back for any of their leagues or anything like that. And they ended up talking to Kriparian of all people, and Krip told them that Krip ended up telling them that, you know, I wake up every single day and I stream at the exact same time. I post videos at the exact same time. And I do that because the minute that you stop doing it is the minute that everybody goes to find somebody else to fill that time. Because people come to expect to see you at certain times on certain days and things like that. And, you know, it's part of their like weekly routine and habit and whatnot, because it's like every Tuesday I get to look forward to a legendary drops video. Every Thursday I get to look forward to a legendary drops video and a stream, and Fridays I get to enjoy the stream, right? So it's one of those things where you have to kind of recognize that's how this whole thing works. And if I go back to having a much more rigid schedule, it's just better for me, like mentally and physically, and it's better for stream and the audience and stuff like that. So it's very, yeah. So the words of Krip are the ones that I'm actually, is one of the reasons that ended up kind of motivating me. Structure's important. Yes, it's very important. Hey, buddy, got a new computer? Yeah, actually, I have a, they saved me partially. I was having some issues with my computer, or my computer went down for a couple of days. Just had some issues with like trying to, I put in a new CPU and a new motherboard, new RAM and stuff like that, but she wasn't turning on. And I ended up taking on a partnership recently with Starforge. So I have a couple sponsorships that I got to do with them. But yeah, I got a second PC. I got a new one. I have to get the whole setup. I'm still waiting on cables and stuff like that, so I can do like the whole like dual PC setup, super giga nerd stuff. You know what I mean? How's LA holding up? I mean, half of it's on fire. So you build your own? I have one that is mine. Yes, I have one that I built my own. And then the other one is a pre-built that they sent to me. Yeah, I don't have it hooked up other than like the power right now, so it's gonna take a little while before I can get all the other stuff and actually get everything hooked up the way that I need. Believe me though, it's been incredibly tempting to actually play it and put it and turn it on, because the thing is that it has an industrial grade 4090 and like a Ryzen 9 X3D. Like, the thing is fucking monstrous, dude. Like, the GPU, I'm not kidding you. The GPU in this thing is it's the size of one of my like 23-inch monitors. Like it's like that fucking, it's like this fucking long. It's huge. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm missing some subbies here. Spark Boss, thank you for the tier 1. I really appreciate that. That's 6 months in a row. What a fucking legend. Ishmael the Nomad, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Helgrund with the tier 5 with 5 tier 1s. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 gifted. 4090 is a cinder brick. It's fucking huge. I don't even know how that thing's even gonna work. Like, I haven't had any problems. Like, I have a 3080 and a Ryzen 9 Granite, and it's popping. Don't get me wrong. Holy shit, Hype Train level 3. I think 4 is the highest we've ever gotten on this channel. Danny, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. The ROG 4090. This one is the PNY. It's the yeah, it's the PNY. Paris to New York, which they're like the only ones that were making like Quattro GPUs or something like that. They're usually used for like CAD and shit. They're fucking crazy. PNY coming up in the Big Dog League. PNY is actually like one of those brands that like has been relatively ignored. I mean, I think PNY is going to get a lot more popular now that EVGA is out. Because those customers, me being one of them, are going to be looking for somewhere else to go. And I just don't really like the ROG. I don't know why. The Asus ones don't really get me. Seeing the 5090, literally a house. It's so fucking huge. Are you getting Final Fantasy Rebirth on PC? I probably will, just because of the fact that I have not finished it on PlayStation, and I would rather play it on... I'd rather play it on something else. Benny Two Cheeks. 3-month streak. Howdy. Howdy, buddy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You could kill a man with a 4090. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, actually, you probably could, to be honest with you. Depending on how hard you throw it. Walmart just asked for my date of birth because I'm buying super glue. Yeah, it's probably because you're going to try to sniff it. Be real. Don't act like you're not. My Asus 3080 is held up strong. I don't really know. You know what the funny thing is? I'm like, I don't, for some odd reason, I just don't want to buy the Asus GPUs, and I have 2 Asus monitors. I did get a new monitor recently. Basically for tax purposes, I had to be like, dude, I need to spend some fucking dough. I need to spend money, so because I'm gonna lose it in taxes anyway. So I ended up getting I don't even know what it's called, but I got an OLED, an Asus OLED, 380 refresh rate. It's fucking absurd. It's crazy. Ultima, thank you for the Prime. 7 months, man. Appreciate that. Trying out the Gigabyte stuff. I've used a lot of the Gigabyte stuff in the past. I use them for my boards. My new motherboard that I have an iced out motherboard for my personal computer. I really like white builds on computers. So like my personal PC has I just put a white board in it. Doesn't have a white GPU yet, though. Eventually, one day I'll upgrade it to a 50 series or something like that. I don't know, man. Now that I have the 4090 coming, I think that I'm probably going to skip the 50 series, which usually you want to stay in the odd series when it comes to the GPUs. But like, am I wrong for not really wanting to trust the like AI upscaling? Like, there's something about it that I'm like, this is not raw power that you put into this. You added software into the GPU and not like raw power. If I'm gonna spend $2,000 on a GPU, I want this motherfucker to be raw, right? I want raw power. I want this thing to have a fucking motor in it that just goes. 5090 feels like a bit of a con. Yeah, that's just me, okay? I mean, people can have their own opinion on it, but like when I was watching the entire thing, I was just kind of sitting there going like, yeah, this all sounds made up. Stop shilling for PoE 2. Game is ass. Nobody fucking asked you. What is up with fucking people? This shit pisses me off to no end. What is up with people that are like, oh, this guy likes a game and talks positively about it? Chill. I don't talk about anything because I'm so fucking pathetic and I hate my life. I don't like any game because I'm perpetually sad. Yeah, PoE 2 is amazing. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what's up with people. Don't get stun locked. I'm not stun locked. I just see people say that shit all over the fucking place. And usually in a lot of cases, it ends up being Path of Exile 1 purists that think that the game needs to like completely mirror, you know, what the old game was, because they think it needs to be a game that was made for that. Don't like what I don't like. True. What is this? People feel too comfortable with being douchebags on the internet nowadays and have a need to share it with the world. Fuck. Yeah, look at Twitter. Any guesses on what's going to be shown up at the Xbox event? Glad to catch another stream, man, my guy. Yeah, thanks, brother. Thank you for the 5. Chances are, I think that we're probably going to see... if I had to take a wild guess... If I had to take a wild guess, they're probably going to show off Gears of War. Because I think that, like... So there's been a lot of shit that's gone on recently, right? Like, I'm seeing a noticeable turn in the games industry away, like, and I think some of it's probably fueled by like the recent election in the US, but I think there's just like a big narrative shift all of a sudden where now companies are going to be like anti, you know, agenda driven things in video games and whatnot like that. They're going to try to take some of like the social political controversy and discussions and things like that like out of the way. And I think you're going to see over the next couple of years like a hard push from a lot of these game studios that they're going to be showing off like super masculine, dark, or hot characters and stuff. Like, you're just going to see a ton of that stuff get thrown out there to try to make sure that it looks like, from a user perspective, that they're making things that they've been asking for. And I think that Gears of War is going to be a big like a leader forward for Xbox. They're going to go like, is this what you want? Right? What's the like cartoon meme or whatever where I can't remember what show it's from, where like the crowd cheers when they show one thing and the crowd goes silent when they show the other one. Like, that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to be like, oh, well, let's see what like the public's reception of Xbox is if we just show off Gears of War, because they're seeing that there's a lot of controversy and a lot of players that are upset when looking at like some of the other games that are out there, right? Like some of the other games that they've shown off. I think a really good example of that is like Avowed. I think Avowed has just been kind of controversial ever since like its initial announcement, because like when they did like the art direction change and then also like the world direction change, I think a lot of people kind of were off a little bit about that. But yeah. Judson Watkins with the $4.99. I took those advices about Warframe in the video you made. I've been enjoying it a lot, even though it's a little bit confusing. Our story's a little bit confusing at times. That's Warframe. That's okay. That's just the way it is. That's just the way that it is. I hope Xbox start throwing things at the wall. They have enough IPs to experiment. Xbox is in a really odd, really weird place. Really weird place, because like they have the Halo IP, which they basically have. It's, from my perspective, people are gonna probably disagree with me on this. I think it's dead and buried. I think that you're at this point in time, unless we can see a massive evolution and a huge step up in quality, there is no way that franchise is going to remain successful. Because the thing is that like for the most part, you are playing off of nostalgia. But the problem is, in this, people are going to not like when I say this. The problem is that the nostalgia crowd that you're trying to pander to isn't as active in first-person shooters as they used to be, because they're not 14, 13-year-old kids. Not saying they don't play them, but I mean, like, competitive wise, like, they're just not, they just don't have the time. or the patience to like really, you know, master those kind of games and play them the way that they used to. And for first person shooters to be successful, they have to create an active community and an active competitive and casual community around them. And I just don't think that the Halo brand, because of the way it's been handled over the years, I don't think it has that staying power that it used to, because I don't think it really interests ages like 20 and under. I just don't think that, you know, I just don't think they care. I just don't think that they care. Nostalgia is why I got the Master Chief collection. I've lost faith in games. Well, here's the thing. Like I got the Master Chief collection after it was good again, right? Silver Bullet, thank you for the Prime. After they fixed it or whatever, and I had fun with it. I played some of the competitive and dicked around a little bit. It was a good time, but then I put it down and walked away from it because honestly, it was relatively dead. Because, like I said, people just aren't interested in it. Not the same way. Not in the same way. I think I missed the chat here. Where is it at? What do you think about the pirate software controversy?
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
Do I have anything on this?
Now you almost resemble a man, Garou. I offered the gift of exile, and you used it to reinvent yourself. I couldn't wish for a more potent instrument. It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man. Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching. You'd bite the master that called you here, which?
I don't know if I liked anything. I thought I like had saved like a post regarding that over the last couple of days, but I guess I didn't. So the pirate software drama. I'm gonna be real with you. So his WoW drama is so stupid. How about Elon and dude? We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about. Okay. Pirate software. I think that, and this is just my perspective. You're welcome to disagree or to tell me if this is if you have a differing opinion. I'm interested to see what other people think about this. I think that ever since Pirate Software's takes about stop killing games, he was immediately viewed as an op. This guy is the opposition. This guy is on the other side of the fence. This guy condescends to people all the time. The way that he talks, how he carries himself, the things that he says. I think just people across the board, like his community understands him. And I think that's the same way when it comes to like me and my community as well, is that I think like people from the outside looking in are like, man, this guy's an asshole. And then like, and then they, you know, look behind the curtain and they're like, oh, well, he's not that bad. Like I've watched Pirate Software streams in the past. I personally, after the stop killing game stuff, I stopped watching him. I just, he wasn't seeing it from the perspective of the players, from the customers. He didn't care to. And then on top of that, the other thing is that in a lot of cases, he was arguing points that weren't necessary. And I was really upset by the fact that somebody that has as extensive of knowledge, or to the extent of knowledge that he has, the experience that he has within the industry, that he could be an advocate for the rights of consumers and for players that are out there, right? And in a lot of cases, what he would do is he would look at something that, you know, the guy with Stop Killing Games, I forgot what his name is off the top of my head. I think it starts with an R, right? He would look, Accursed Farms, I know that was the channel. He would look to see what this guy had said, and he'd be like, well, he shouldn't say it like that, and this is wrong. And then Ross, that's who it is. And then he would argue Ross's points rather than helping the players understand the industry better and how to voice concerns the right way. Just completely avoided the whole like, well, what if we help, you know, what if I helped, as somebody with my experience, help, you know, formulate these arguments that the players have and help them better understand what these issues are so that they can better protect themselves and their rights as consumers in the future. But instead, it's just like, no, fuck that. Developers need to have all the freedom. Players can get fucked anytime developers want, basically, is what the take ended up devolving into. And I was just like, no, I'm sorry, but the developers should not, under any circumstances, always have full control over everything. That's just, That's just my opinion. If I spent money on something, that's how it should go. And like, if it's mine, it's mine. But like there's a developers across the board. Anytime you're going to talk to a developer about these issues, no matter what, they're going to be looking at their own interests, because the last thing that they want is for any regulation to come into this industry. And this is one of the most underregulated industries that's out there. The vast majority of regulations that keep this industry in check are from VHS and DVD. Not even for video games. There are a few video game specific laws that are out there, but the vast majority across the board are all carryover from other digital media that's been out there in the past, rather than specifically for this industry. And that's the reason why in a lot of cases you see consumer rights stepped on constantly. That's the reason why you see things constantly commoditized, being sold back to the players. DLC, you know, you look back and how many games have we seen that have completely removed things that players had paid for out of their game, right? Like, look at Destiny. How the fuck is that legal? How is that legal that I paid for something and then you can just take it out of the game and say, sorry, it's because we just don't have the room for it anymore? What? And likely the players are not going to have the ability to be able to properly voice their concerns in regards to those kind of things. But that's why, you know, when I would look at like Pirate Software, I would be like, man, like you have the knowledge and the understanding to be able to properly word this argument and lead players and consumers down the right path, but that choice wasn't made. And I think that in a lot of cases, I think for a lot of people when it comes to Pirate, like that thing there, and then probably just the air of the way that he might talk about certain things that they care about personally doesn't rub them the right way. And then as a result, people were just looking for the opportunity for him to do something wrong and then dogpile and hate on the guy and feel justified that they didn't like him, justified that they don't watch him or engage with this content. There's probably a lot of people that are bitter and don't understand why he gets so many views and why, you know, like there's a ton of people that are going to be like that. There's going to be a ton of people that are going to be like that. Do I think it's justified? Fuck no. It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb. The WoW drama is so goofy. I get what people are saying. Like, sure, like the guy's like skirting responsibility. The whole fucking group of those people like skirted responsibility in a video game. Who gives a shit? I don't really fucking care. I think people definitely I think people definitely overreacted, but like, don't use a video game as an excuse to not like somebody. Just say that you don't fucking like them. You got threats over hardcore WoW? I guarantee you would, because these fucking people are terminally online. They're out of their mind. It's the attitude. It is the attitude. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that depending on, I said depending on the situation, or like depending on the topic that he's discussing, the way that he talks, like absolute authority in some certain situations, that's kind of the way that he talks, like absolute confidence. People don't like that. People don't like that. I know that. I look at the comments in my videos. Yeah, I see a lot of people that'll be like, Legendary Drops keeps deleting my comments, and I'm like, I'm gonna let you guys know something. And the reason why they're saying this is because they're like disagreeing with something that I'd said. The reason why like comments will disappear on videos isn't because I delete them. It's because when you use certain words on YouTube, it'll automatically flag and hold the comment. They're not just gonna let people say whatever the fuck they want. That's not how it works. The people who use like certain curse words, or they'll use certain slurs and things like that, and their message is like immediately flagged, so it doesn't actually show up on the site. It's so goofy. Like there was one dude that like had started up this whole conversation where he's like freaking out about it, and like telling other people, and even like tried to like message me on Discord, and I looked and like dude was talking about like Jewish space lasers. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, what did you think was gonna happen, dude? Like, you're like, this dude's being like openly like racist in the fucking comment section. And he's like, I'm being silenced. I'm like, yeah, no shit you are. It's no duh. There's other websites for you to go to, man. I don't know what to fucking tell you. The only time I ever delete comments, I ban people that are hate viewers. That's all I ever do. I ban hate watchers. If somebody like has a comment where they're like aggressively disagreeing in the comment section, and I look and I see that they've done that about, 5 to 15 times across a bunch of different videos, all I see is somebody that literally just watches me because they hate me and they hate my takes and they just want to disagree, and I don't think that's healthy for them and I don't think it's healthy for me, so I just fucking get rid of them. I will aggressively glaze you, sire. Thank you. That's exactly what I want. And that's not me like trying to create a community of people that are just like constantly agreeing with me. Look at the comments. There's a ton of people that are disagreeing with me. It's the people that are in there that are like trying to like attack character, and they just like they turn it in. It becomes like habit forming where they're watching somebody that they hate perpetually. Right? It's like Excalibur Umbra for Asmongold, that guy that makes like hate threats on him all the time. It's just like gooning and hating and gooning, and just a constant cycle of that never stops of their brain rotting through the floor. I don't get why people do that. There's better ways to spend your time. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, there's nobody that I don't know, man. I've thought about it like a lot and been like, why would I want to like perpetually piss myself off? There's a ton of people that are on YouTube that I literally just ignore their channel. I put it on whatever it is from, like to make it where I never have to see them again, and then that's it, man. Hello from Malaysia. Hi, how are you? I forget to speak to a woman or touch grass. Attention seeking? Maybe. Cyrus with the 5.
What do you have against Jewish space lasers? JK love your contents. Your critics and perspectives are welcome. Shack up in these annoying times.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Cyrus. Appreciate the 5, brother. Appreciate the 5. Thank you for. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos. What's your background music? I just like went to this channel because I think I heard like DM listening to it, but it's just like it's this dude that Attention that does a bunch of like remixes of Path of Exile songs. Super good. Total vibe, man. I like it. 10, today's 7, so 7 days before, be right around the time. Let's see here. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Dude, this is fucking crazy. I can't believe, like, sometimes when I put out a video, it makes me feel like a bit of a prophet. What is it called? Like, sometimes it makes me feel like a fucking prophet, dude. And, like, this is fucking crazy. Like, I can't believe they pop out season 1 and then motherfucker shoots up to 644,000 players. That was wild. Like, I was just like, man, it's crazy that they keep holding over 400,000 players. I'm like, this is fucking cool, dude. And then they were just like, yeah, well, how about we, can you take me higher? And it just fucking runs, baby. I fucking love it. I love to see it. And it happened the day that I put out my video. So I'm gonna take credit for that. Yeah, I'm gonna take credit for that. You think that's okay? You guys think that's cool? I think it's fair. Yes, do it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. It's fine. 1,000 out of 100 valid. Thank you. Best Creed impressions. Thank you. Amazing how many players you get when your game runs well on low-end systems and people that can't afford an actual PC can actually play it. You know, Norsky, that's a really good point, dude. I didn't even think about that. The funny thing is that, like, I think no matter what, like, when I see, like, errant complaints, like, well, they need to fix the game crashing, and I'm like, dude, I can't help that you're fucking playing the game on a boot. Like, the people, like, I know people playing on fucking 10 series cards that aren't having any problems with it. Like, I never had any crashes or issues. I get into matches super fucking quick. You know what I mean? Like, I've never had any problems with the game. I think, like, the thing is that, like, like, do I picture this game, like, staying at, like, this level? Probably not. I think it's going to stay pretty high. It's probably going to settle around, like, 100,000 or something like that. I missed your super chat? What do you mean? What's super chat? Oh shit, my bad, dude. I didn't even see that. Thank you for the 2. Started the first Berserker Kazan demo. It's peak. Fuck, I need to check that out. I keep forgetting about that. Thank you for the 2, man. I don't know. Like, I think it's gonna do well. I think it's gonna like retain a lot of players, and for it to do what it's done already. I mean, we're now over a month, and it has more players than it started with. That's fucking absurd. Didn't PoE 2 also go up for a few days and stayed consistent for a couple weeks after release? Path of Exile 2, I think, is like, I think you have to kind of understand, like, a lot of people want to, I think it's really important to make sure that people know this is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Like, the peak it reached is wild. The peak it reached is wild. And yeah, it's down under, you know, 50% of what it had from its launch. But at the same, but like these games like this, there's a definitive end to a character and a definitive end to a playthrough if you want there to be one, right? Like, so these games are seasonal. These are very seasonal heavy. Like they spike when they have a season or a big expansion to release. And then they start to coast downward slowly as time goes on. It takes people about a month to be able to get their playthrough all the way through. And then all of a sudden the next season comes out, people hop back in and it shoots back up and it just keeps going on. I mean, I think you can look at Path of Exile, like OG Path of Exile, and you see the same kind of trend, right? Like its highest peak was 229,000 players. Which, crazily enough, it actually reached last year with Settlers of Kalgur, which is pretty crazy. But if you look at them on like an overall trend, their first few years they kind of struggled, and then all of a sudden they just kept consistently growing. But they always have these low peaks, but the peaks aren't around for very long because it's usually the month in between the next league, right? Because there's only so much to do. There's only so much to do, right? But I mean, like, but the peaks keep growing. And when the peaks grow, that means it takes longer for you to coast back down to whatever your normal player base is. And it's only in early access. Yeah, we're not even talking about the full release of the game either yet, right? So, and we're gonna, you know, the game is gonna continue to kind of grow from there. I think it's just, I think its performance is just absolutely fucking insane, especially for the genre that game is in. It's not the kind of game, and I think this is something that like a lot of people fail to respect, is that this is not the kind of game that's gonna hold 570,000 players concurrently on Steam specifically, right? There's more people that are on the launcher, there's people that are playing it on console, people that are Steam Deck would probably count into that, but it's not the kind of game that's gonna hold on to that kind of player base all year round, because like you start your character, you play your character probably about 3 or 4 weeks. After about 3 or 4 weeks, it's maxed out. maybe you want to go and make another character. Solo self-found would be the only way to make sure that you're not gonna, like, if you don't do it solo self-found, you're just gonna like burn through and get all the way to the end game and get that character juiced within like no time, because you already have all of the currency to be able to do so, and likely already have a bunch of gear for you to be able to do so. So only in solo self-found, which is something that, you know, some people like to use, but most people aren't going to. They're just going to want to participate in the trade league. So it has a definitive end, and then it'll just rip up off there. Just you wait for Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm gonna make a strong prediction. Monster Hunter World. I think that Monster Hunter World I think it has a real shot. A real shot. As long as the game launches with no issues, right? No performance problems or anything like that. I could see it getting up to like, I could see it getting close to 1 million. I could see it getting close to 1 million. Like, this series is exponentially more popular than people give it credit for, and it's only grown in popularity over the years. And for a game like this to hold this kind of player count, and it has, for the most part, like 40,000 players have played it, you know, basically since the game released. Even more so, you know, what is this? Return to World. After Return to World, players stuck around and kept playing. Look, 100,000. It basically, since January Return to World, all last year, it stayed around anywhere from 60 to 100,000 players at any given time. 200K is my bet. Are you out of your fucking mind? You out of your mind? Sales of Monster Hunter game compared. I want you to look at how much of an impact Monster Hunter World had on the brand. So Monster Hunter World came out in 2018. 2017, before that, Ultimate sold 5 million copies, essentially. World 4x'd the sales of the entire brand. And then, not only did it 4x the entire brand, but it also then made it where any subsequent release, where even they were like the side series, like the non-mainline releases like Rise, still got 16 mil. They had more than half, 75% of people came back for Iceborne. That's insane. That is insane. Sunbreak. I'm actually not sure. I'm thinking choosing to re-air the old beta 2 weeks before a launch is a really bad move. It's not incorporating any of the optimizations made before release. Why the fuck would they do that? I didn't hear about that. That's so fucking dumb. Why would you release it if it was like the worst version of the game? It's probably just for them to test servers. Anyway, another thing to be able to show is for somebody to is for you to believe only 200,000 people are gonna show up concurrently. Sorry, Monster Wild. The Monster Hunter Wilds demo. No, this is the Steam. This is This is just the people that are following it right now on Steam, that have wishlisted it. I would imagine I don't know, or maybe they just followed it. That's 300,000 people that have followed it. Where's the demo? Oh, I guess they removed it because the demo shot up to 600,000 players, if I'm not mistaken, right? Isn't co-op more convoluted? No, you just join the same server. 5 to 600,000. I'm gonna tell you guys, I would guarantee at the very least we will see it probably reach up to like 700,000. 6 to 700,000. It'll reach what it did for the demo, and then probably surpass it. But it all like Norsky's bringing it up right now. Wilds will be successful, but not as successful as much due to the performance. I think all of this hinges on how much they've improved the performance since the demo. It all hinges on the performance. And how confident am I in the performance of the game? I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're gonna have to like really put their best foot forward when it comes to Wilds. And I think that they're going to, because of how much the brand means to them. And it's really gonna dictate how successful Capcom is over the next couple of years if they do not release that game in the state that they need to. And at least your rig is prepared for it. Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. It's Capcom. It's gonna suck a bit. I don't know. Resident Evil 4 remake was fine. Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes were good. The only bad performing game that I've played from them over the last few years is Dragon's Dogma 2. And a lot of Dragon's Dogma 2's major issues were mostly CPU bound, and that was because of the game having that was because of all the AI that they have in towns and stuff like that. Outside of that, the game performed relatively well. RE versus open world games is a different ball game. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I realize that, but the thing is that what the diverging factor when I'm looking at a game like Monster Hunter is specifically the fact that it's not going to have the same kind of AI technology that they were using for Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't know. It's still, like I said, the success of it, like, this is the one thing that I will say without a fucking shadow of a doubt. Performance is going to dictate the popularity of Monster Hunter Wilds. If it is unplayable and you just cannot fucking get this shit to run, then people are not going to play it, and it's just not going to do well. Monster Hunter Wilds was awful for me when it released. Oh, Monster Hunter World was awful for me when it released on PC back in the day, but it took time and they fixed it. That is true. I just hope they realize that in today's economy, in today's like social economy in video games, you can't do that same kind of thing again. You really can't. Performance or not, it will at the very least peak higher than World did. Oh, for fucking sure. It'll outsell World. It'll outsell World. Because you have to keep in mind, one of the reasons why Monster Hunter World did so well was it was kind of like over time. Like initially when the game launched, people are super hyped, and there was like everybody's opportunity to like hop into Monster Hunter for the first time. It was the vast majority of players that played Monster Hunter World were playing Monster Hunter for the first time. It was their introduction to Monster Hunter. And in a lot of cases, a lot of those people picked up the game after launch. in the years following. That's one of the reasons why we've seen the continued success of the game and continually like regular, like high player counts within it. And they did really well supporting it with events and stuff like that and adding in more content. Wilds is another one of those events where now, instead of being the guy that joined to play Monster Hunter, like, you know, after its peak, now those people get a chance to be able to start with everybody else right at the very beginning. Return to World was massive. Yeah, it was. I think they shot up to like 200,000 players or something like that, which is really cool. So I think that I really do think that Monster Hunter is likely going to see larger peaks than we saw with Monster Hunter World. I think it's going to do really well. Yeah, this is the hyped game franchise. World was an incredible surprise for those that didn't know anything about it. Yeah. Monster Hunter World got a major boost in graphics, realism, gameplay, and immersion. It was also much more new player friendly. The other games were like so much more. The other games were so much more involved and like mechanically like locked down. They simplified a lot of stuff in World. I never played Monster Hunter. Why do you think it all blew up? That's a really good question. Bro, this song bang. What the fuck? Hold on a second. I'm like trying to think, and then my brain the entire time is like, hold on, this motherfucker's banging right now. Okay, why do I think it succeeded? Why do I think it blew up? I'm gonna tell you exactly why. The reason why Monster Hunter blew up is because I think in a lot of cases, some of these like long-running franchises, I think a lot of people are sitting on the outside looking in, and they're looking for their first opportunity to get in on the like ground floor of a franchise that they've been interested in for a long time. And Monster Hunter as a franchise has something that a lot of players really are interested in, which is a game that is kind of in a sense, it's almost kind of like Shadow of the Colossus, right? Like a boss game. Like it's all about bosses and that's about it. But it's in its own way because it's hunting these monsters and these beasts and stuff. And people love fighting bosses. And the idea of playing a game in which your whole, like the whole premise is hunting and fighting bosses back to back to back to back, and then making gear from those bosses, and like, you know, having all these different abilities and gear sets and weapons to be able to master. Like from my perspective, Monster Hunter is just the essence of like what players love about RPGs, just like boiled down and filtered and crystallized into this like perfection that players are looking for. It's the essence of why players play these kind of games. And I think in a lot of cases, people are probably looking at like older versions of Monster Hunter, and they were like, man, this is really cool. I wish I could play this game, but it's like mechanically too, you know, garbage, or the controls feel like shit, or it doesn't look very good, right? And then what ends up happening is that they come out with Monster Hunter World that essentially removes all of those issues. And it makes it much more of an action game and much more modernized for like control schemes and themes and graphics, and it's on all consoles. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that Monster Hunter World was the first one that released on like Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, right? So like there's a lot of different factors all came together to give everybody the opportunity to get in on this game. They removed a lot of the barriers to entry that were there before, and they just made it a lot more interesting and more available to players. I think it was on Switch too. Yeah. Was it? I don't know. Would it have been Switch back then? That was 2016? Was it 2018? I can't remember when it came out. They were always either on PSP or Nintendo. Yeah. Yeah. Not on Switch. Rise was on Switch. Thank you. Thank you. That's what it was. It was on Wii. Monster Hunter Tri was on Wii. Was it Wii U? Or did it just not release on Nintendo at all? I know that's going to be the case for this one, right? They said they're not going to be releasing it on Wii because they can't. Or on the Switch because it just can't handle it. I'm sure the Switch 2 will likely be able to handle it. So it might be like a launch title that they'll have for Switch 2. Maybe. I have no idea. They did release on Wii, added water combat, and it sucked. I guarantee it probably did. What was it? There's more. Oh. The other drama. Wait a minute. Guy made Gears of War. He's so... Why is he like this? Why is he like this? This is the guy that came up with Gears of War. He is essentially wants to be like a content creator now. Like that's his whole thing. And he's basically everybody's favorite antagonist, or the antagonist that nobody knows about because nobody really watches him. God of War. That's what I said, yeah. Never attribute success to one guy? Absolutely. Of course. What's Veilguard again? I don't know either. I can't fucking... Congrats, you guys made one of the most enjoyable games of the year, and you got nailed because of culture war bullshit. Loved the game, loved the adventure, loved so many of the characters. Hope more people give it a shot. It's just so fucking dumb. Old man continues to yell at clouds and be out of touch. Those aren't clouds, they're assholes. So this is how people know you're a sycophant. Everyone knows, culture war aside, this game wasn't good and spat on the history of the previous installments. Yeah, like here's the funny thing, right? So like I've seen people talk about the Dragon Age situation, right? If you guys haven't been if you haven't been inundated with it, I saw Smash JT had posted some emails, leaked emails that are coming from BioWare. Essentially, it looks like BioWare Edmonton is going to get shut down, and also Corinne Bush is going to be leaving EA after 18 years of dedicated service, and. Like the problem is that like when I see a lot of people that have been talking about Dragon Age and like the like all the stuff with it, the funny thing is that like in a lot of cases Corinne already left. Okay, well then that's already over. So you know I see a lot of people that like hyperfixate on like the most minor of details. Okay, the most fucking minor of details. Like I've seen people like the fucking top scars and this, and I'm like, okay, like you can be upset about that kind of stuff. You know what I care about? I care about the entire game being shit. The narrative was terrible, the fucking combat was repetitive, the character building was mid as fuck, the writing in general was just god awful, the tone of the game was completely off. The only thing that was great about the game were the environments. I think that the environments in the game were absolutely fucking gorgeous. And I also think that the performance was really good. It performed really well and didn't have any problem. Boss fights were fucking garbage. The whole game was garbage. It was just not a good video game. Like, you can hyper fixate on like social political issues and stuff. And like, I had seen like I caught like a little bit of Asmongold's stream on it. And like you see a lot of people that are like pointing the finger at specifically because, you know, Corrine Bush is trans, and I'm like, I don't fucking care, dude. I don't care what people do in the bedroom. I don't care what how people want to identify. Is the fucking game good? Is it good? No, it's not. Well, it sucks. Let's find out why it sucks, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's definitely not because of what's between your legs. That is it is a cascading issue across an entire studio. It is something that is not just one single person that you can throw all the blame on. It's the whole fucking team, baby. It's a team effort that they got going on over there. And it's not just BioWare, it's also EA. So you can't be like, oh, EA, they got rid of the fucking, you know, they got rid of this one person that was the director of the game, which, yes, that's a great thing because that is a leadership position and they are the ones that helped lead that game into slop. But there were people above them that okayed the work that they did. People that weren't at BioWare that were for EA. People that nodded their head and said, yes, put this into the game. We can't sit here and pretend like a single video game director gets all of the creative decisions and gets to do whatever the fuck they want. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Bobby Kotick is gone and WoW still sucks. That's right, baby. That is right. That is right. Bobby Kotick is gone and they are still shoving microtransactions into the game at every given chance. They just released a just a couple months ago, released a $90 fucking mount. But it was all Bobby Kotick. Come on, man. Come on, man. Ciao, Baby Metal. Random question. Have you ever thought about Grendel? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Have you ever thought of Grendel actually being a fusion of two of Ben 10's aliens, Cannonbolt and Glutton? That's actually kind of... It sounds about accurate now that I think about it. Did you hear about the service? God at War. Oh god, that's, dude, there's so many things to go over. It's not even funny. I should have streamed yesterday. I would have been able to split everything up. But like the thing is that I'm gonna be real with you guys. So you know, like the thing is, I hope you guys know this. You know, I'm going to farm this next week, right? Like I'm gonna fuck this up. like the fact that we had an industry that across the board tried to sell this game as such a high quality game, return to form for BioWare, one of the best games in the last few years, an absolutely excellent RPG that was definitely worth your money, but failed to deliver on the promises that the journalists then said in their reviews, which then led the players to not trust those reviews anymore, which now, you know, creates a disconnect with journalism and players, but then also at the exact same time is a product that didn't deliver on players' needs the right way. It bastardized in a lot of way the IP itself and the respect that players have for that IP, and the game fails. And we are now going to see industry professionals come out of the fucking woodwork to either cry, it's so sad, another, oh my god, oh my lord, how can this keep happening? It's such a travesty. The horror. Why do these game studios keep shutting down? I just don't understand. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Think of the children. My God. We're gonna hear some of this more performative sadness about another studio closing and somebody leaving their position and blaming it on the gamers for being so toxic. That's the reason why the game failed. That's the reason why the game studio shut down. It couldn't have been that the game sucked. And the people that made it made a shitty game. And they suck at their jobs. We can't say that, though. Oh, we can't say that, though. Oh, my God. You know, it's actually crazy. If somebody opens a bad restaurant that serves garbage food, they tend to go out of business. But it's not the cook's fault. I just don't get it, man. I don't fucking get it. Like, I know we're going to be seeing those. I know those articles are probably already being written as I'm sitting here right now. And on top of that, the best part of all of this is that we're not only are we going to see the people that are going to be like defending it, like, oh, the toxic gamers fucking got him again, you know, or no, they're going to say it like this. The game didn't sell because of the reason that the toxic gamers listed. The game didn't sell because of these external issues that kept the game from being able to reach an audience. It was because it was trapped in development hell and it was supposed to be a live service game, but then they ended up having to transpose it into a single player RPG. That's the reason why. Excuse me as I pirouette and do 3 backflips in my fucking brain. And win the gold medal for the mental gymnastic Olympics. Whoa, Olympics. Like, and then on the other side of it, we're also going to see a huge swath of journalists that reviewed the game positively are going to come back and be like, yeah, actually, the game was kind of shit. That's a Schreier reason? Did he already say that? Legendary drops killed EA. I'm not gonna lie. If I could be attributed to some of the downfall of Ubisoft, then I can take that same energy to EA. PC Gamer already released an article saying that Dragon Age the Veilguard, killed Dragon Age as an IP, and that it's safe to criticize it. It's so dishonest. Norsky, can you link me that, please? When did that come out? Didn't one of the other fucking writers of that of PC Gamer give it like an 8? Go top the charts, Jason Schreier. Fuck, I know. I love that line. That is my favorite one ever. I didn't even like the game. I just like to own the chuds. Fucking loser. It's so dumb. You know what the funny thing is? Like, I don't have any interest in like owning like whatever like I don't have you know what the funny thing is that when I look at like a lot of the journalists, I don't have a perceived like opposition. Like I hope people know that. Like, I'm not against the left or the right. Honestly, I could give a fuck about either one of them. I just want good video games. That's it. I want my time and money valued in a way that I think is necessary for where we are today. That's it. That's it. But the funny thing is, I look around at a lot of these journalists and like they have an opposition. They have a perceived enemy that they need to own, that they need to lose, that they can't, you know, like. And I think like in that, like you have to keep in mind when you create an enemy in your mind, and when you see that, you're gonna start to see that enemy everywhere. You're gonna see them in the fucking trees, man. And you have to recognize that the vast majority of people are like, you know, fucking like, most people are fucking apolitical in a lot of cases, or they like slightly lean in one direction. The extremes are not the norm, right? The extremes are not the norm. So what ends up happening is that as a result of you perceiving these imaginary enemies, you start to ostracize the vast majority of people. Because you start backing up crazy fucking claims, because when you see when you see an opposition, when you think that there's an opposition out there, you have now become the extreme. You have now picked a side of the fence. And when the vast majority of people are in the sea between, and you pick the fucking side of the fence, you just fucking lost a very large part of your audience. That's one of the problems that's been plaguing games, and it's one of the problems that's plaguing journalism today. Both sides have their radicals. They've practically tarnished the meaning of either side. That's why I can never fucking join in with any of that shit. Like, I'll be honest, man. I look at, like, some of the other content creators that I think that, like, in a lot of cases will bring up some... Well, that's not even content creators. It's just, like, journalists, writers, folks on Twitter, people on YouTube. And it's just, like, you know, I'll agree with them for, like, 5 seconds, and then they have to bring their extreme into it. Like, Smash JT, as an example. Like, I watched his video on the whole, like, Kareem Bush leaving and, like, the Edmonton studio going down. And then, like, at the end of it, you got to put up, like, a picture of, like, Kareem Bush before their transition and then after. What the fuck is the point of that? I don't give a fuck about what choices they made as a person. Like, I don't have any fucking interest in trying to, like, appease that kind of crowd to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that shit here. Do you have any idea how many times... going straight to fence sitting to reaching in? Yeah, I just... Nah, man. Nah. I don't want to be a part of that kind of shit. I don't want to be a part of that shit. She puts her ideology into Dragon Age. Yeah. Okay. I don't fucking care. Like, she pushed her ideology into Dragon Age. Does that mean I need to, like, hate her as a person? Does that mean I need to fucking... Do I need to worry about the fucking life choices that she makes? Do I need to, you know, like... I don't need to fucking worry about any of that shit. I'm judging the game by the quality of the thing. I'm not gonna look at these fucking, people's, like, personal fucking history and what their lives are about. I can give a fuck about any of that shit. You know what I mean? I don't care about any of that. But it's the minute that person then wants to go and try to influence their games in the wrong way, that's a completely different story. Because now we're going to talk about the influence of the things and why those things don't work for audiences. You can be whoever the fuck you want. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. The problem is that when you start to look to how you're going to be able to influence your games in some way, shape, or form, you have to learn how to be able to separate those things. And that's me not being interested in the person or their personal choices or wanting to attack that person. It's just the process of actually making a game in the first place, and the leadership decisions that lead to those kind of games and lead to those games as well, right? It's not just one person that makes that choice. The games wouldn't suck as much if they were made by ideologically possessed people. That I fully agree with, and that's something that I've talked about like time and time again. Like, you cannot be captured by your own ideologies to the point, like your own personal beliefs and ideologies to the point that you need to feel like it has to affect every facet of your life, or the fact that you feel the need that you are the one that has to transform the way that people view the world. And if you're going to do that, that's fine. You can be that person. You cannot be upset when it doesn't go your way. That's where I get upset. Because when people are like, well, you should have liked this. You can't fucking tell me what I can and can't like. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you believe or what you see or how you want to see the world. It's the minute that you start telling me that I have to do something that you want me to do. No. Because when is forcing people to do something like that ever resulted in anything good? There is a double standard though. EA has exactly 0 good games right now, but everyone is talking about the one made by a person that represents 1% of the US population. Well, yeah. You have to keep in mind, like, people across the board, they want to put a face to something. That's really what it kind of comes down to. I think that's the reason why folks target certain things. Like, that's the reason why, like, they'll pick a person and be like, this is the person that I like. Look, a really good example of this, like a really good emulation of like what my belief is or like how I perceive things, is if you guys go watch my video on these developers are ruining their games. I never make it about the person. I make it about the approach that I see a lot of developers taking, where they're choosing to make their audience an opposition, and their leadership is letting them get out of hand and having too much freedom to express, you know, their thoughts and opinions on the internet in an age where everything they do is essentially marketing for their game in some way, either negative or positive, right? Like, I don't care about the person and their beliefs. I care about the actions of the people. I'm an action-oriented person. Like, that's what I'm more interested in more than anything else. I mean, you can have the argument that you think ideologies influence people's actions, for sure, without a doubt. Without a doubt. But there's also a ton of cases of people that don't either. You know what I mean? So in a lot of cases, it ends up being anecdotal. Did you try out the first Berserker demo? I might have to do that this weekend. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to go into this. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to talk about it. But I'm going to chronicle it the best that I can, because like this is such an insane, it's not insane. This is the most predictable outcome possible. This is exactly what I predicted when I saw the trailers for this game before it even released. So it's crazy to me if people are going to actually pretend like they're going to be surprised by it. And I know that's exactly what the media will do. Like, legacy media for sure is going to jump on that train and go like, how could this have happened? Why could this have happened? And it's just like, bro, everybody saw it from the fucking start. That's why. Where is it at? Man, I've been really active on Twitter lately. I'm expanding my reach. That's what it is, okay? I'm expanding my reach. There's certain sacrifices you have to make as a person. Bro, I fucking love Hajime no Ippo. So fucking good. I don't know where the fuck I post. Oh, okay, yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's why my original take was the minute that reviews came out of the game about the game. I said, this Dragon Age the Veilguard situation is the most mask off attempt at scamming customers I've ever seen. Legacy media is throating it, while historically positive creators and players are saying it's a dumpster fire. You fucking absolute morons. You thought it would work. That was my first reaction the day that the game released, and the minute that I saw reviews go up. I'm like, you fucking morons. You are going to back yourself into a corner on a game that is going to fail. And then you're going to have to backpedal. They sold themselves upriver. And this is the outcome. This is the exact outcome that I predicted. This is the exact outcome that I predicted. One hell of a red pill for anyone that still trusted game journos. Oh, dude. There's going to be so many fucking people. So many people that are going to be upset. Because, like, I mean, there has to be people that are upset. Because the thing is that at the end of the day, like, let's be real about it. Open critic. It actually fell to 79. Somebody came in with some fucking hate reviews. But this used to be 82. It was like 82, 84 on the launch of the game, right? Which completely validates what I said. Completely validates what I had said before, which is that EA made sure to be able to give the game to the people that are going to be the most forgiving and the people that are going to want to give the game a high score. They gave it to them first, and then they gave it to everybody else that was going to be critical of the game later, because they already knew who those people were going to be, because they took feedback from those people, because they did multiple events where they had people come in and play the game beforehand. That's why content creators that were critical of the game didn't get it. That's why journalists that were critical of the game didn't get it. The people that were the most positive were the ones that got it first. Look at Gamer Rant, 10 out of 10. IGN, 9 out of 10. PC Gamer, 79. I feel like they changed that score, by the way. But the funny thing is that if you go and you actually read like the Eurogamer, look, Eurogamer 5 out of 5, the Gamer 4 out of 5, 4.4 out of 5. Like, it's not until later, like VG 24/7 finally put theirs out at 3 out of 5, and then the next thing you know, I don't know who that is. And then the next thing you know, all of a sudden, the low reviews start to come in. And these all came way later. And the vast majority of these are not major. That's the crazy thing is that all of the lower ratings, not a single one of these are major outlets outside of VG. VG 24/7 and VGC. But these are all like other side publications. These are foreign publications that are from, like, you know, South America. There's no IGN in here. There's nobody else. These are all the people that didn't get the game until far later, because if you look at the dates, look at the dates on these. So the game came out in October. The game came out in October. And the vast majority of all the negative reviews didn't drop until much later. The people that have the earliest reviews, so look at this. Look at this. Highest to lowest. The people that got day one access. Oh God, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. How? I never noticed this before. I never noticed this before. That is fucking crazy. I would love to hear an explanation. I would love to hear an explanation for the fact that the most, like, the most positive reviews are all from the day from like the day the embargo lifted. So all these people got day one access, basically, right? Like, before the game came out, they got early access to the game. And all of the like outside of I mean, here you go. There's Play Ready Watch. I don't know who the fuck that is, right? But outside, like the October, like these are all within the October 28, 29 range. But then if you go and you look at lowest to highest, it's the people that got it after. That's fucking crazy. It seemed like paid reviews. It's not paid. It's not paid. I don't think they paid anybody. This is can you sort by date? Oldest first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Out of the first 15 reviews that came out, only 2 of them were critical. 2 out of 15. Access journalism versus gaming reviews. Yeah, basically. So like as more outlets ended up actually getting access to the game, then the score started to tumble. So I'm not saying that they pay. I never said that they paid, and I wouldn't think that they would ever pay somebody for reviews. I'm sure some of that probably happens in the background with some games, but I think with this game specifically, the best way for me to explain like what's going on or what had happened is that while they were doing their preview events, which they had multiple of them, I think there was like 2 to 3, if I'm not mistaken. There's like 2 to 3 events that they did. They ended up separating the people. They probably had like a little checklist, and they were like, okay, so this person didn't have anything negative to say. They just said that it was a lot of fun and they loved it, and thank you for the food. This person said that they didn't like the combat because of this, and this. This person had, criticisms with this. This person had criticism with this. This person loved the game and didn't have anything else to say and thanked us for coming. And they took all the people that just didn't have any feedback and the people that just like really liked playing the game, and they put them onto a preferred list. And then those people got access to the game before anybody else did. So what that does is that allows them to essentially be able to control what reviews would come out first, which would mean all of the most positive reviews would come out day 1, which is when people, the vast majority of people buy a game within the first week. Vast majority of people buy a game within the first week. We know that because we look at any video game in existence for the most part, out of a few of them, and like Black Myth Wukong as an example, right? The day it came out essentially was the day that it sold the most. Its biggest selling day was the day it released. It's the same way with every single game that gets released. Day 1 to day 2, like the first week of a game being out is where the vast majority of your sales are going to be. The vast majority of your sales are within the first week. So if you make sure that journalists that are the most positive about your game are the first ones to get it, that likely means that their reviews are going to be out when people are first making the decision whether or not to buy the game. And they will flock to that, initial purchase. So does that mean people who genuinely does that mean that the people who rated the game genuinely liked it? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying, by the way, okay, I think there's a little bit of that. I'm going to tell you right now that the people that rated this game high probably actually liked the game. But they also liked the fact that this game was pushing themes and an ideology within a major IP that they personally wanted to support. And I think the journalists in a lot of ways did really want this game to be a big W for them, because they wanted to basically, a lot like Jason Schreier, have something to dunk on the chuds with. They wanted something for this game. They wanted this game to succeed because they need a W, because they've been farming L's for a long time. So I think that there was some outside, more like social political motivation to rate the game more positively. I think that there was probably a little bit of extra pressure for that because of the fact that the game has a, the game's director was trans. I think that that was another motivating factor. That there was a bunch of, I guarantee there was a few writers for sure, without a fucking doubt, that wanted to just give this game, you know, basically toxic positivity praise because they want to be an ally, right? Look at the IGN reviewer. The IGN reviewer literally talked and raved about how they enjoyed the Tosh non-binary scene and how they think it's how it reflects perfectly when they had to explain to their parents how they're non-binary in their 30s. So like I guarantee, I fucking guarantee that there was some motivation that was moving that score a little bit up more than it probably should have. And it was outside bias that was leading to those scores rather than like true like player engagement and enjoyment purposes. And the thing is that we know that's the case because we saw the same thing with Black Myth Wukong. We saw the same thing happen with Black Myth Wukong. We saw a ton of people that had rated the game on the lower end specifically because of the fact that they had issues with either the director of the game, with China, with you know, the claims that IGN had made, all that stuff. And what are you offering as a guarantee? I dare you to email one of them and ask. Ask what? What are you talking about? I don't know why they're trying to make games like these like the norm. I think that just in a lot of cases, people just want the world to align with whatever. Like there's a lot of different motivating factors. I think that in some cases, I should say some. I think in some cases people want the world to reflect whatever their side. Never mind. Are you saying that because I said I guarantee that they had some bias? Of course they fucking do. The bias is on display when you read their reviews or when you see what they talk about publicly or social politically. You see the adversarial nature in their writing in the articles that we see talking about how much they don't even like the audience to begin with. What are you talking about? Of course bias is at play. Of course. That's why I specifically use the example of Black Myth Wukong, is because of the fact that we saw how Black Myth Wukong had its scores affected by the fact that there were claims of sexism at Game Science, and how you know, they didn't like the words that the director of the game used on Twitter. They they put that shit in their fucking game review. My guarantee is go read the fucking articles and go read the reviews. Like, please tell me what purpose it serves when I'm looking at a video game and wanting to know if it's going to be worth my money. Why do you need to have like paragraphs in there about like alleged claims of sexism at this studio? What value does that serve when I'm trying to evaluate a product? And why is that in there for your scoring? One of the reviews quite literally said no female characters, negative, and that was a negative on their score. Like, they confirmed their own bias out there in the first place. I'm not just talking out of my ass here. Lack of diversity, that's what it was. Lack of diversity. When the fucking idiot didn't even get into the third act or second act. Like, there's like one of the acts where all of a sudden like there's just a ton of like female characters. And I also love how it's like, oh hey, here's this like Chinese folktale. You know, why isn't there like fucking, you know, South Americans and Africans in this game? What? I'm tired of Baldur's Gate 3 getting a pass. It was perverted as hell. Yeah, I know, it was great. I loved it. I loved how aggressively bisexual that game was. Good for them. Aggressively bear sexual. I like that. Don't hype me for the new subclasses. I'm so looking forward to that. What, have they given a date for that yet?
What's this? A real challenge?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think they're just gonna drop it when they want to drop it.
You finally caught my attention.
Baldur's Gate 3 was all players' choice. Yeah, like that. And here's the funny thing is, like, especially when we're talking about, like, you know, that was one of the reasons why Veilguard was something that a lot of people just really didn't like, was specifically because it's supposed to be a RPG of choice. It was a choice and consequence RPG from the beginning. That's the whole point of the fucking game to begin with, right? And they effectively removed that choice and consequence. You couldn't even, like, act like the character you wanted to be. I mean, like, you can do whatever the fuck you want in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm so cool with that. I like how that reflects on the gameplay. I like how that reflects on the player's experience. I think that that's the most important reason. That's probably the reason why people liked Baldur's Gate 3 to begin with, was because of the fact that everybody's experience of playing the game reflected their own personal choices in a way that damn near everybody had a completely different experience with. The amount of time, like, I talked to my friends about, like, you know, hey, what'd you guys do about the Goblin Camp? And there's a laundry list of different things that people did, or how you romanced people, or who you romanced, if you romanced anybody, or what endings you got, and things like that. Like, I don't, like, the funny thing is that I think that, you know, people get really caught up in the social political nature of just, like, how fucking divisive things have been over the last few years, and they lose sight of, like, and they'll, like, there's a misunderstanding to my own content at times, and I end up having to do what I like to call a purge. We had to do it during the Ubisoft pop-up big time, because we had a lot of people that rolled in that were straight up either like genuinely like bigoted, saying like crazy shit in fucking chat. People that were like straight up racist that were saying stuff in chat, and I'm like, bro, y'all are getting it fucking twisted. You're on the, like, you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. You're hearing a couple of words that agree with whatever your perspective of the world is, and then you just fucking can't hear the rest of it because it just goes right over your head. And I don't care if games have gay characters. That's cool. Sure. Make it make sense. Make them a good character. Make them a character first. I think I was talking to somebody about this recently because they just started playing Final Fantasy 16, and they're like, God, I fucking love Dion. And I'm like, yeah, well, Dion is like one of the best examples of a character that's gay, not a gay that's a character. like you have to stop making people's, like, you know, choices about, like, you know, not choices, but like stop making, you know, people's sexuality their personality, because that's just not how it, like, from my perspective, people are people, you know what I mean? That's the reason why Baldur's Gate 3 succeeded, because they didn't make it about anything like that. They allowed you to be able to express yourself in the game however you wanted. And there were people that were out there that were trying to complain about Baldur's Gate 3 and talk about how, oh, well, you know, it has bear sex. It has bear sex. Just like, yeah, you can avoid that. There's some dude I saw that it said it forced me into a bear sex scene. And I'm like,
Now you will fight on my lands. You assume
did somebody force you to click on romancing fucking Halsin? Was somebody there with a knife to your throat saying, tell him he's sexy, tell him he looks beautiful in the pale moonlight, now tell him to take his pants off, now take your pants off, now I'm gonna hold your eyes open? Like, none of that happened. You have to choose to do that. The game doesn't force you down any route. To be fair, the option would probably force me out of pure curiosity. Is that the game's fault? The only character in the game that is like, the only character that I would say like the game really pushes you towards like the romance options is just like the pure thirst that you get from like Will and Gale. Like Will and Gale have a ton, right? Discord link is broken. You. If you guys can, just post the Discord link in chat. The good one. I don't know why it's broken. I use the forever one. Never be fair with unfair people. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. That's all I'm going to say. This is going to be really interesting to see how this unfolds over the next few days and see what like the what like the media outlets are saying about it. Cuz like if we go to Dragon Age the Veil Guard game director leaving BioWare. Dragon Age the Veilguard director Corrine Bush is reportedly leaving EA-owned BioWare. Eurogamer reported that Bush was the game director on Dragon Age the Veilguard from February 2022 to its launch last year. It is set to leave the studio in a few weeks. IGN has asked EA for comment. There have been questions for Dragon Age the Veilguard's success ever since its release in October last year. Eurogamer reported that while Bush is leaving the studio, it otherwise is unaffected by the changes. Bush joined BioWare in 2019 at Maxis when she helped design various systems in the Sims project, as well as a part of IGN's article, BioWare finally got Dragon Age to the finish line after a tumultuous decade. We detailed the game's near-decade development, which included a major reset and a shift. Okay, Bush, as director, helped Dragon Age the Veilguard over the finish line in the final few years of its development. So she was there for the final. She joined the team in 22, it says. Joined BioWare in 2019. So she was there for 6 years. Okay. Eurogamer reports that Bush didn't exit from BioWare. Eurogamer reports that Bush's exit from BioWare is unrelated to Dragon Age the Veilguard's commercial performance. EA has yet to say whether sales and revenue were met or exceeded expectations. Goofy fucks. The company is expected to report in quarter 3 2025 financial results on February 4th. February 4th is going to be D-Day. Meanwhile, BioWare has confirmed it has no plans for Dragon Age the Veilguard DLC. Rather, it has turned its attention on Mass Effect 5. This right here alone tells me that the game was not a financial success. I'm sorry, but EA does not just not make DLC and microtransactions for a game that's successful and then drop it and move on to go focus on a different game entirely. They don't do that. Does anybody disagree with that? Because from my perspective, looking at like EA historically, that's not how they operate. I prefer if they worked on Mass Effect 5 anyway, so that they can go and ruin another franchise and go out of business entirely, or at least BioWare. I mean, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. if Mass Effect 5 does not meet consumer expectations, BioWare's done. BioWare's done, and they'll likely just sell the IPs off. Which is honestly for the better. I think that, you know what the funny thing is that I think that with some of these studios, some of these publishers that have grown to like massive size, when you just do not have the teams anymore to be able to effectively execute on an IP, you are so much better off with selling the rights for somebody else to make it. You can still retain the rights, but you can sell the rights to somebody else to make the game, you know, using your IP. A really good example of this is Dungeons and Dragons selling the rights to Larian Studios to make Baldur's Gate, right? Because Baldur's Gate, Dungeons and Dragons is a Wizards of the Coast property. 40K, right? Yeah, 40K is another really good example of this. Yeah, licensing right. I'm gonna tell you right now, if BioWare cannot deliver with Mass Effect 5, EA's best opportunity is to sell the licensing rights for sure. It just like let somebody else make it. I would guarantee like Larian Studios might be interested in making a Dragon Age game, or Saber. Yeah, Saber Interactive might be interested in making a game like that, or Mass Effect or whatever it might be. Rebel Wolves. So here's my thing. I've seen a lot of people talking about Rebel Wolves. We don't know fucking shit about what they're capable of doing. Temper your expectations and wait for them to release a video game. We know that they worked on projects in the past. We don't know how good they were at working on those projects in the past, or how much of a factor in that game's success, like Witcher 3, that they really were. Because those were a team effort. It wasn't just one person that made Witcher 3 great. It wasn't 10 people that made Witcher 3 great. It was the combination of all of those people together that they had in one place to make something great. So I am not somebody that's like, oh, I'm just gonna, sell this IP, or like let this other company that's never made a game before, you know, do anything. But now CD Projekt Red, you know what, Alex, I love the fact that you say or CD Projekt Red. I'm fucking happy that there are people that are like out there that are like you. The amount of incessant hate I've seen for CD Projekt Red lately, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I've been wanting to talk about this for like a week, and I've been holding it in, and I haven't been able to yet. I don't even think I even have anything saved for it, probably. I think that the CD Projekt Red Witcher 4 hate is the biggest reach I've ever fucking seen. And I am of the mind to just hold my tongue and wait for the game to come out and then see what the state is. That's all I say. Where people are like, I don't understand. It's gonna be garbage. It's a woman. Take the fucking mind virus. And I'm just like, bro. Phantom Liberty was fucking lit. Like, I'm not just gonna believe all of a sudden that over the course of like the game has been developed over that in course like in time that they've been working on Cyberpunk. I'm not just gonna believe that like they're gone. That talent's just gone. Like, there are still key leaders there. The biggest reach that I'm seeing is the ones that are like mass exodus from CD Projekt Red, and I'm like, they show like a 16-year gap of like people that have left over the last 16 years. There's companies that I've worked at where the people that I was working with were gone. Like the next year, I'm working with entirely different people. Like, that's my perspective. Absolutely, Ciri was written through The Witcher 3 and even in the books as Witcher Girl. A key writer for The Witcher 3 is running the show. See, and that's the thing. The Witcher 3 writer is still the one that's writing for Witcher 4. Now, I know people are like, yeah, but look at the gamer person that they hired, you know, and look at their ideologies, and they're like a lore master or whatever. I could give a fuck about a lore master. I give a fuck about the writer. I care about the writing team. So less mass exodus and more like, it's just more like regular turnover. It's just turnover. It's just regular, like, plain as day turnover that you see within any other industry, where people grow out of their positions, or some people leave because they're moving, or they want to go live somewhere else, or there's another studio that they want to, you know, there's another studio that they want to go work at, or whatever it might be, and they leave. I mean, one of the guys specifically that was one of the higher up leadership at CD Projekt Red just straight up said, like, the reason I wanted to go is because I wanted to make my own game studio. That's it. They just said, I want to go make a new game studio. I want to make my own. I've had fun working for this studio, but this isn't my studio, and I want to try having my own. They want to do it their way. Well, I think they just, in some cases, I think people just want to work for themselves. Ciri is a Witcher and time travel. She's the most powerful character in book. Now she got Witcher power too. I mean, like, that's on that. I said this in my one video where I was talking about the Game Awards. That's on them to actually show us, you know, what it's going to look like, what the game like truly is going to, like, what the experience of the game is going to be. They're the ones that have to cross that bridge, not us, guys, not us. We don't need to worry about that. If they can pull it off, they can pull it off. If they can't, they can't. But it's still the same story writer from Witcher 3. That's about it. The only red flag I see is CD Projekt Red is them opening a U.S. department to work on Cyberpunk sequel. A U.S. department. They're going to open up a studio in the U.S.? Where are they opening up that studio? Do you know? I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Do you guys need anything? You guys want some water? Some chips or anything? You guys good? Cheesecake? I'll check to see if I... Chips? Okay. I'll check to see if I have any, all right? All right, we're back. Wash your hands? I don't need to. I just rolled out of my pant leg. Balatro? Did you just randomly come in here and just say Balatro? I've been playing I've been playing Balatro on mobile. And like the funny thing is that like when you go to do like a fresh Balatro, like you're playing on a new account or whatever, you forget like how easy the game is on White Stake. You're just like, oh god, dude, like what the fuck? Like, just like high card everything. You're just like the minute that you know exactly what to do every time you open up a fucking a pack and stuff. So I think I've unlocked almost all of the decks. The only one that I haven't yet is like I haven't beaten on Blue Stake because I was beating it with like each deck to unlock other decks. And then I did a run with not abandoned deck. Is it no checker deck? I ran the checker deck twice so that I could get the jokers from making full hearts and full spade, I think. People aren't allowed to just walk in and say Balatro unprompted. No, that's a whole other whole other conversation. I'm replaying Kingdom Come Deliverance. Refresh my memory for the second part. Oh, for the second game. Yeah, oh, despite the sudden and absurd witch hunt for the director is going through, bro. I want to highlight something. What's that dude's name? Grum? There he is. So, Grums has been on this, like, you know, more reports of Kingdom Come Deliverance are coming out. So far, reviewers cited Pirate Nation as being, has seen romantic conversations, but no unskippable LGBTQ scenes. I've seen him post a few times talking about how, like, guys, we need to calm down. Guys, like, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. And it's just like, it's really funny to see. And the funny thing is that like those tweets end up being like some of the lowest engagement that he ends up getting. And it's because the fact that like when you sit around and all you do is just absolute, like you just saber rattle 24/7 and just keep the fucking hype, like the hate train moving. It's too hard to get the hate train to stop. And you are eventually going to create an audience that the minute that they get a whiff of anything that looks like or even sounds like it could be something that's from one of these woke games, they just fly off the fucking handle. They fly off the fucking handle. And so no, you cannot calm them down. You cannot tell them, give them the benefit of the doubt, because you don't give the benefit of the doubt to anything else. That's one of the reasons why, like, for the vast majority, I'm going to tell you guys something. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. In a lot of cases, I never want to be the first to anything. I never want to be the first to anything. Because I would rather sit back and think and, like, figure out exactly what my perspective on something is. And on top of that, I just want to wait for more news to come out around it, because I don't want to be wrong. Because being wrong sucks. Simple as that. I just don't see the point in being like overly reactionary in a lot of cases. But there are some situations in which I will be, because I'm fucking human, and there's certain things that I see that I'm just like, you know what? This is giving me the vibe that I think this is probably not going to be very fucking good. Dragon Age the Veilguard was one of those games that I'd written off very fucking early, but I've also been proven wrong in the past. Black Myth Wukong I wrote off early. I thought it was going to be a scam, and it wasn't. But this is the reason why I don't really want to like make a bunch of stuff like preemptively. Like, I mean, if I go and look, like, how often do I talk about things preemptively? I'm interested to see. Nope. My Path of Exile videos were after I'd already played the game to begin with. That's fine. Love Rivals was after the game was already successful and doing really well. Ubisoft was that's a completely different story because I had just covered why I didn't like Ubisoft and why I think they fell off over the years. That wasn't like supposed to be like a predictive thing. Yeah, I don't really have any like, oh, like the only predictive video that I have was the Game Awards video that I had made where I said this ain't it. But outside of that, everything else that I have is everything that is just like based on things that were happening in the moment, because I don't mind making predictions on certain things, but for the most part, I just try to make sure that I'm talking about things that are happening in the moment. Otherwise, you'll end up letting the tail wag the dog, essentially.
Though this land is shrouded in pain and darkness.
What we lost is pure post-mortem. I love doing post-mortem stuff. I think it's fucking great, dude. I think it's great to be able to like look back and look at things historically and like see the direction that things are going in, but never actually like lock yourself into something too early. I think people let the dog wag the tail a little bit, or the tail wag the dog a little bit too often. Daniel Varva has been defending creative liberty and independent thought for a decade. He has a spotless record. When the first game release was crucified by one side of a culture war, and now he's being crucified by the other. My God, that's just the way that this shit goes, man. Ouroboros, man. Snake eating its tail. That's basically what's going on. I think that like some of these issues end up growing outside themselves, and the conversations themselves and the thought and the beliefs overextend, and it overextends to the point where they start eating their own. I think that's just the best way to say it. What was that jargon? Sorry. How is that jargon? How is that? Like, I don't think that was like super high level. The idea is that sometimes movements and beliefs and ideologies will overreach and overextend themselves to the point where they end up eating their own. Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. That's what happens. This is the end result of that kind of thing. That's why you always have to make sure you're still listening to both sides. You can't let yourself get into like an echo chamber. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see clarity. You're not going to be able to see things clearly. I think that's probably the best way to be able to say it. By trying to solve the issue, you go too hard and end up perpetuating the problem. Yeah, exactly. Like if I look at like things where I say these are like Ouroboros issues of like, you know, where you're like self-defeating or in some ways, is like video game
With forethought, we may bend
what is it, like sexuality in video games, right? Where you see all the people that are like, is this what gamers want? And it's just like super big busty hourglass figure hot chick in every video game, and it's just like, and you'll have people that are out there that like will push a conversation to be like every single woman in every single game forever needs to be that, like that figure and that kind of thing, hypersexualized. It's like, that's not the fucking case. I don't want that in everything. That'd be fucking annoying. It'd be fucking annoying. Like there's certain games that I think in certain situations that I don't want to see that kind of thing. That's why I jokingly made that post. Where it's like, this is a horror game. It's not. It's actually an adult game. But like, I posted it acting like it's a real regular game, right? But like, this is like this takes me out, bro. This takes me out. Like, I don't like, this is not what I don't want this in a fucking horror game. Stalker. Yeah, I think Stalker's like, Stalker, there's no fucking point for something like that to be in there. It's like a mod or something, you know, you're just having goofy fun with the game and you're changing things for weird reasons. But like, I don't like, if I'm playing a fucking horror game, I don't, why is she wearing nothing? Because it's an adult game. I do find it utterly funny how those people complain how women are over-sexualized and unrealistic, yet when it comes to men in video games, they say nothing. Oh no, I fully agree with that. It's just like, I'm just someone like, dude, I believe in Zen. I believe in balance. I think that there's a time and place for everything, and it doesn't need to be in every single, like, there doesn't need to be a standard across, like, for art direction specifically, there doesn't need to be a standard across all video games. Like, not every woman in every fucking game needs to be super fucking hot. I mean, it's nice when it works in the game that it works in, but the problem is that when you start making that your like one and only focus, what ends up happening is you start losing focus of other things. Look at, bro.
Though this land is shrouded in pain and darkness,
Where's it at?
it teems with life. Behold,
We haven't even talked about this yet. We're fucking 2 hours into streaming. We haven't even talked about Elon versus fucking Asmon yet.
we may bend life to our
Live
will.
shooter First Descendant has lost 96% of its player base in 6 months. This boy loves using that fucking title. I already know this is Paul Tossi. I could have seen that a fucking mile away. He did the exact same thing. Exact same thing in fucking what was it? Helldivers. Every girl that I know that plays games wants an attractive characters too. The rest just play furry characters. Well, no, like, you got to understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying this. I'm saying not every single game needs to have that depending on the kind of game that it is. Like, I don't know, man. There's a fucking range to it. And here's the other thing too. If we're going to sit here and pretend like it's all about hot characters and like hot characters are what sell video games, this is the best example of that not being the fucking case. It is the gameplay that people care about before anything else. If the game is not fun, engaging, interesting, or all of those other things, there's so many examples of games with fucking characters that you wouldn't want to own that are still fun and successful. And it's because they're good games. Balatro is there's no characters, right? There's no hot characters in Balatro. It's a card game. Tens of millions of copies sold across the world. Balatro would. Yeah. Have you seen the Joker? The First Descendant. Paul Tossi says, when I wrote this article this week about the slow death of the live shooter genre, one of the game that actually slipped my mind despite the fact I had previously put 300 hours into it, The First Descendant. The First Descendant is very much a PvE looter shooter and arrived with solid numbers. I need to read his article that he wrote about the slow death of the looter shooter genre because I just don't think it's the fucking case, and I just think that people just haven't put in I just think that there just hasn't been the right amount of effort put into looter shooter games. And I'm actually really surprised that for some odd reason, nobody has really made a real challenger to Warframe or Path of Exile, Warframe or Destiny 2. I'm shocked by it because it's such an like, imagine if somebody made
We may bend
the Path of Exile of looter shooters. Which, I mean, some might argue that's Warframe, and in a lot of ways it is, but TFD tried. We'll get to that. I don't think they tried. The First Descendant is very much PvE looter shooter. Fast forward 6 months later, and things are not quite where they were. A lot of that comes from improvements the game could have made that did not, and the structure of the entire seasonal model. The result, since its launch 6 months ago, the First Descendant is down from its initial peak of 264,860 players to a current peak on Steam of 9,781 players. It's a loss of 96.4% of its initial player base. There are always some debates for the declining player numbers in the game and whether they matter, but the First Descendant is in the aforementioned live looter shooter category that is very much trying to maintain its player base through ongoing updates in addition to a seasonal model. That does not appear to be going very well. The arrival of seasons or bigger updates are represented by the small blips on the chart, and at this point, they are talking about a change, likely going from 12,000 to 26,000 players for about 2 or 3 weeks or so. It's also hitting record lows. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? No, I will still not think the First Descendant is a bad game. You lost me, cuh. You fucking lost me, cuh. No, I will still not think the First Descendant is a bad game. There was always something there, but things have not evolved as much as they've needed, and the entire seasonal structure hasn't really worked. Why? The game has not figured out how to properly bolster its reward loop to be less punishing with sometimes pitiful drop rates. And past that, how to upgrade these consistently new characters every season who start at 0 and require a colossal amount of investment to get them to a level of your existing heroes. Yeah, like, I mean, this is right here is a fucking massive problem, right? Like, if I make a new Warframe, me being able to fucking level a new Warframe is like fucking nothing. A new weapon comes out, I can get a new Warframe like fucking, you know, decked out and looking solid within like a couple days. It takes me next to no fucking time. Are you kidding me? Like Sanctuary Onslaught, Forma, Sanctuary Onslaught, Forma, Sanctuary Onslaught, Forma. And then I have existing weapons that are already built and put together that I don't even really need to have to worry about there, right? But even like forming a weapon out and stuff like that takes next to no fucking time. And also on top of that, it's so much easier to be able to get the currencies to be able to upgrade a new Warframe and weapon that it's not even a thing. Why would they make it less punishing when they can just bolster the cash shop instead? And that's what they do. And that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. That's the reason why upgrade. Okay, there's also a fundamental question of why I spent 50 hours farming for the max ultimate Diesa. Why am I going to grind the new ice hero Haley? The game tried to solve this by adding mega bosses that often have mechanics geared towards new characters specifically, but that was frustrating. That was more frustrating than useful. Yeah, no, of course. Why the fuck would you think that players would want you to like, oh, hey, we added a new hero and then we also added a new boss that requires that hero to fight? Nobody fucking wants that, because now you're gatekeeping the people that didn't want to farm that character and are not going to be able to level it up high enough, fast enough for them to be able to take part in the rewards that they want from fighting that boss in the first place. And the only people that are going to be able to do that are the people that fucking bought the character and spent the money for it, which is insanely expensive in this game. Some games have figured this out, like Genshin Impact. The First Descendant has not. I mean, kind of. You just don't make anything. You just don't make anything character specific. The only character specific thing is you have like a story for that character in the game, right? But beyond that, why would you use Genshin Impact? Like Paul, I don't think, like, for the guy that seems like he is like hardcore Mr. Looter Shooter, I just don't think he plays Warframe. The best, like, why would you talk about Genshin Impact? What the fuck does Genshin Impact have to do with the First Descendant? Like, yeah, Genshin will release a new character, but like obtaining that character is not even the same. He's right, but it's not a gacha. Genshin's a gacha. He's an ultra casual. Did you guys watch the Did any of you guys watch the podcast they did on the Friends Per Second with Paul Tossi? And like the entire time, Ralph is just like, you can just see the impatience growing on him. Where like every time Paul starts talking about like how great Dragon Age the Veilguard is, you just see Ralph just visibly distressed. like he looks like he's being held captive. Asian game makes a lot of money. Yeah, actually, it's probably where he's drawing that. I don't know what the first or last few months of the game have brought, as I gave up sometime during season 1, despite all my playtime for that. I'm not saying the First Descendant is dead, but this isn't the kind of player base that you want to see for a live for a live shooter. You're constantly cranking out content for, and without some sort of huge expansion on the horizon to bring players back, this feels like another cautionary tale of how hard it is to make a live service in this day and age. No, it's not. It's not hard. I think over the fucking, like, what really frustrates me is the fact that people keep trying to overcomplicate this. Bro, season 2 comes out and it's barely a fucking blip, and the game's right back to where it was.
What drives you, Exile? Is it justice?
He truly is a gaming journalist. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, this is the way that I'm gonna... This is, like, it's as simple as this. Why does the First Descendant suck? Why is the First Descendant not a game that players are playing in droves? Why are they not sticking around? Well, it's because they completely copied the Warframe formula down to the fucking nuts and bolts, okay? But they removed all of the fairness that allows players to be able to progress the game at a realistic pace without spending a shitload of fucking money. I'm sorry, but having hot characters with big old titties and fat asses ain't gonna be enough to bridge that gap and make players stick around and keep playing the game.
How far would you bend before
You don't add meaningful enough content. You've ripped off your entire story. Your story for your game sounds like it was written by fucking ChatGPT. The voice acting is fucking absolute ass in that fucking game. The only redeeming factor is that you can jerk off to some of the characters. That's about it. I mean, the gunplay feels pretty solid, but the monetization is so fucking bad. It's so grindy. It's just not fair for players to play. It asks for too much money, but doesn't give enough back. The reason why Genshin Impact figured it out, or at least from Paul Tossi's perspective, is because players enjoy the act of actually playing Genshin Impact. The act of playing the First Descendant is just boring. It's just so repetitive and just the same thing over and over again, and it's just it's so bogged down. Like, I like it. I love Warframe because I can go back and play Warframe anytime. It'll take me no time to get caught up back where I want and get what I want, or go farm a frame or whatever it is. It takes no time to go do any of that stuff. The gunplay is okay, but the movement feels quite stiff, especially if you come from Warframe. Yeah, I mean, there's still movement, but here's the thing. The feel of the game isn't enough to cross that bridge. Even if they improved game feel, it wouldn't matter that much, because at the end of the day, their biggest problem is just like general like activities that you do in the game. There's no diversity of enemies that you're fighting. It's the same looking things no matter where you go or what you're doing. It's the same events that you're doing every single place that you go. There's no real like diversity in the map design or the world. How am I the only, like, I feel like I'm the only one that thinks that the game just looks like a fucking Unreal Engine 5 asset flip box. That when I played it, I was like, hot Asian-ish looking characters and an Unreal 5 asset, like, flip. It just has no soul. There's no heart. Activities, terrible farm, no trade, shallow world, horrible monetization. Like literally, it's the whole like the game has the whole laundry list. The game has a whole laundry list. It's like when Destiny first launched, played great, looked great, nothing to do. No. Gameplay is fine. But like Destiny was like fun to play, dude. Even though it didn't have content, it was still fun to play. Like it felt really fun to play. And the like playing the game, the act of playing the game was so fun. But like the problem is that like First Descendant's not even fun to play. It just straight up feels like you're logging into a job. And like I asked myself after like 30 hours, the reason why I quit playing it, because I was sitting here and I'm like, why? Why am I playing this? What am I getting out of this? What am I enjoying this? I don't think I am. I played it more than 30 hours. Or imagine. Yeah, I played it for 50 hours. I played it for 50 hours. I was just fucking bored. I was just like, this is just stupid, dude. Oh, let me go do another activity and watch a bunny run around in circles. Got my loot. Let's do it again. Wow, this is so entertaining. That's why like 90% of players that play that game are just sitting around in fucking sitting around in the like main town, like staring at other characters' asses and like doing emotes. And like asking in general chat if some bros want to goon together.
We felt your deeds. Felt their shockwaves rippling through.
It's like it's like simultaneously like the most like straight and gay game at the same time. It's so weird.
Your limits will be tested. The stars themselves will bear silent witness. How far will you bend before you break?
Yeah, it's just not a good video game. I have a hard time understanding why so many folks have a hard time coming to the realization that like it's just a bad game at the end of the day. That's fucking crazy. That's the entire script for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So, I've been trying to play Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's very hard. Like, it's very hard to get used to, like, control-wise. Like, I don't understand, like, for some odd reason, like, like fighting and stuff like that, I have a really hard time with. They didn't really give me, like, a proper tutorial. Like, I started playing the game, and like the first guy, right? Like my dad tells me to go, like, hey, go get my fucking money back from the dude that I made the axe for, and that motherfucker beat my ass.
Is it justice?
I didn't have a shot. He just kept grabbing me and fucking kneeing me in the face, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand what's going on here.
It is power. You have our attention.
It's hard to get into, but once you understand it, it gets way easier. Wait until you get to the main city.
Your limits will be tested.
You have to actually train. I fought that guy, accidentally hit a woman, got arrested, jailed, and then got an achievement for burning in jail. Yeah, I went to jail immediately. I did too. Because I just tried to fucking like GTA this shit. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna run away. And then there's like, want to try to like bribe the guy or talk your way out. None of that shit worked. I went to jail and got game over. I was like, fuck. Did you find Baldur's Gate 3 combat difficult? No. Turn-based games, I fucking excel in turn-based games. I'm very good at like strategy. I like strategy games. I like slow strategy, not fast. That's why I don't play like RTSs. I can't mess with that kind of stuff. You can punch cows, I guess. That works. You suck at the beginning, sweat in the middle, and own at the end. All right. Yeah, I gotta play more of it. But I started it already. All right, hold on. I need to go. We got so many things that we're like. There's so many things that we're probably not even gonna get to today, to be honest.
You only live once, Exile. Make your choice. A simple
Oh, I just commented on it. What am I talking about? I'm like staring at the screen trying to figure out what the fuck I was gonna talk about.
for a chance at ungodly riches. For each trial you accept, the challenge grows. But fail and leave with nothing. Reap the reward you deserve.
What?
Ultimate reward. Ultimate risk. The ultimatum.
Oh no! Oh no! No way! Bro deleted the tweet. Bro deleted the tweet. Oh fuck. Oh no, roached out. Oh my god. We saw that shit happen in real time. We saw that happen in real time. So I noticed this the other day. Where like the community note kept disappearing and then reappearing, and I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. I don't normally see that kind of thing. And then now the motherfucker just straight up deletes it. Now the question is, did he own up to it? Fuck no, he's not gonna own up to it. He does. No. No.
You only live once.
No shot.
Make your choice.
No.
A simple ultimatum.
I stand by these words.
And a meager reward.
This is fucking embarrassing. What did it say? So Elon Musk, basically, what ended up happening is this. The funny thing is that originally Asmongold and Elon Musk have had a bit of a gaming feud. The gaming feud. Elon Musk, so they even have it right here. Yeah, look, yeah, I just straight up deleted the tweet.
Reap the reward you deserve.
That's too fucking good, man. So
Ultimate reward.
basically what it was is that Asmongold had watched a video that was made by Quinn,
The ultimatum.
Quinn69. Quinn made a video where he basically alluded that Elon Musk was not actually playing Path of Exile, and the account was botted, or somebody progressed the account for him, because Elon Musk was basically like one of the top hardcore characters, right? And he was gonna go fight like the final boss or whatever, and he died. And he died to the final boss, and he was not picking up like currencies that you would normally pick up. Like he was leaving like chaos orbs and shit like that on the ground. They did a lot of things to show that Elon Musk was not actually playing Path of Exile, and he was trying to claim some fake gamer clout, right? And Asmongold reacted to the video and was like, "Yeah, sure the fuck enough. Yeah, it looks like he didn't play the game. Like you look at these things and there's just like, no way you wouldn't do these things to somebody that actually plays Path of Exile. You wouldn't skip past this stuff. You wouldn't do this on the menu. You wouldn't use, maps this way. You wouldn't do a handful of things. It just looks like somebody that's playing a game for the first time, right? And there's no way as a hardcore character that you would get yourself to the final boss and make the mistakes that this dude was doing. Yeah, Elon's maps. Exactly, stuff like that. There's just things that you wouldn't do because, like, to be where he was at that high a level, you are fucking, like, elite at this game. You are elite at this game at this point. You understand what the fuck is going on, right? Level 97, exactly. So, these content creators called it out. Asmongold reacted to a video of it. Elon Musk did not, Elon Musk did not, fuck. Hold on. I had to fucking take care of that. Fucking weirdo. Anyway. So Elon Musk didn't take kindly to that. And he ran over to fucking Twitter and he took away and he started talking shit to a bunch of other started talking a bunch of shit in people's like comments about the whole like Elon Musk faking it shit like that, right? And he's like talking to like who was it? Oh, here he goes. Ian Miles Chong. And he says you shouldn't have to justify yourself to these people, but it's nice to know that you've gotten receipts to prove your gaming credentials. I'm on hundreds of streams on YouTube, Twitch, playing live with the world's best players. No other way to say this, but while Asmongold is good at caustic commentary and making fun of people, he is not good at video games. So now he starts acting like quite literally a 13-year-old child on the internet, whining because he got absolutely fucking called out. And as a result, then he goes and Elon Musk says Asmongold behaves like a maverick independent. But in reality, he has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. So then he shares DMs that he had with Elon Musk, where Elon Musk says he's controlled, and he says, I'm going to see if my editors might make a second account, might make a second account for it even. Not sure what it was. And he says, sure. Who are these mysterious editors? So he was like trying to trap Asmongold in a conversation about like probably like trying to like stream on X or whatever it is, right? And he says, who are your mysterious editors? And he says, two guys at Daily Dose of Asmongold and Cat Danny are you. They basically run the entire YouTube account, LOL. So basically any content that I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they make the YouTube. And he says, interesting. So Elon Musk in his insanely, yeah, and by the way, this is against TOS. You're not allowed, like, it's Twitter TOS to not share people's DMs between other people. So he breaks his own terms of services, which is just an absolute fucking slam dunk. Beautiful, fucking absolutely poetic. And then on top of that, he alludes that editors, the people who edit videos for Asmongold, are the people that control him. Because he doesn't understand what YouTube editors are. And then all of a sudden, like, there's this whole like Russian like collaborator storyline that comes up with all of the like the conspiracy theorists where they're talking about like Cat Danny, and I'm like, bro, like Cat. And it's so funny because these people have like no fucking idea who fucking Cat Danny even is to begin with. They think because he lives in like Moscow or something like that, right? Cat Danny has like watched Asmongold since before Asmongold ever blew up. And when Asmongold streams were starting to do really well on Twitch many years ago, Cat Danny was uploading Asmongold streams straight up, like VOD for VOD, straight to YouTube, and just farming Asmongold for money. And then when Asmon found out about it and saw that it was making money, he then hired Cat Danny to be his editor and continue to run the channel, but, you know, do all of this shit. but like he's such a petty bitch. Dude, it's the most like embarrassing, emasculating, I guess probably a better way to say it. Like it's just the most like bitch made shit I have seen fucking ever. Like, I hope, I pray that for a bunch of gamers, this totally, like, you just revoked, like, homie just revoked his based card. Just revoked his based card. But, like, why? I don't fucking know, because here's the thing. You want to know why people do this kind of stuff? It's because their egos are fucking fragile. Like, I'm sorry, if you guys haven't figured out that Elon Musk has a fragile ego, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, he's literally the most like sensitive, he's the richest and the most sensitive man on earth at the exact same time. I don't have anything to say about his businesses. I could give a fuck less. A lot of people want to have opinions about Elon Musk. I have none. I literally have no opinion on the guy outside of this interaction right here, which is the most pathetic thing that I've ever seen in my life. I'm somebody that's like, I'm very like apolitical in a lot of situations, especially when it comes to like millionaires and all that kind of shit. Like, I just don't really give a fuck. Like, people are like, oh, I hate Elon Musk. You ruined Twitter. I hate Elon Musk. I don't pay attention to Elon Musk. He's not even on my fucking radar. I just don't pay attention to these kind of things or these kind of people, to be honest with you. But outside of that, I'll talk about shit like this, and this is just the goofiest shit that I've ever fucking seen. It's just the goofiest shit I've ever seen. What are you talking about? Elon is obviously the best at everything he touches and has infinite time to grind everything too. That's the other thing that I didn't really that's what I don't understand. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, if you're running like 4 companies, right? He has Boring, SpaceX, Tesla, and what's the other one? There's the one that's working on Neuralink, right? I forgot what the Neuralink one is called. Maybe it's just called Neuralink. He's got like 4 companies plus X, right? So 5. Yeah, he has like 5 companies that he's running. And he's also farming Diablo 4 17 hours a day and playing Path of Exile 16 hours a day. I mean, I would imagine though, like realistically, chances are, like once you've hit the and he also has time to tweet. Good point. And has 10 plus kids. I think what it is that like once you've reached a like level of wealth, that your actual like functional time working doesn't really exist in the same like in the same way, if that makes any sense. And he's planning Doge. I forgot about that. And he's gonna work for a government thing. Like, how do you find the time in the day? Honestly, he is a bastion of like human excellence and commitment. AI? You think it's all Grok? It's just Grok running all these companies now? Is that what his aim is? That's kind of 5-head, actually. Outsourcing? Southeast Asia? Executive positions are often part-time gigs. Yeah, they usually are for the most part. If you're on a board of directors or you're a CEO or something like that, yeah, it's not a 40 hours a week kind of fucking gig. And in a lot of cases, you're not even actually at the company or at an office or anything like that unless it's actually called for. A lot of businesses, the bigger they get, a lot of businesses, the bigger they get, the more self-efficient they become, right? That's why you have managers and creatives and people like that run everything. Even Grok knows Elon cheated. Asman asked it in one of his videos. It was hilarious. That's funny. Elon hired a bunch of H-1B visas to run his stuff. That's why he's so adamant about supporting H-1B. Yeah, he's just supporting it because he wants low wage workers. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with actual talent. He just wants to hire in people from other countries because it's cheaper, because he can get them at a lower rate, because he doesn't have to pay them whatever the fucking, you know, what the standard rate in the U.S. is. And the minute that they get lippy about it, you can just get rid of him and find somebody else, right? What if he actually was running his companies because he's too busy grinding PoE? That would make a lot of sense. It would be really funny if he came out and said, hey guys, I'm really sorry. Like, the reason why the SpaceX rocket exploded was specifically because of the fact that I've been up for the last like 5 weeks playing Path of Exile. And I've done nothing other than playing Path of Exile. That would be fucking great. That would be fucking great. We're not going to Mars today because I've been running maps. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. The reason why the fucking new Tesla is not going to come out or whatever is because I need to spend the next few days playing Path of Exile. They just did a recent patch, and I think I'm finally going to be able to, you know, kill the final boss. Guys, you got to understand, I just got a god roll yesterday, so I really need to see how it's going to affect my build. I'm going to try to like mess around with some stuff. I still need to, there's so many things that I need to do in Path of Exile. It's not even crazy. Elon has his quirks. Nobody should expect him to be like other people. Nobody should expect anybody to be like other people. But like this right here specifically, shit like this says a lot about your character. It says a lot about your priorities too. Like, he is very much worried about what the public thinks of him. Very much. Like, he needs everybody to like him and think he's cool and think he's skilled in, like, some of the most, like, pathetic ways I've seen. Like, I don't give a fuck if people think I'm good at video games. Fuck, I'm the first one that'll say it. There was some, like, goober that was in, like, one of my like, Marvel Rivals videos that were like, dude, you're fucking trash, or whatever it is. Like, I'm not bad. I'm okay. I'm not fucking fantastic either. But, like, I'll be the first one to say that, and I'll say it in a video. Like, I'm not good at these games. I'm fucking average. I just like playing them. I don't know, the majority of the richest people / property owners in my town are H-1B visa because there isn't a lot of qualified people locally. H-1B doesn't automatically mean cheap labor. Hold on, the majority of the richest people / property owners are H-1B visas. Where are they coming with all this money then? That feels like it kind of, that feels like it I don't understand the correlation here. H-1B, because there's not a lot of qualified people locally. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that in a lot of cases, if people want to know like what my opinion is on like something like immigration, like an H-1B, I'll be real. Like I think that like the U.S. is definitely always a place that people are going to want to go because it's such a melting pot and there's so many opportunities here. But at the exact same time, the country has done nothing to like really improve the education for its own citizens to make sure that they're in the position to be able to like take some of those jobs, right? And also at the exact same time, like I'm just not really big on like a lot of these like H-1B programs and stuff because I think in a lot of cases what it does is it just ends up putting a drain on the talent and skill of other countries and funnels all of that talent and skill out of that country and basically allows those countries to stay in a worse state as a result of it, right? So like I think in a lot of cases, like the people that end up coming to the US that come to work here and end up being successful and they're good doctors or scientists or engineers or technicians, whatever it is, whatever jobs they take, you know, they bring that talent here, and as a result there's less of that talent in their home country, and their home country just sits there spinning its wheels. Like the conditions of their country never get better, specifically because of the fact that we are draining all that talent from those countries to begin with. Brain drain. Yeah. I think it's really bad, man. I think it's really bad. I mean, like the thing is, like the same thing goes if you talk about like illegal immigration as well, because I look at like a lot of the, like for the U.S. and like a lot of like Mexican folk that'll come up to the U.S. and a lot of the people that come to the U.S. are fucking hardworking motherfuckers, and it's sad that like their government can't really do anything to be able to like actually make, you know, properly utilize those kind of like those people there. Even though Canada has a much higher rate of entrepreneurship, 80% of our talent goes to the US. Yeah, that probably has more to do with taxes, I would imagine. Because I know like Canadians pay like an insane amount of taxes. Hopefully the new prime minister for them is gonna help it, like change things over there. Didn't the fucking dude that everybody thinks is base, didn't he get picked up? Okay, so did Polivier get in? I don't know how to say his name. Polivier? Pierre is the bomb and the best thing for Canada. I hope he wins. Okay, so they haven't had their elections yet. I personally really hope for Polivier. It's a huge power play. Polyev? Oh, Polyev. Okay. Trudeau is still prime minister, but he's like stepping out, right? I think that Canada's probably gonna vote for Pierre, to be honest with you. The country's been headed down like a really weird path for a while, and there's probably gonna be a lot of people that what the fuck is that? EM. This is so good, dude. I'm stubborn. This dude's remixes are fucking sick, man. What the fuck? We really don't have a government right now, sorta. Yeah. He stepped down. Yeah, that's what I thought. The party is in lead. The Liberal Party, but Justin isn't the prime minister now. Oh, okay. Calling him by his first name now. Bro. Basically, I was seeing... Oh, anti-Semitism and Trudeau allowed it to run rampant. Yeah, I don't really know too much about Canada. The only time, like, I've been to Canada a few times, and one of the times that I went there, I said something about... I don't even know what it was. I was, like, randomly talking about something in a fucking restaurant with a friend of mine, and he was like, dude, you can't say that. I'm like, why? Why can't I say that? He's like, because you can get fined or you can go to jail. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, freedom of speech isn't in Canada, dude. I'm like, oh. What? I don't understand. How does that not work? I'm not allowed to say things? What? Legally, I'm not allowed to... I don't understand how that even works. Yeah, you and the USA are the only country that have 100% freedom of speech on the planet. Never take that for granted. You know what? I would guarantee that likely has a correlation as to why entertainers in the US tend to be the most popular. I never really thought about it from that perspective, but I would almost guarantee that there's probably some type of that it's related. Like American freedom of speech, like the ability to just say fucking whatever and talk about whatever, likely makes it not only more entertaining, but like you're more likely to find people that you agree with because they might even have things that they talk about that you're not allowed to say or something like that, if that makes any sense. What are you listening to right now? I couldn't catch the name. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I got you, brother. It is A Tension on YouTube. I'll share it. That fucking last remix. Is it the Marvel one? Yeah, this one fucking goes hard, dude. I'm gonna share this to you guys. This is so good. Give this guy a sub. His remixes are fucking sick. Canada also now has only compelled speech law in the entire English-speaking world. What is compelled speech? It's the reason why comedians across the world come to the U.S. Ooh, yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. The Azaro remix is among his best, including the voice lines. Is that the one that is the Azaro one the I think that's the one where he actually that was earlier on. Isn't the Azaro one where it's like the intro for like the characters? I think it's the intro for the characters, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I think it's that's what I think. I think it's the Dominus voice lines where he's like, "Witch." Canadian compelled speech is the entire thing Jordan Peterson platformed about himself. Oh yeah, Jordan. That's the reason why Jordan Peterson hangs out in the fucking U.S. most of the time. What is this now?
I won't be playing hardcore WoW and stream. I won't be playing hardcore WoW and stream again. I don't give a shit about any of this stuff anymore. If you came here to like talk about it, or you want to do the thing, you think it's part of a soap opera or a bit. It's not part of a bit. I'm not gonna play, and I'm just gonna go do other stuff, and that's it. Yeah, I'm not gonna make my own guild. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. I'm out. Yeah, not interested.
It's the best thing to do. It's the best thing for him to do. There's no fucking reason to like sit around and like keep playing a game that like he already got kicked out of like the guild that he was in and all that stuff and whatnot. But I mean, I think it's like best to keep in mind that like, you know, here's the thing. You joined a guild that is a soap opera. Like the whole like OnlyFans thing and Fangsley or whatever, like that's what it is. It's a streamer drama club. That's the reason why people watch it in the first place. They don't care about the gameplay. It's World of Warcraft. It's fucking 30 years old. Nobody gives a shit about the gameplay. They're there for the drama. They're there for the infighting and for the arguing and for things going wrong and people losing their characters and being able to blame everybody, you know, being able to blame it on somebody else and then turn it into all that kind of stuff. Soda art line or soda opera. Basically, yeah. It's bro, like I remember when they first started doing it, like their first time around with it, and like Soda Poppin had his whole like he had his whole like presentation that he had given where he was like talking to everybody about it, and he's like, you know, where he's like talking to everybody about it. He's like, if this is what you're gonna do, and you know, you're gonna be playing, you know, this many hours, this, like, you know, it's funny, dude. It's just funny shit. But like, you have to keep in mind that like, I just personality wise, I don't think that like Thor really lines up to that kind of stuff. And you have people that have been wanting to not like that. Like, people want a reason to not like somebody. So the minute that they finally have the opportunity to not like somebody and feel that their choice to not watch someone or not like them can be justified, they will latch on to it immediately. And this was the perfect opportunity where Thor wasn't really necessarily in the wrong, but he could have helped as well. I think it is what it is. Like, you could go either way and say like, yeah, you could just escape like you did. Or you could have, you know, tried to actually do something to be able to save people, but it, you know, you weren't really interested in that. You just wanted to fucking survive more than anything else. And then when people call it out and say, well, you could have helped, and he's like, well, no, I couldn't have. They were the ones that screwed up. And then now I'm going to be like, you know, now I'm going to talk the way that I do with absolute authority. people aren't gonna like it, and it caused too much like, the thing is that like drama can be fun and cool, but the problem is when drama actually like starts to spill over into actual animosity, that's where it gets toxic. And I would imagine the reason why Soda Poppin got rid of him out of the guild was specifically because of the fact that he saw that it was more or less a danger. It's a danger to Pirate more than anything else. It's just not going to help anything. Keeping him there isn't going to make the people that don't like him more or get over him being there. They're just going to continue to not like him. The best thing for him to do and for everybody else is just to get the fuck out of it. Yeah, just get out of it. Let Thor go back to being with his own community, within his own bubble, and not crossing over with any of these like general content creators, because like that's just where he needs to be honest with you. I think that there's like, and you know, the best reason I can give as to why it's a good thing for him to just get out of it entirely is the exact same reason that he also got into drama, because he had talked to Asmongold. Thor has a community in which it is so isolated and so like it's so like around him that if he interacts with other like streamers on the platform in any meaningful way, he's going to get pushback, because the funny thing is that it's actually his community that doesn't mix well with others, not the other way around. Like Asmongold's community, they're all over in mine. They're all over the place. They're in my fucking live streams. They're watching the videos. They're fucking commenting and shit I say on fucking Reddit and Twitter. And they're no fucking problem at all. No problem at all. I think that look at how his community took to the little fucking the little VTuber cat girl that barely spoke English that called him Asmon Papa. They massively supported her, gave her subs, skyrocketed her, and gave her a career, basically. Like, his community, the funny thing is, as much as people want to talk about how shitty the Asmongold community is, they do the best, the absolute best, at melding with other communities in a way that I don't think a lot of other streamers have. I think that even though, like, he'll joke around and talk about, like, how his community is just a bunch of fucking, you know, old dudes in their 30s and they all think the same kind of way, I think there's enough diversity within his community that it does a really good job at crossing over with others. You don't really see like a lot of like the brigading that people think is going to come and happen. Final Fantasy XIV is a great example of this. I remember how many people were complaining about how Asmongold coming to Final Fantasy XIV was going to fucking ruin it. It's going to be the worst game ever. All people are going to do is complain about it. It's just, the servers are going to suck. Everything is just going to be so fucking terrible. And what did it do? Instead, it ended up being one of the most hype, one of the most positive, and one of the most popular periods in Final Fantasy XIV's history. Like, Final Fantasy XIV content creation fucking popped off. Streamers did really well. The content on YouTube was doing really well. The community was growing and people were really positive about it. They had just in general, like, positivity around that game exploded. There was no like the toxic fan base have come in and just ruined Final Fantasy. No, it never fucking happened. And a lot of those players ended up sticking around and continuing to play the game to begin with. And in a lot of cases, there are people that are out there that saw Asmongold as that guy that was the final seal to break for them to be able to go and try and give another MMORPG a shot after years of being, you know, beaten by World of Warcraft. You know, they're like, well, if he's going to do it, I can do it. Or maybe they watched his experience and then they gave it a shot. I think that's what happens for a lot of folks. That happened with me in Warframe. There's a ton of people in this community that never played Warframe that watched me play it and were like, I'm going to play it now. All right, that's it. I'm going to give it a shot. And then they love it. They get fucking inundated into it and they become addicted to it. I think a lot of people hate asthma. I know. A lot of people hate asthma. I think a lot of people hate Asmongold and Pirate both simply because of how they talk rather than what they're saying. People are focused on the way people talk about things. People do not like people that talk with absolute authority because they have issues with self-confidence. There's like issues with self-confidence, but there's also I think there's also like a rebellious streak that's in there as well. Nah, I just hate Pirate's mindset. There's certain things that I agree with him on, but I think like in a lot of cases he takes the, like, he's a game developer. So I think that there's a hint of that, like there's certain things that I hear him talk about in a way that I'm just like, you definitely do not see this from the player or from the customer's perspective, and that's a critical flaw from my perspective, at least as a game developer, but to each their own. Stop killing games. Yeah, we talked about that earlier in it. I almost made a video refuting his discussion on stop killing games because it fucking pissed me off so much. It was like the most frustrating thing, specifically because the fact that like I viewed him as like somebody that like, well, I get that you're disagreeing with this guy and you don't like the way that he's like formulating his arguments, but instead of like helping to like reform the discussion or turn it in the right direction or help people that don't know how to voice their concerns voice them properly, you'd rather just shit all over it and then call him like a disgusting person and like attack his character. And I'm like, that's just fucking bullshit, dude. That's just bullshit. That was like the weirdest thing. And like the thing is that like I had actually really liked Pirate Software. Like I enjoyed a good deal of his content before then. And then when he did that, I was just like, okay, I'm fucking good, dog. And I put him on, I you know, put his channel on block. I didn't really want to watch it anymore. His take on the two body type things is a bad argument as well. Yeah. I think it's just again, it's a disconnection between like what I'm just saying. It's just like it's a game developer perspective versus a game player perspective. I think they're two completely different things, and they always will be. And like I think the true strength in a good game developer is finding the balance.
It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Raycast has ever seen.
People getting attached to emotional drama is weird. Yeah, I mean, well, that's fucking online. That's just like online people in general, man. That's just what they do.
Raycast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yes, welcome to King's March.
Hey, looks. Okay. I like how it's like, I don't understand how you could look at the gameplay and not think this is going to be like the greatest game ever. We're almost a minute in and there hasn't even been any gameplay. This is so like nonsensical. What the fuck am I watching? How can you, like, we're a minute and a half in and I haven't seen any fucking gameplay. What the fuck? Like, Gonna be Assassin's Creed game. Gonna be the first Assassin's Creed game I play on PC. I can't wait for this. I'm telling you, people are fucking paid, dog. But like, where's the fucking gameplay? Like, I saw like, oh, here's the map. Look at me zoom in on this guy's face. Look at me on a boat. Like, none of it's like cohesive. It's just all over the fucking place. Watch, this isn't going to show any gameplay. They were just riding on a horse. They're going to look at this side here, and it's going to immediately cut to something else. Oh, look, I get to follow a line. I mean, the environments look nice. Dude, this game is going to be so fucking bloated. It's going to be so bloated with so much bullshit. Is that spelled right? Yeah, nonsensical. No. There you go. There's my take. You think this tweet was no. Synth potato is a is not a no. Like how do I want to say this? My brain sometimes when I'm writing things doesn't really go out to the known 4 minutes of, I'll just say this. 4 minutes of random scenes with no actual Four minutes of random scenes, UI, and zero actual gameplay is supposed to get people excited. That's what I want to say. Yeah, there's no combat. Just zero combat, no conversation, no voice acting, no nothing. Look, I'm standing on a building. How could you guys not be excited for this? Look at me. I'm interacting with this random object, but then my character doesn't have any animation. How are you not excited for this? Look at this. I drew a bird. I did a cutscene of drawing a crane. How are you guys not excited for this? I don't even know what to say. Don't even know what to say. It didn't even have movement. Yeah, I know. It just kept like switching. Also, on top of that, like, how the fuck do you how do you have a game like Ghost of Tsushima come out where you have like the really sick way that they do like the no UI like directional stuff with like the wind, so you can like follow the wind to objectives, and then you just go back to like basically it was the same movement, it's the same like location tracking as Dead Space, where you just like drop a line and then you just follow the line to your objective. So weird, dude. It's the adventure line from Stanley Parable. It's the adventure line. I like that. I like that. Oh, yeah. People are crying about this. So, like, here's my... what's the resolution on a fucking Steam Deck? Isn't a Steam Deck 720p? What kind of resolution do people think that they're going to get on a handheld? And how much power do you think they can put on a handheld? It's not 12K. Shut the fuck up. All they had to do was make Ghost of Tsushima, but as ninjas and assassins. True, yeah. 800p. I'd expect 1080p. Yeah. So the Switch 2 announcement, right? All right, let's look at it. Oh god. Okay. So it's probably going to be the screen size of like the of the Steam Deck. Rounding it off a little bit, making it a little bit less boxy. Okay. I will never forgive Steam for putting the charging port on the top of the fucking handheld. I will never forgive. I'm happy that this one's on the bottom. Didn't the Switch have a pop out on the back? I thought it did. Maybe it was just the case that I had for mine. I got rid of my Switch last year because I knew they were going to be announcing a Steam or they're going to be releasing a Switch the year after. So I was just like, I'll just get rid of it now. Okay. Oh, so there's actually controls on the inside. That's interesting. Oh, okay. I like that. Bumpers are on the inside. Controllers look nice. Controllers look nice. I like the look. Okay. Switch 2. So they finally are doing they're sticking with the Switch. I think that's good. I mean, like, I feel like they've kind of like found their home when it comes to this console and like the future of this of like the Nintendo brand. I saw some people that were pissed off that it's called the Switch 2 because they thought it was going to be like a new cool name or whatever it is. I think Nintendo Switch is really catchy. And I think sticking with the like Switch like is probably just going to be the best thing for them to do. What matters is the user experience in the game library. Yeah. Which I'm sure it's going to be backwards compatible with everything that was on Switch, right? I mean, that's substantially bigger, by the way. like substantially larger than the original Switch. It's about the size of a Steam Deck, it looks like. Probably going to be a little bit lighter too, because like the frame looked really good. Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch. Oh, it's going to be, so it is backwards compatible. So you can use any game on Switch on the Switch 2. Okay, that's really good to know. Don't start out over if your product's already well known. I mean, no matter what Nintendo does, they're going to be known, right? Like it's the Switch. So like a couple things that I've seen, like a couple people discussing a few things about the Switch 2. One of the things that I had seen where people were worried about this specifically. Any specs yet? It looks like it's probably gonna have the power of like a PlayStation 4, and it's going to have like the power of like a PlayStation 4, and it's gonna be 1080p. And here's the thing. I think that in a lot of cases, like people are gonna get fucking twisted. I don't understand this. I'll be honest with you. You know who gets pissed off about it? PlayStation and Xbox Andes. PlayStation and Xbox Andes are the ones that get twisted over the fact that that the Switch isn't gonna be like 4K, even though the people that are playing on PlayStation and Xbox don't even get 4K on their games anyway. But we're not gonna fucking talk about that. I mean, they can if they want to play the game at 2 FPS. I'll be honest with you, like it's a handheld, okay? The Steam Deck is great, but the Steam Deck can't even really play most modern games. It even plays most of those like fucking ass. Like they don't look good. Like I mean, like there's a massive difference between playing like Baldur's Gate 3 on a console or on a PC and then playing it on the fucking handheld. It runs well, it looks decent, but it's not fucking great. You know what I mean? Like you're just not going to get that kind of power out of a handheld. And to be honest with you, barely anybody plays at 1440. I play at 2K. I like 25 was it 2560? I forgot what it is. I don't really fuck with 4K. I don't really like 4K monitors. The kind of games that Nintendo makes do not require them to make a console that is like super high powered. Like they are about kids, convenience, and relatively like the funny thing is people want to understand why Nintendo is such a rich company. It's because they're saving money on hardware, because they're not trying to do anything overly ambitious when it comes to their hardware. They don't take risks on hardware at all. They just go for something that is realistic and reliable, and that's all they do. And Nintendo has done that for fucking ever. What is the least reliable piece of Nintendo hardware that I can think of from the top of my head is the Virtual Boy. And even that motherfucker will still work. They did call the Wii. The Wii was a great console. N64 was probably the most cutting edge release. That's when they were like ahead of the game. Yeah, I was about to like the Wii was great. The Wii was insanely popular. And it held up well. Still holds up well. Best hardware at the time was the Wii U, but it flopped. That one was a bit of a stretch. But you get what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the sales or success. I'm talking about the reliability. Like, Nintendo has always made incredibly reliable hardware that never outstretched whatever their expectations for it were. Like, they wouldn't reach too far outside of themselves to make anything. And that's like, you have to do that. And that's one of the reasons why the company has stayed so successful for so long, is because they make good, reliable hardware, and they make games that also, in a lot of cases, don't really push it too far as well. I will say that, like, without a fucking doubt, they held on to the Switch for too long. I think Pokemon is probably the best example of that, because like Pokemon, there's like another game too that ran like absolute ass on there. Tears of the Kingdom was kind of, yeah. I mean, it's crazy how well they pulled it off on that console, but it still wasn't like that great. it was definitely better if you emulated it, but I didn't do that, and I don't know anybody else that did either. So yeah. Bayonetta, yeah. They definitely reached their limit on the Switch. That's why you've seen them like kind of like dial back in 2024. They didn't really release any like big bangers. And like 2023, I think was like, it was pretty good, right? But I think next year they're gonna drop bombs, like legit. I think next year, I think we're probably gonna see Star Fox. I think we could see Star Fox. I think it's realistically. Pokemon itself was terribly optimized too. It was just a garbage game to begin with. Just a garbage game to begin with. Limitation breeds creativity, and oh boy, the Switch has a lot of it. Yeah, yeah. Nintendo is the only company that can do sequels forever. Yeah. That's just the nature of their IPs. Nintendo has created some of the most stalwart IPs in gaming history. Mario, never going anywhere. Pokemon, never going anywhere. Zelda, not going anywhere. They have the strongest IPs in all of gaming. They're like fucking Infinity Rings. Or Infinity Stones. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 working. I've never played a Xenoblade game. I need to when I actually get the Switch. When I get the Switch 2. Pokemon never goes anywhere because they refuse to innovate. No, it doesn't really matter though. That's kind of the point. They don't like. The thing is that like the essence of the brand itself, the essence of the IP is so strong that even like relatively like mid-grade products don't really fucking matter because they can automatically just come out with something else that will basically subsume whatever bad content they made. Does that make any sense? So like they can release a shit Pokemon game. How many people are talking about that shit Pokemon game versus how many people are talking about the Pokemon trading card game for the phone or the trading cards? Like even if they release something bad, they can quickly cover it up with other Pokemon products that they release within a year because one of them all they need is for one of them to hit. That's it. The brand has such staying power, it's fucking unreal. And keep in mind, Pokemon is literally the biggest entertainment property and IP in the entire world. It's not even close. Some people will be like, Marvel? No. Pokemon's bigger than McDonald's. When civilization is gone, the Pokemon will remain. Bigger than Dragon Ball? Yes, it's the biggest. It's literally. What is the biggest franchise in the world? Biggest entertainment franchise. It's bigger than fucking anything. It's massive. It's fucking it's unreal. $98 billion total revenue estimated. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Pokemon is causing chaos in Costco. Dude, so like the I saw some stuff on. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Oh shit, he fucking elbowed that guy.
That's why you make it 2 each.
Like he's like, get off of me, and the guy like looks at him. He's like, no, give it to me. Robert, get out of the way. Robert, no. They're like cutting each other in line, pushing people out of the way. They're all rushing like a little herd to go get the Pokemon cards. And the funny thing is you got like a kid right here in the back that he just actually just wants to open Pokemon cards. The rest of these are grown-ass fucking adults that want to pick up the boxes and then sell them on like, sell them online afterwards. It's all scalpers. It's all scalpers. Like they're knocking over fucking TVs and other products. Híjole. A la verga.
Oh my God,
Fuck. No. These motherfuckers here going crazy. Fuck, dude. Look at these guys. Guys. Guys.
Is there a limit?
Poke Chaos, I know. It's like Beanie Babies. It's like the same thing over again, man. Nah, this is fucked up, dude. Look at these fools, dude. Pallet gone, dude. Less than 30 seconds, entire pallet gone. How the fuck do they even know when this shit's even gonna show up? Just trying to buy some prismatic evolutions on Pokemon Center. Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Violet, prismatic evolutions, Pokemon Center Elite Trainer Box. Fuck you. Limit of 2 per member. And I guess this comes with like with some packs and some other stuff. Limit 1 per customer, LCS with bigger prices than the scalpers. Yeah, of course, like this is what's gonna fucking happen. So like if you guys don't know what's actually going on with this, it's kind of fucking wild. Sucker punched a toddler for some MSRP prismatic evolutions. Base, dude. Fucking base. So the same thing is actually going on with Magic the Gathering right now and Yu-Gi-Oh! Both. So essentially what's going on is basically ever since like 2022 or something like that, or 2020 probably, like back during the vid is really when people got into it. But like trading card franchises started to get more popular because being a nerd is back in style and now everybody thinks it's cool, so people are picking up on nerd habits and nerd hobbies, and they're like leaning into them because it's like it's the next thing, right? So like there's part of that, but then there's also this is really good. Grand says NFT is exactly what it is. So you have people that think this is the new NFT and they see the value of Pokemon cards that are like skyrocketing and like, bro, look how much Charizards are worth. Look how much a Black Lotus is worth. Look how much a Ristic Study is worth or something like that, right? And they see these like insane prices that some of these cards are selling for later. So they're trying to get in on the ground floor of the stuff now. So then that way they can hold on to that product and hopefully sell it at a later date and make more money. And now what's happening is that it's a few different things. One, it is it's false scarcity. It's not actually like the product isn't actually scarce. What it is that the card makers aren't making enough product that the hobbyists can even get access to it in the first place. And as a result, the only people that are getting it are the people that are willing to pay the most for it or get it early. And those people are scalpers. They're people that are buying it for resale. They're not buying it to be able to open it for themselves. Artificial scarcity. Yeah, that's what it is. So there's artificial scarcity that's brought on by the fact that they're not actually making enough of it. And here's the thing is that, like, they're going to make more product, but why would you? Because they're gonna sell wholesale, but they get to sell out all the fucking product immediately, because they know the minute that they print it, it's gonna get sold. So you don't want to print too much, because if you print too much, then not everybody's gonna buy it. Supply and demand, right? So you keep the demand as high as you can, and then what you do is that you keep your supply just below demand, just enough that there's this constant need in the market that you're not fulfilling, so that you can make sure that you never go over that supply, or over that demand, because the minute you go over the demand is the minute that the prices come down and people stop buying a ton of it. But our cardboard, I know. Believe me, yet the funny thing is that like, I wanted to buy Innistrad Remastered. Collector boosters are fucking almost $300 already. Most places, look at this, $369 for a collector booster box. $334 for a collector booster box. Bro, Innistrad Remastered is fucking mid. It's not even that cool. How much is Foundation? $419. $274 for Japan and figures. This must be Japanese. Yeah, $369 on Amazon. Oh, that's Wilds of Eldraine. That's crazy. I bought $379 on TCG Player. Unfucking real. I bought 2 boxes of Foundations before its release, of collector booster boxes. I bought 2 collector booster boxes before it came out, and I think I got them for $250. And I ripped those bitches open, and I got exactly what I was looking for. And then I didn't buy any more. I like opening product. I like opening cards. I like collecting cards. Collecting cards is fun, and then using those cards and playing the game is also what I like to do. Right? Like, I play, like, yeah, like, I like playing the game, so I like to open packs to get the cards to play the game. That's why I like doing it. You like gambling? Well, I mean, gambling is the idea that you're going to get value that you're going to be using and selling those cards for later. I don't really need, I'm not, like, if they retain value and I can sell it at, like, you know, down the road or whatever, sure, fucking cool, dude. But, like, outside of that, I'm not really worried about it. Would Pokemon NFTs pop off at this point? No, because they, like, cards are physical. People want something physical. PoE trade market is gambling? Well, I do love PoE. And I love PoE from gambling. Like, most of my currency, like, does not stay around for very long, because I'm like, oh, what is this? A fucking expert fucking white base? For, like, yeah, let's just fucking... I'll put in, like, I'll put, like, I'll, you know, do my first couple of crafts, and I'm like, I mean, this is salvageable. It could be good. I just need both of my Exile that I put into it to go into the right places. Do they? No. Not ever. Never. Costco should have planned better for this drop. It's not Costco. Costco doesn't have anything to do with it. The issue that's going on right now, and by the way, this is not like right now, this is Pokemon, and Pokemon's cheaper, by the way. Pokemon's cheaper than Magic the Gathering. Magic's fucking premium, okay? Because it's an adult card game, right? That's adult cardboard, all right? Even though they've taken all the adult themes out of the game because I don't really know. I don't really know. I don't know why, to be honest. No idea. Fucking crazy. Look at these motherfuckers. I hit the gold mine. I found 151 at Costco and bought all of it. The entire pallet. Don't worry though. I needed this for my master set. I won't be reselling any of it. If your kids need some Pokemon cards, I recommend going to GameStop and buying Shrouded Fable. Don't worry, I'm not reselling any of it. What a fucking prick. No shit. No shit, dude. I do agree with chat though. I like Costco should be like, they should be limiting how much people can purchase because it's so fucked up that like, you know, here's this dude that just literally buys all of it and then makes a castle out of it at his house. And like all these people are doing is just like holding on to the shit. 4 of the Costco tins, 4 Pokemon. Yes, 340 sounds good. I'll see you there in 10. I'll be in my red Acura. Oh, there are people selling it in the parking lot. So now you have employees of Costco that are buying the stuff and they're selling it for a premium out of their trunk in the parking lot. It's fucking elite. That's elite, dude. They should announce a new batch of Pokemon cards at a fake Costco storefront and leads them right into a pit filled with malnourished lions. Crackhead behavior. Well, you got to think like these fucking morons all think this is how they're going to get rich. And the reason why, and this is a 2-part issue, and it's because it's because the fucking content on YouTube is ripping. And here's the thing is that like these guys like PokeRev, like this dude's actually kind of cool. I've watched a couple of his like his openings and stuff like that. But like here's the thing. Like they're creating this. Like I watched his video talking about how the Pokemon card hobby is in like a isn't a seriously bad place. It's a really interesting topic across the board. But the thing is that like the content creator community definitely, without a doubt, has an effect on the hobby. Because you have to think about it from this perspective. A lot of these kids want to get into being content creators. A lot of these grown men want to get like look at the guys that are the one, like, is this the guy that you would think like look at the fucking like people want to make the money, baby, and they think this is going to be their route to do it. This happens in Path of Exile 2, by the way. Before patch, everyone thinks the original sin is going to go up in price. The item goes up to 3 to 70 div in hours. Wow. After the patch drop, the item didn't update. You need 3 to 1 to get a new mod, and it's only 10 div now. I didn't know about that. Yeah, I mean, you'll see shit like that. But I mean, like, some of it's like, but the biggest issue is that like it's the card companies that are the ones that really perpetuate this. Like, they just have to make more product. They have to make more product. And but they still have to find the sweet spot, right? Because they don't want to make too much, and then all of a sudden, you know, like, yeah, at one point they have to figure out whether they don't fucking care, honestly. The funny thing is, like, you'll hear some people that'll talk about it. They say, well, they need to save the hobby. They need to save the hobby because like the young kids are not going to be able to play the game. They're not going to be able to play the game. They're not going to be able to, you know, get in and actually like learn how to play. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really think Pokemon Company gives a fuck about it. I don't think Pokemon Company gives a fuck whether or not people are playing the game. They care about whether they're buying the product and making the money. That's it. Printing looks cool though. I always really like cards that have I like textured cards that like have a feel to the front of them. Pretty cool looking though. It's like a stained glass pattern on the Pokemon, and then they're like, I guess these are like the elemental gems above its head or whatever. Cool looking card. They only care about profits? Yeah. They don't care about anything. Yeah, there's really nothing you can really do about it, to be honest with you. Bakari proclaims pirate software the most insecure man on the internet.
This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early...
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Karui.
I think we might have found the most insecure man on the internet. Like, actually. I thought it was a joke, but... he seriously might actually be the most insecure man on the internet. It's either him or Elon, I'm not sure which. I didn't think I'd ever find someone more delusional than me. Yes.
I fucking love Lucari. I fucking love Lucari, dude. Shots fired, what a time to be alive. Man. Yeah, I don't even know. It's so weird, dude. What a day to be alive, man. What a day. Oh, no, not the tunes, dog. No, not the tunes. Where'd it go?
When disco is picking
No, shut the fuck up. That's not what I wanted. Don't do this to me right now, okay? There we go. There we go. All right, we're back on track. Truly a week where decades happen. Truly. Did you play Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode? Yeah, it's actually still on YouTube. My full playthrough. I beat it on Honor Mode. Are you guys ready to see my Path of Exile progress? Have you played Warframe 1999? Yeah, we played through Warframe. I didn't get like the full completion stuff, like the stuff that you have to do afterwards. I haven't done that yet. I gotta play more. You guys ready to see my progress in Path of Exile? A lot has happened, actually. I've played a lot of Path of Exile. A lot of it. All right, I'm gonna show you guys what's up. I'm gonna show you guys how much of a gamer I've been. Oh, are you guys okay with me streaming like this? Like forehead stream? Do you guys like forehead stream? This is when you know I'm gonna be like a super sweaty gamer. You know? This is about right. This should probably work, maybe. Okay. So remember I started playing as a witch, and then I was like, I want to try out some other classes. I played a little bit of ranger. Warrior is fucking ass. I gave up on level 3. But I have been absolutely fucking hooked on monk, baby. I've been hooked on monk. Monk has basically taken all of my productivity over the last couple of weeks, and I've barely been able to fucking enjoy it or enjoy it. I've been barely able to do anything in life at all. Eat, sleep, write, work, make videos, all that stuff. Let me guess. Ice, lightning, death. Well, yeah, that's just the fucking monk build, dog. Ice strike is just where it's at. Yeah, I'm doing it's an ice strike build. My gear is not there yet. Okay, my gear is not there yet. Like I could probably. Like my helm is good. I don't know if I could really get anything. Like it'd be hard to get something better. Like this rolled really fucking well. My monk is an ice strike. Yeah, you can make like lightning as well, right? There's a few different ways to play it. 72 chaos step with the right. What is my? I'm at 75 across the board. All this is good. This fucking weapon though. It's so hard to get rid of. Like as much as I would like to be able to replace this with something that actually has attack speed, it's too hard because the fucking 154 increased physical, the added physical, and the fucking crit damage. Like this is so good. So good. I'm still short on damage. Right now I got my ice strike up to 89,000. I might have to try to move some stuff around in my talent tree. I don't have the hands yet though. That's what I really need to get. I need to get the unique hands that you get from the breach boss. So we're probably going to try to kill the breach boss and probably die. I love the update, by the way. I'm gonna let you guys know, like being able to actually like find citadels is fucking so nice. It's an unbelievably good change for the game. I'm so happy that they've done it. I don't know how consistent it is because I've only found like, I think I found 2 or 3 maybe. I'm on one right now. What the fuck? Yeah, there's one right here that I'm trying to make my way towards. I got some real good chunky maps in here that I need to do. Gloves are trash. Elon said they Elon said I guarantee it. 87 evade, just don't get hit. Nice. Yeah, I think what's evasion cap? Do you guys know? Hands are cheap, right? Corrupted one div. Yeah, but I don't really have a lot of divines, to be honest with you. I haven't gotten a lot of like divine worthy stuff. I spent 3 divines recently to get my 5th socket, but that's about it. Remember to meditate before going in. You know what? Let's try to get my 4th ascendancy. That's what we should be doing. I don't have my 4th ascendancy yet. I'm level 93 and I don't have my 4th ascendancy. I just don't want to do fucking Trial of Secumus, dude. I fucking hate it. It's so ass. I've been trying to get it through Ultimatum. So let's see if I can do it through Ultimatum. I just need one more key. I need to go through here. Where's LD's map? I should have made that. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't name anything like that. I was going to at one point as a meme to see if anybody would catch on to it, but then I forgot about it. I hate the honor system. Really, just don't want to do it. The honor system is fucking garbage. I think it's terrible, and I think they need to get rid of it. I'll be honest with you. I just don't like it. It's just not fun to play around. It's just not fun to play around. We'll suffer through ass with you. Thank you. Sounds great. Honor system just sucks. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Energy shield. I'll just say energy shield. It's not that big of a deal. I can probably bust through it. I don't know how much ES they get. I haven't seen that option pop up before. Just got my 4th ascendancy through sucking my ass. Yeah, I know. I haven't done. I could, and I have like pretty good relics. But man, that energy shield, guys, it really. Holy shit, fucking asshole. I do love the nature of the end game where like I am busted, but the monsters are too. So like I can't just like play like an idiot. And like 9 times out of 10 when I die, it's specifically because of the fact that like I let myself die, like for sure did. As long as you got 75 resistances, it's not that bad. Trial of Secumus? No, like you need to have, or you're talking about 75 honor resistance. Is that what you're saying? I don't think I have 75 honor resist. That'd be hard to get to. Double modifiers. That's honor resist. Yeah, I don't think I have enough to be able to get to honor. Like, don't get me wrong. You are absolutely right. It is so much better once you actually have some like solid honor resist. It still sucks though. It's just not a fun, like, don't get hit. Like, that's kind of the gameplay mode. And don't get hit. It's like, it sucks. Don't get hit while we hit you with a bunch of like, I do like it a little bit more than, I don't know. At times I like it more than Trial of Chaos because I can get like benefits where like Trial of Chaos is just negatives. You know what I mean? So like it doesn't really feel as good. It's nice when you get like the movement speed buff and stuff like that in the Trial of Secumus, but in this it sucks because it's just like negative. How about another negative? And it's like, nah, dog, like give me a fucking break, bro. It does feel like really fucking cool when you get like increased damage or enemies have less health and stuff like that. Because then you feel like you're actually like trying to like build to like fight the bosses and like progress through the trials. Like I like that part of it. It's just the honor system itself I don't like. It needs some like tuning or tweaking or maybe just like fucking get rid of it and make like I don't know how you need to do it. Well, I mean it already existed before, right? It's called Sanctum. Does it function the same way as Sanctum League did? Or was there something that makes Sanctum a little bit more like accessible or enjoyable? Sanctum is hard ass. Is this PC only? No, it's on PlayStation and Xbox and PC. Sanctum needs to be deleted. It's really interesting that they chose to bring it out, like, or is Sanctum like popular with like a certain group or what? Sekima is yes. As a range, it's fine. Yeah, if you're playing like Ranger or Witch or Sorceress. I still haven't played Sorceress yet in this game. I'm probably gonna do that. I'm probably play it co-op. Something like that, and make a sorceress. I'm sure there's some very strong builds. Sanctum's only played by like the top 1%. Yeah, I mean like because you have to like understand like what the fuck's going on, and like it's really hard to understand what's going on in this game. Fucking goddamn it! I didn't see I needed an escort. I'm playing Sork at the moment, like it a lot. Yeah, I played it when I was at the like the underground event before the game came out, and that was like the one that I played the most. But have you tried Chaos Inoculation? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what CI is? Chaos Inoculation? That's the one that makes you with 1 HP. No, I haven't tried that one yet. I figured I would probably do that after I like once I get my 4th ascendancy, and then I can actually get meditate, because then it feels like that would be a really good crossover there. Played a lot of Division 1 and 2, looking for another game with good build crafting. Maybe this is it. It is it, by the way. This is it, yeah. It's much more approachable than Path of Exile 1 was by like a long shot. It's not even comparable, to be honest with you. It has all the build flexibility and diversity that you'll have from the Division plus more. But I'm still like, you know what the funny thing is with like all the shit that I give Ubisoft, like I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not interested or excited to see what they can do with Division 3. Are you playing solo Selfbound? No, this character's on the this character is Trade League. I do need to make it. I do want to make a solo Southbound character after this one though. First character. But you know what the funny thing is? I've been basically playing it as solo Southbound. I just sell gear. I haven't been buying gear or anything like that. I try to build and make my own equipment, but I use like currency that I get from selling shit to other people. You sell what you can't use or don't need, and then go from there. We haven't heard anything about the Division 3 hat, did we? Yeah, no. They started work on it. It's in pre-production. The team, part of the team, the people that were still working on Star Wars Outlaws were like, you know, they wanted us to start working on the Division 3 pre-production, but I told them that, you know, we're gonna try to keep working and making this game better until the very last minute. And I'm like, bro, you guys are so much better at making the Division. Just fuck off and go make the Division. Just fucking go make the Division. Like, it's pretty obvious. Like, if they are able to get it out before they go bankrupt or somebody buys them out and cancels it, I don't think anybody would cancel it if they buy them out. Do you guys think Mr. Beast will buy Ubisoft? Because he wanted to buy TikTok. I hope Ubisoft doesn't go tits up before they finish Division 3. They're not gonna have enough time. Like, it's really all gonna boil down to I don't even think it matters, to be honest with you. I think that even if Assassin's Creed Shadows is successful, I don't think it's really going to. No, that one sucks. The Invulnerable Shade one, fuck that one. We don't take that one. We've learned our lesson with that one. I think that regardless of, like, even if Assassin's Creed Shadows is successful, like financially successful, it's not going to be enough to be able to cover up for the mistakes that they made. And it's like I said before, like, it's literally gonna, we're talking like it's a game that has to do essentially, like, for it to be able to cover up for a couple of mistakes, it's not going to be able to right the ship. It's just going to be able to, like, point them in a better direction, or at least get them trending in the right direction. It would have to perform as well as Harry Potter. Like, I'm talking like 30 million sales plus. Right? Because, like, 30 million in sales, if they sell 30 million copies, yeah, $2 billion. That'll do it. That'll get them trending in the right direction. But that's not gonna fucking happen. Even at 10 million copies, like, this is what I don't think a lot of people really understand. Is my react scene still good? Yeah, this is good. So, like, let's say it's a conventional major success. 10 million copies is a major success, okay? That's huge. That is what they want. That is likely what they're aiming for. That's $700 million, okay? $700 million. The game likely will have cost, I would say it probably cost $400 million to make. This is still before taxes and fees and processing and whatever other expenses that they have, which likely will bring it down by about, I don't know, 75%. Like, the problem is, like, these companies are spending too much fucking money on making video games. And the reason why, and I've been kind of coming around to this idea over the last couple of videos, and it's mostly because they've been over-scoping their game. They keep thinking that bigger is better, and it doesn't necessarily mean that. Like, it really doesn't. Like, you don't need to have a team of 10,000 people working on a fucking video game. And more times than not, that actually ends up hurting the overall success of that game to begin with. You need a game with a refined scope, a very refined set of like, you know, values that you're trying to like sell to the player. Fucking goddamn it. Build? I don't have a build planner. Sorry, man. I'm a casual player. I'm learning how to play the game. My build, if you want to know, my build is actually off of Darth Microtransactions, my buddy DM. It's off of his like original branch for his like Ice Strike monk, and then I've made like modifications of my own for like more crit and stuff like that, or more evasion or whatever, depending on my needs at the time. Rings of Doom. Pyramids. I don't want to get slower stun, because if I can't stun bosses, then I can't deal shitloads of damage. Well, indie games are performing better. Yeah, and indie games are performing better. That's the thing. Like, we're talking like games that are made by like 5 people, right? Like, look at fucking like Balatro as an example. Homie's a fucking millionaire now, right? Homie is a millionaire, and he made the game by himself. I just like, they have to get off of this like this boner that they have for these like absolutely massive games that nobody's asking for. Games don't always have to be 50 hours long. John, you're fucking right on the money, big dog. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need every single fucking game to come out to be a forever game. I don't need every game to come out to be a like, oh man, it's gonna take me like a month or 2 months to be able to beat this game. I don't need that shit. I don't even think the vast majority of people even want that. Wasn't Minecraft originally created by one guy? The concept for Minecraft was, yeah. Did he make the whole thing himself? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. You say that while playing Path of Exile? I don't need every game to be Path of Exile. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. Players don't want every game to be Path of Exile. We want a game of Path of Exile's quality, but I don't need every single game to be Path of Exile's depth, or every game to be a live service game, right? And that's the innate issue. That's the biggest problem that's out there. Oh shit, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say. I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile. I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Garou. I offered the gift of exile. You used it to reinvent yourself. I couldn't wish for a more potent instrument. purpose to tempt and try the will of men. Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching. Goodbye, the master that called you here, witch. This world is an illusion, Exile. It was time you saw what
Gotta feed the cat. Cat's hungry.
the touch of God.
All right, we're good. Uh-oh. Oh, no, 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 no.
I stood between man and
It crashed.
will you take my place,
For some odd reason, there's like a bug, and I don't know why, but it's if I try to like move an element on my streaming software, sometimes it'll cause the game to crash. It probably just bricked my run, by the way. It doesn't do that for the other trial, but it will do that for this one. If you crash in the middle of chaos, sometimes it'll kick you all the way out. Hopefully that's not the case, but it likely will be. Yep. Sure did. I wish it didn't work like that for this one, but why it's cigarette encampment? Why? Hold on, I gotta spell some shit real quick. What does this guy want? What you want? Okay. You can type /hideout or F5 if you're using Exiled Exchange to go to hideout. Kraken Weaver Expert Plum. Oh. Start. Easy 50x alt. Easy 50x ult. I probably could have sold that for more, but to be honest with you, I don't know what the price is for like a lot of mage items, so I avoid trying to sell them. Well, because of you, I guess I'll have to get on my Stormweaver tonight. Stormweaver, why? Oh, because I'm playing the game? Is that why? YouTube is getting a bit annoying with ads during live streams. Fucking YouTube Premium, big dog. Telling you right now. Actually, you know what the thing is that like I use like what is it? uBlock Origin. I did not realize like how much shit uBlock Origin blocks. Like that motherfucker goes off, dude. It goes off. Nobody pays for YouTube Premium? Bro, you're fucking fine. A lot of people do, actually. YouTube Premium is really, really, really popular. I got YouTube Premium, like, free, essentially. I, like, YouTube, like, way back in the day, they started the, yeah, can't ad block on TV. Good point. That's why people will use, like, they'll use, like, something, YouTube Premium is a grift? How is it a grift? I'm confused. How's YouTube Premium a grift? So if YouTube doesn't have ads, how does YouTube make money? So either you pay for it, either you watch the ads and pay with your fucking eyes, right? Or you pay for YouTube Premium so that YouTube gets money and they actually get revenue and you don't have to watch the ads. Is it worth it? You get live TV too? With YouTube Premium, I guess it kind of depends on like what you're looking for. There is some live TV that's on there, but I haven't used a lot of it. You block the ads until Google. I mean, look, dude, you're 100% welcome to do whatever the hell you want. I block ads on shit all the time. I'm not gonna do like the moral superiority thing here. I'm just not gonna say that it's a grift for YouTube to want to try to make money. It's how the whole ecosystem stays alive in the first place. Otherwise, you just don't even get content on YouTube or Twitch or anything like that. Because like the vast majority of people aren't gonna like directly support content creators and stuff. Like you'll have some people that will, like some folks that'll actually like, you know, sub to like Patreons and stuff. I just don't like asking for money. I really do like the model that like YouTube and like Twitch kind of, but YouTube runs off of, because it's just like I don't have to ask people for shit. I just get to make videos. That's it. And then I get paid for people watching them. Also YouTube Music. Yeah, that's actually how I got into YouTube Premium. How's your Patreon do? I don't advertise it. It's just there. Like people can go to it if they want, but I don't put anything on it. I don't really have the time. You know, like between making videos and shit like that. Like what would I even put on there to begin with anyway? 20 extra damage is chaos damage, Rings of Doom. I'll do Rings of Doom, that's fine. That doesn't make a lot of money. There's probably like a handful of people that are on the Patreon, because I don't really make it a thing. Any benefits as a content creator? Like, what do you mean benefits? Yeah, I got into YouTube Premium through Google Play Music way back in the day when it was its own thing. And they gave it to me for free as a part of it. I'm still on the beta plan, which is like $5 a month or whatever. Like I was grandfathered in because I was one of the people that like beta tested Google Play Music. Yeah, I watch 20 hours of YouTube every day. Why not pay for it? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of honestly, I think that was probably my thing, my original. I think that's where my brain eventually went to, but I never actually paid for it because I was using Google Play Music because I didn't want to use Spotify at the time. I don't know why I didn't want to use Spotify. I think I was probably just trying to be like a bit of a hipster, to be honest with you. I was like, I don't want to use that. I don't need to. I'm not going to be like everybody else and use Spotify. I'm going to use Google Play Music. I'm an Android nerd and I like Android pop. I also got it. It's the reason why I got into the like Google Play Music beta was specifically because of the fact that like I was a straight up Android nerd. Like I was you know, like cracking phones and uploading my own, like, you know, uploading like custom softwares to like Google phones and stuff like that. Doing all that kind of stuff. Why? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Was there any purpose to it? No, not really. Did it really do like it was just fun to optimize them back in the day. It was just fun. I don't know. You felt like Hackerman 5000. Oh, is there benefits like pushing your top videos to the top if you have premium? No. My account that my like YouTube channel is on doesn't have anything like that. I don't have YouTube Premium on like the Legendary Drops account. I don't even use the Legendary Drops YouTube channel account for anything other than uploading videos. I don't watch videos on it or anything like that. Every once in a while when like a content creator will like react to like one of my videos or something, I might like pop into their video to drop a comment, you know what I mean? And say like, hey, thanks for watching or whatever. But yeah, I like, you don't get any like benefits as a content creator from having YouTube Premium. It's just, I have it on my personal account or my personal email that I've used for fucking ever. Basically ever since I got ever since Google Play Music was released, which I don't even remember when that was. It's probably like fucking 15, 20 years by now. Google market cap is 2.4 trillion. They'll be fine with. I don't care about how much fucking money they play. I'm talking about my own convenience. Like I don't want to have a bunch of other apps on my shit. Like I use uBlock Origin on my like on my laptop and stuff. But yeah. Do you react from a different channel? I don't have a React channel. My like cousin's kid is supposed to like start editing my like live streams and like cutting them up into like reaction videos and stuff like that. Even though it's not really reacts, it's usually just us. It's usually like us bullshitting, right? Like I don't really watch videos. I just talk about like news and tweets and shit on Reddit. I don't ever really watch videos or anything like that. I kind of like the more freeform content that I do when I'm just like talking about random shit. I mean, when you react, do you watch it on a different channel from Legendary Drops? Oh, like, yeah, I'm not using... Why would I use Legendary... I don't use the Legendary Drops channel for anything other than uploading, man. I don't see any point in me doing that. On top of that, I'm like... on top of that, I try to make sure that I keep, like, all of my accounts separated and quarantined from each other for security reasons as well. So like there's certain stuff that I just don't use for like whatever reason, like certain emails and certain accounts that just stay isolated from each other. So there's no like cross contamination if I click on a link or whatever. But I don't even probably the best thing that I do is I don't even use my emails. I don't use email for shit. Like second authentication maybe, but if the mobile number one is there, then I'm using that shit. Fuck that. A lot of people use phones and they're not savvy enough to get an ad blocker. A lot of people just don't fucking care, to be honest with you. It just seems strange to be logged into 2 different YouTubes at the same time. No, not really. I have multiple emails, dude. I have like fucking 5 emails. You know, the thing is, I think a lot of like one thing, you know, we talk about like schools today. Like one thing that nobody talks about anymore is like online like digital footprint and like internet literacy. Like those things are fucking few and far in between. I shouldn't have taken. Those things are few and far in between nowadays. And probably one of the best classes I ever took in college was internet privacy. I took an internet privacy course, and it was like the best class I've ever fucking taken. It was so useful. Like, you know, showing like all the options that you need to like use to be able to like, you know, remain private, and how to protect emails and passwords and shit, how to remember and record those kind of things. Like, so good. So good. Hey, be careful. I've killed myself doing that a bunch of times. Alright, we need to lock in. Oh, pick up. Oh, it's on my back. I'm retarded. I'm so stupid. What have I done? I've sold. I'm selling. I've sold. I got so distracted that I forgot that I actually had the crystal on my back the whole fucking time. God. I was like, why can't I pick it up? I don't even know how many times I tried to pick. I try to pick. It draws on your health. I know. I know. Let me back in. No. Try it again. That was so stupid. That's the dumbest thing. It was just because I'm like talking. I'm like reading chat, and I like completely forgot. Okay, Elon. Okay. Is that the new slur now? Is that the new gamer slur? Somebody sucks at a video game and it's Elon Musk. It's actually pretty good. I like that one. I'll let that one stay. Senior cybersecurity consultant here. If your email has a 2-factor authentication app, like Gmail or something, use email for your second authentication method. SMS is easily spoofed, not secure anymore at all. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you could probably spoof a phone number pretty easily, right? Do you think 2025 will be another great year for gaming? I think this year's going to be really fucking good, to be honest with you. I think really, really good. I think that, like, I mean, we're starting off the year with Kingdom Come Deliverance and, what else? We're starting off with Kingdom Come Deliverance, and we're starting off with, Monster Hunter Wilds. Path of Exile all year round is going to be getting updates and getting improved. We're going to be able to make fun of Ubisoft some more, I'm sure. Maybe they'll just make us all shut up, and fucking Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be like the best fucking game ever made. Hard time believing. Avowed, I think Avowed's kind of like an unknown. It could be good. It could be good. I'm not going to pretend like it can't be. Obsidian can make some pretty good games, though it's not the same Obsidian that people think it is. There are some people that are there that are important figures that you would want there to make a good game, but you never know. What else is coming out this year from Xbox? Are they going to release that Gears of War game? Is that this year? Or is Fable this year? What's going on with any of that shit? We haven't heard anything about any of that stuff. Maybe that Perfect Dark game, that could be pretty good. We're getting an Elden Ring game this year again, right? We're getting Night Rain. That'll win Game of the Year. you think Mass Effect has any hope? I have no idea, to be honest with you. I fucking hated Andromeda, and I'm pretty sure it's the same fucking people that are there. Civ 7 first Berserker Kazan. How does the first Berserker Kazan play? Do people like it? Is it what are the thoughts so far? I looked at it and like some of it, like I like the art style, but it looks a bit generic. Will Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 more or less shit than Wukong? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is not going to be like a massive blow out of the water, sell a shitload of copies game. I hope people understand that. It's going to be a good game, but it's not going to be like, I don't think it's going to be like Baldur's Gate 3 or anything like that. It's not going to be that wild of popularity. There's what's actually kind of crazy is that like algorithmically there's like no hype behind that game. Like it's a game that a lot of people are talking about, but they're not actually interested in. They're talking about it because they think, like, I think in a lot of circles, I think the Kingdom Come Deliverance game represents like, you know, conservatism in video games, and it represents like, you know, the anti. It's a very like it's turned into like an anti-culture war game, like, or at least like it represents a side of a culture war. But the people are not actually interested in the game, which is very interesting. It's a very interesting thing to see. What I mean by like algorithmically is, I'll show you guys. Oh no, I don't want to show you guys, otherwise my game might crash. Bad take: Kingdom Come Deliverance will pop off due to buddy comedy and RPG open world. We'll see. I think Kingdom Come Deliverance will be like a. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna be successful. I'm just gonna say it's not gonna be Baldur's Gate 3. It's not gonna be like 800,000 concurrent players on Steam popping off. I think it's gonna do well, but I don't think it's gonna be a. I don't think it's gonna be a game that's like in the annals of a cultural phenomenon of any sort. I think it's gonna be good. I'm not gonna say that it's not gonna be good. I just think that a lot of people are kind of walking the walk rather than talking the talk when it comes to that game. That's just a personal observation. The reason why I say that is, like, one, there's some observable data that I've seen, and two, on top of that, the other thing is that anytime there's a game that has anytime there's a game that's a direct sequel, it will automatically harm the sale of the next game because people will have not experienced the first game. Nothing is Baldur's Gate 3. I shouldn't use Baldur's Gate 3 necessarily. I'm just talking about like the big hyped releases that have reached like insane sales. The cultural phenomenon thing. Those are always the ones that are really interesting to me at the very least. Are you liking the monk build? I'm definitely rolling monk next. It's super fucking good. It's just busted as fuck. But it's busted in like a fair way. For the most part. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is niche, but I think it'll do better than the first one. I could see that. I think there's people that are interested in it. What I find really interesting is that for like all the people that got like preview access, for all the people that got like preview access and have like made videos talking about it, there really hasn't been like. Let me look really quick. I don't know. It's kind of all over the place, man. It's kind of all over the place. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like, the thing is that usually you'll see like a little bit of like a surge from like other communities, but like really only like the biggest content creators are the ones that are able to like make videos talking about their impressions of playing it, and they're finding like some viewership, but it's nothing fucking crazy. It's just kind of like what you would expect for the most part. Like the trailer got a lot of views. I think the trailer got like 2.4 million views that they had from like 4 months ago, or like 3 million views maybe. But like a lot of the previews, which people would really be interested in, like, is it good? Like the vast majority of people will satisfy fans and frustrate casuals. Yeah, which is fine, and that's the kind of game that they made. Like I looked into some of the previews and like the discussions that people are saying, and like the common thread that I've seen is that it's a game that unapologetically is the sequel to the last game, and you know, whatever you didn't like about the last game is definitely still in this game, and it's probably better or more difficult or whatever it might be. And they really like fucking leaned into all those elements that people really enjoyed about the first game, which is good, man. I think you have to be unafraid to be the game that you are. I want the game to be really successful, by the way. I think there's a lot of like core tenets that I'm seeing, and obviously like the first impressions that I've seen from a lot of people are really, really high on it. Everybody really seems to like it. I'm like a 9 out of 10 times I will end up agreeing with Skill Up kind of guy. Like most times when I like watches previews and reviews and stuff, we're usually very close in agreement on like games and experiences. There's only been like a few times he's ever talked about a game in a way that like I didn't see it the same way. People are craving Elder Scrolls, and Kingdom Come Deliverance is yeah, but here's the thing: if you're craving Elder Scrolls and you go to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, you are not gonna get You're not gonna get Elder Scrolls. Not even fucking close. It's not even the same universe. The only thing similar about the two would be first person. That's about it. It will if I mod it enough, base. Heard they worked on a combat and got rid of a lot of the jank. I don't know what the like. I have to play more. Like, I think it's just like it can be a little bit convoluted and it's very difficult. But I would guarantee it's one of those games where it's, I shouldn't say difficult, challenging. It's challenging. Chill Up didn't cover Black Myth Wukong. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Really? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Doesn't look like he made a bit. They didn't make a video. I don't know why they didn't review it. I remember him talking about it in a pod on Friends Per Second. Because I watched a Friends Per Second episode where they discussed it. I hate people playing ideology around Kingdom Come Deliverance, overhyping and undermining games based on IRL politics. So cringe. Oh, those people must be fun at parties. Fucking exhausting, dude. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, that's like one of the things that I think is like really sad about that game. Is that like it's the dangers of like some of these like some of like the social political discussions around video games and stuff like that. Is that all of a sudden games become a space in which they're supposed to be like the flag that they're flying, basically. Like this is our oppositional game. Like it became the conservative game because of like the words of one of the developers, like things that he had said in interviews and stuff like that, or beliefs that he shared, or saying that he's like a fan of Asmongold or whatever. And man, that crowd is real quick to fucking turn on you. They see something, they see, you know, some rumor that came from like a PlayStation fan account in Saudi Arabia and the game, you know, being blacklisted there. Bro, so many, like, Final Fantasy 16 got blacklisted in Saudi Arabia. Like, and it's a fucking fantastic game. Like, not everything that gets banned, like, it fucking blows my mind that, like, it's just crazy to watch, like, cultures consume themselves. Because, like, now you see, like, hardcore, like, what I guess you would consider, like right-wing, or, like, you know, and this is more, like, point of views more than anything else, but, like, now all of a sudden, like, they're the ones that are siding with, like, Middle Eastern culture, where, like, now they want to rub off of the, like, Saudi Arabian, like, laws and stuff, and it's just, like, it's so weird. Is this PoE2 music your stream music? I'm just listening to it now. I just found it. Attention is the guy's YouTube channel. It's super good. Thanks for your base takes and commentary. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the videos. Please die. Don't fly away. There you go. Glad you enjoy the videos. Kind of sad, man. Video games has always been a medium where people use for politics. Difference is they're criticizing ideas, regimes, governments, and not individual people or archetypes of people that they're opposed to their ideals. Criticizing ideas, regimes, and government, not individual people. I don't think that, like, blaming individual people is probably the best thing to do in video games, especially because most of these games are team-made to begin with, right? So I wouldn't necessarily see, like, that being the best route to go. I think that, like, blame ultimately will fall with, like, leadership when a game fails. But, so, like, you can definitely point to the leadership in that direction. That's crazy. Saudi culture is something I could never, something I could ever see people willingly adopting. Well, that's the thing. Like, you have people that are so opposed to certain ideologies and beliefs and lifestyles that now they're, like, using the, like, they're using the rating system that Saudi uses to be able to, like, rate whether or not they're gonna buy a game. Is that fucking crazy? Like, oh, it was banned in Saudi Arabia, so we're not gonna be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, guys. What the fuck? But I don't give a shit. Like, it's just weird to me that people are like they're that, like, up in, I guess it makes sense. Like, I don't, like, from my perspective, I just, like, you know, if there's, like, gay characters in a game, I don't fucking care. there's like a fucking, adult themes in a game or something like that, or adult depictions within a game, I don't fucking care. Why would I like, as long as it has to be good. Just don't make, like, the problem is, and like what I criticize the most is like the preachy nature in which a lot of those things are used, and it's never to serve the narrative, it's to serve their ideology, their perspective, their view of the world, not the narrative. That is the problem that I have. That's the reason why I discuss things the way that I do in the first place. It's not the fact that it's there, it's the fact that it doesn't serve the game or the narrative. It's selfish in its nature because it serves whatever they want, their view. That's why. And you're being selfish within a product that you're meant to sell to me. Get it the fuck out of my face. Can you show us your build? Huh. Pretty standard for Ice Strike Monk. Grab my lightning and ice damage up here. I'm trying to get my 4th ascendancy. That's what we're trying to do right now. And when I do that, I'll probably just take meditate, honestly. Yeah. I'll probably take meditate. Fake activism to serve themselves. Yeah, basically. I think people don't like the bad writing of progressive stuff. I don't think that progressive stuff by its nature is bad. I think it's just like poorly done in some cases. Again, Baldur's Gate 3. It's just like the easiest fucking layup answer to that, where it's just like, I don't want gay stuff in games. I don't want progressive stuff in games. I don't like Baldur's Gate 3 has all of that shit in it. It's fucking all over the place. But the difference is, in like that game, you have the choice to interact with it or not, right? So that's a big difference. Kingdom Come 1 has progressive stuff in it. Of course it does. Why, like video games are made by progressive people to begin with. Like, can somebody point out like the super successful conservative games? Like even if you were to point out like Warhammer 40K, well, Warhammer 40K is still built off of like more liberal ideals to begin with in the first place. Like, look at fucking the people that make 40K as a universe. The best games strike a balance, man. Equality. Equality and no activism. Absolutely right. No. Yeah, whatever. I'll just kill my resistances and just never get hit. That's the objective, okay? One of the DLCs is playing as a woman and experiencing social stigmas that they lived through back then. Yeah. I thought that was like really weird that people like really fucking Doom? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I guess that. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is like point out a game that was like made to be conservative for conservative's sake. The funny thing is, I actually think that there's a lot of examples of games that were made for like. I think there were a lot of games that are made for like more left-leaning, like left-leaning ideologies, like straight up. Like it was made with that in mind. It was made for that purpose. It was an activist-esque game. That's what it was motivated by. But you really don't see a lot of that on the other side. You really don't. Unless I just haven't seen it. Stellar Blade? I don't think so. Look at the themes of the game. Tell me how powerful women being like the savior of like humanity is a conservative theme. Escort the statue. Motherfucker. And the funny thing is too is like, I mean, if you're like really trying to do like the left, if we're really trying to do like a left versus right debate or something like that in that topic, your conservative values are far more Puritan, so you wouldn't have like overly sexualized women like that or anything. Masculine men would be there, but overly sexualized women wouldn't be there. The funny thing is that I like overly sexualized women is actually more of like more like liberal view than anything else, or like a liberal depiction, historically speaking. Current day might be a little bit different, but yeah. Everything has nuance. Everything does. Where these bricks come from? I don't think the view is the main problem. If the game is shit and it gives everybody an easy layup, that's what the problem is. I'm gonna be real. You are not fucking wrong. You are not fucking wrong. I just want my escapism back. DOE 2 seems dope so far. Bro, I haven't even been able to think this with this fucking game. It's so great. It's so great. You guys want to know something really funny? Have you guys heard anybody talk about how woke Path of Exile is? Not at all. That's crazy. Did you guys know in Act 2, one of the main characters that you're interacting with, and one of the main characters you're interacting with and you actually rescue and help out and do quests for is actually a lesbian with vitiligo? Like, quite literally the like DEI definition that a lot of people have placed on a lot of characters. Like, oh, here's the lesbian vitiligo character. Yeah. Lettuce, I think that's what her name is. Yeah. The one whose lover died, like the one whose like wife or girlfriend dies, and she tells you to go and put her like put her body to rest or whatever. I know it's not. I know, guys, I'm fucking kidding. I'm fucking joking. But the funny thing is, you know, here you guys are defending it, right? Like literally everybody, like I'm in both chats, everybody jumped up to defend it. Guys, the next main character of Gears of War is Lettuce from Path of Exile. A lesbian with vitiligo. What happens? Can anybody tell me what happens? See, here's the thing. Yeah. Harumph. I mean, I'm a fat guy with vitiligo. We're not so different. Yeah, you guys like the same thing, right? Rings of Doom. I don't really know. It's funny. Gears of Woe. Dom, no. Maria. Oh, that was fucked up the way we found Maria. Man, I loved Gears 1 through 3. That's not the one. Is God, dude, fuck off, man. Chat, I'm gonna tell you what. This is getting. This is getting to be some bullshit. All aboard the coal train, baby. That's right. This build is jacked up. Holy shit. Swole Monk. Yeah, he's smacked. Monks do damage. I cannot get it. I cannot get the other piece. I keep getting this side. This does not fit here. I have gotten this 3 times in a row. Buy it? Oh, harvest to swap fragments? Yeah. PoE 1 Uber Shaper all over again? Is it really like that? I want to resist harvest change. Elon would have got it already? You're fucking banned. I am a better gamer than Elon, okay? I will hear nothing to the contrary. Like, yeah, this is the 3rd fucking time I've gotten one of them. I'm giving it one more shot. Or should we just go do trial a second? Let's go do. Let's try to go do trial. Let's go fail at trial. How's that sound? The funny thing is that like I enjoy doing trial. Like I enjoy doing it. I just don't like losing. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like I don't mind the act of doing the trial. It's the losing part that pisses me off. So I'm like, wow, this game is fucking bullshit. Who is this game made by, babies? Murderous child meanies. I don't know, bro. I need better gems. What do you guys think of my gems? I think this one's okay. It's not terrible. It's not great. What relic? What relic? It's good enough. This one is not bad either, actually. Initially, I thought it was. I mean, it sucks because it has the aura on there, and that's kind of useless to me. But the cold damage is nice, and the critical hit is nice. Oh, I have a bunch of them already. This one is the one that's painfully mid, though. This one's painfully mid. This is just really there for the rage on hit. See, here's the thing about honor resist. I think it's training wheels. The part of the trial is no hit it. Get out of your fucking mind. That sounds like ass. Why would anybody want to participate in, like, that's, you know what that is? You know what that's called? There's a name for that. It's called cock and ball torture. Nobody wants to have fucking nut. I don't want to have anything to do with that. If I could be 100% resist and never, and getting hit wouldn't do anything to me, that sounds way fucking more better. That sounds so exceedingly more better. Betterest. It sounds like the betterest thing that I could ever want. Tools. Yeah, so I have 27 honor resist. That's 47. 57. Over 60%. Over 70%. I'm almost at 100. I'm almost at 100. 75 is max. How can I see my total? Is there a way to like see the total? There's no way to like see the total, is there? That's kind of fucking dumb, right? You know what I mean? You should get another relic then. Pull up. What was that skill tree? Was what the skill tree? All right, let's math. So this one's 27. This one's 20. This one's 10 and a 24. Okay, so we're already over. We're already over with these. Oh no, this isn't 20. This is just maximum arm. That's just maximum honor. No. Son of a bitch. 27 and $15, 24. Okay. We're already max honor resistance right here. So I can put 2 more relics in that don't give me honor resist and give me some good shit. And we chillin'. What do we got? Probably nothing, to be honest with you. Honor resistance, honor resistance. Reduce damage, honor resistance. Increased movement speed. That'd be really nice. Maximum life. Maximum life. I guess we'll just take the movement speed. I guess I need to be on the lookout for like good shit. I actually need another movement speed one, to be honest with you. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna get fucked at the final boss. Right? Which is better, Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2? Champions of Norath. Torchlight Mobile. Get Blink on weapon swap? Pokemon. It'll trivialize the boss. Yeah, I guess probably. Wait, do you have different skill gems on swap? Nice ring, by the way. Can you show us the stats of your gear? Yeah. How much is the gear? Sure. Yeah, that's 100% the point. Shut the fuck up. Well, I never played. I played Path of Exile 1 once. I take it back. I played it like 6 times over the course of like 5 years, and failed every time. Except for I finally got into mapping, like 6 months ago or something like that. 6-7 months ago. Oh, you can have different auras? Oh, okay. This one turned out really well. It could be better, but it's still really fucking good, to be honest with you. Because it's a solid ring. I don't know what it's worth. Maybe a divine. 22 all resist is fucking nice, dude. 22 all resist is fucking sick. I don't even know what the top end of that is. It's a tier 5 roll. I guess it could be higher. Your gear is not high level enough. Don't you listen to Elon's advice, dude? Seriously, I'm sorry, guys. One day I'll be able to reach the peaks of Elon's greatness. It's not going to be today. So your spirit reserve for attack skills is set on. I'm gonna try to do it without. I'll just pick up another movement speed. Like, I'm already pretty quick to begin with. What's the maximum that you can roll movement speed? Is it 40? $35 per boost. You can get it from somewhere else as well, right? I could get it from my fucking passive tree. Because isn't attack speed and movement speed from, like, tied to each other? In some way, shape, or form? I heard that. I heard that from a reliable source. No? Fucking Darth microtransactions. This guy's a fucking liar. Never trust fucking gingers, okay? I hope you guys don't trust them. You guys seriously didn't give me any. I need the juice. Why do you gotta start me off with curses right off the bat, motherfucker? Like, I feel like this is kind of bullshit. Lose 20 sacred water when you take damage from an enemy hit. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no. Do not crash. I don't know what the fuck that was. Game like froze up for a minute there. Bro, my fucking cat ran away yesterday, and I'm gonna be real. It freaked me the fuck out. That shit was wild, man. That shit was wild. Like this little fucker, like I heard like a bottle fall in the kitchen, and he had knocked out the screen. He had knocked out the screen on the kitchen window because he saw another cat outside that was like walking on the top of the fence, like tightrope walking the top of the fence. And so he, in his great wisdom, broke out the fucking screen to go chase that cat. And I hear it. I get up and I didn't know he knocked out the screen. I couldn't see it at first. So I go into the kitchen to cook breakfast. And I'm sitting there like preparing stuff for breakfast. And then all of a sudden I hear like a lull, like, ow. And I'm like, I start calling his name. I'm like, Maddie, where are you, cat? I'm like looking around. I go to check his normal hiding spots. He's not there. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So then I go outside to look, and sure the fuck enough, he's outside in the back, like in the backyard, just like crouched down, chilling. And then as I come out, I look, and then there's another little black kitty cat, like a little kitten that's like walking the fence line, chilling, doing its fucking thing. And I'm like, oh, hi, little kitty. The second that fucking cat goes to leave and goes to like hop on the roof and run away, my cat jumps 7.5 feet up into the fucking air, lands perfectly on the fence, and then just jumps onto the roof, and they just go off on an adventure together. And I'm like, what the fuck? So like my cat is it's not an outdoor cat, it's an indoor cat. So like immediately I'm like, you little fucking son of a, I immediately start freaking out because I'm like, I'm in California. This place is fucking nuts to butts, man. You can't like go into your neighbor's backyard because your neighbor doesn't have a backyard. It's just houses on top of houses. I actually thought there was an alleyway behind my house. There is not an alleyway behind my house. In fact, it's a house behind my house. And there's a house behind that house. So like the only choice that I had was essentially to just like go American Ninja Warrior and like hop off of jump onto the air conditioning unit of one apartment, then like prop myself up on a hedge and then climb up on top of a roof and then walk across the roofs of some of these houses, like looking in their backyards, like walking from like roof to roof to roof because the houses are so close together. And like checking each backyard for my cat, and I couldn't find them. So then I start like walking around the neighborhood looking for the dude, calling out his name, asking like people for help, like, hey, have you seen a cat? This is what he looks like. I'm like, there's no way that he's crossed the street because he's a scaredy cat for the most part. So like he's gonna see cars and like fucking freak out, right? There's no way this dude's gonna try to cross the street. And plus on top of that, he was more interested in the other cat. Well, I ended up seeing the other cat, but I didn't see him. And I'm like, well, where the fuck did he go? So he's like, so my worry is that he just started cowering somewhere, because that's what he does when he gets out. He just hides and is scared and cries, and then hopes his dad finds him because he doesn't go to find me. And I fucking went looking, dude, and I couldn't find the little fucker. I had my neighbor helping me. And I'm asking one of my neighbors, like, hey, can you help me look for him or whatever? She's like, yeah, I'll talk to some people real quick. She comes back to the apartment. And then I'm talking to one of the neighbors, asking them if I could check the backyard. And he's like, well, how will you get back there? And I'm like, you let me in, motherfucker. Like I'm sitting here talking to somebody. Like, why are we having a conversation about this? I'm trying to find my cat, bro. Like, what do you mean? How do you get back there? Can you chip him? I mean, like, the chip doesn't allow you to like track him by satellite. Like you could tag the collar, yeah. He doesn't have one though. I probably should, but I'm afraid he's gonna knock his collar off anyway. He's kind of a fucking moron. Anyway. Really weird conversation with my other neighbor where I'm like, can I check the backyard? Well, how are you gonna get back there? You're gonna fucking let me back there. What do you mean? It was such a weird conversation. I'm like, what do you mean, how am I gonna get back there? Increase maximum life. You cannot restore honor after killing. You cannot restore honor removed after killing the next boss. That's fucking easy. We'll take that one. So, as I'm asking the other neighbor and like trying to like get them to let me into their backyard, my other neighbor comes back up and she goes, "He's in your house." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, I just shut the door behind him. He came back. He walked into your house." And I'm like an hour and a half of me like panicked running around the neighborhood, climbing on top of roofs, like checking all over the fucking place, trying to find this fucker because he didn't. We're talking like he went into a very complex maze of buildings and apartments and shit like that. Little fucker just jumped his way back and came back home. Unreal. At least he knows who feeds him. Yeah. He's probably trying to prove to me. He's like, "Dad, look, I can be an outdoor cat. I come back home." It's like, no, you're kind of fucking stupid. I know that he's stupid because he's jumped off of he jumped off my balcony from a fucking second story apartment built, like in a second story apartment that I was in like a couple years ago. And like the minute that he like landed in the snow, he was like, "Why did I do this?" Starts crying, and I'm like, "Bro, fuck, you're dumb." God, you were so dumb. You jumped out of a second story building. What are you doing? With cats are bricks with a 5-minute memory? Yeah. Hey man, this might sound weird weird as a first message. But when I originally found you, I thought you were some reactionary bait streamer, and I dismissed you. But I stumbled on a recent video, and I completely misjudged you. You're an awesome YouTube gaming creator and a great voice. Cheers. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I think that people take like thumbnails and stuff at face value a little bit too often. You gotta kind of like dial it back a little bit. That and the thing is, like, some people will hear me say things that might agree with like a certain crowd of people or whatever, and then they'll be like, "Oh, well, this guy's the fucking opposition. We can't fucking have anything to do with this guy." But like, you have to take time to listen to people a little bit longer. Appreciate that you ended up sticking around and checking it out anyway, though, man. Takes a lot of patience to do that. Takes a lot of patience to do that. Monsters deal less damage, right? For sure. Restore honor at Mariketh shrines. That's always nice to have. Should I save the rest or should I take Silhouette or Statuette? What do you guys think? You need to make 2 videos. First, make woke is good, and then I hate woke. Ooh, I like that. That's fucking smart, dude. Just to see which one shows up. What if I had like 2 channels where like in the other one I'm a VTuber that's like uber woke, but I use like my same like cadence and my like ability to like formulate arguments to argue for like either side. You know what I mean? Would that be sick? Like, I would just sow seeds of chaos in like both political aisles. It'd be sick, dude. I have a visceral reaction to any woke at this point. I don't really, to be honest with you. It's never really like woke stuff never really bothered me, or like I guess like the only stuff that I would ever consider as like woke as like a negative connotation has to be like a very, very blatant in your face. The closest thing that I could tell you where I'm like, oh, like this is the thing that like that like Tosh scene from like Dragon Age, right? Like I'm non-binary, and it's just like I'm not playing this. Like what the fuck is this like And the funny thing is, it's actually not even the inclusion of the themes. It's just how poorly it's written. That's the shit that triggers the fuck out of me. Where I'm like, you could easily still have made like a non-binary character or a character that's a woman that doesn't feel like one and feels more like a man. Like, that could actually be a really interesting and compelling story that you could tell through a character, but instead you choose to make it look like a fucking sitcom. This is how I'm gonna tell my parents that I'm like rebelling against social norms. Bro, like, come on, man. Fucking step up. Like, it's the one thing that I brought up before. Like, the one thing that like probably makes me the most angry is that I really fucking hate that we have so many people that are out there that think of themselves as such virtuous people, and they want to like feel like they're the ones that are saving the world and changing the narrative. But they don't have the skill to execute on it in the first place, and because they're so unskilled and garbage at their job, they just ruin it for everybody. Like, they ruin it for everybody. They end up creating like stereotypes and perpetuating stereotypes more than actually like representing people of like any marginalized class or race or sexuality or whatever. That's probably the best way for me to be able to word something like that in the least like YouTuber-y reactionary way. The character is poorly written, and it ends up contradicting its own point, as the Dragon King plot implies that Tosh was a Dragon Queen in the end. Dude. This dude's fucking BioWare farming L's. The problem is that it's rarely representation, it's tokenism. Yeah, because it's all written by fucking liberal white women. And fucking, and white knights that like want women to like them, and they think this is the way that that's, you know, gonna be able to like pull them over to their side. I'm gonna go this direction in the middle so that I have more choices. I don't trust this middle line. I don't know, man. What was the date? Oh, yeah, Israel stuff. Didn't they come to a ceasefire? Or is there an agreement? I don't know if it's been like agreed to yet or anything like that. I don't really keep up with a lot of shit like world events, to be honest with you. I'm a fucking gamer, bro. Fucking gamer, bro. I remember somebody asked me that before. What do you think about what's going on in Israel and Palestine? I'm like, I don't fucking, why the fuck would I know? I am I am exceedingly good, sorry. I'm exceedingly good at minding my own fucking business.
You finally caught my attention.
Bro, they totally got me with that fucking soundtrack there. That was fucking bullshit.
One more fool under Zana's sway.
That's such bullshit. He keeps using the fucking drop sound for an item drop. It kept fucking trolling me with the drop loot sounds, and it's like, now I have your attention.
Destroying you is as easy as flicking a pest. Did you really think this would work? I transcended all this long ago. Feel the thrill of
the void. Why run?
gain a random? No. I feel like the monsters remove 5% of your maximum life mana energy shield on hit. Like, I feel that one's not that bad. Increased trade prices, I guess, would probably be the better way to go, right? Like, I can survive that. This is garbage. Like, minor affliction when you venerate a shrine. That just sounds like ass. Get price. Yeah, price seems free, honestly. Like, I would like to be able to buy more buffs, but I bought a shitload of buffs already. Don't do 5% if you're going for the final boss. Good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that. See, I'm thinking temporary. You guys are thinking long run. I like where your head's at. I'll be honest with you guys. I like where you're going right now. I like what you guys are. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yep. I fucking hate those guys, by the way. I hope you guys know that. You know the one that does like the dudes that do the like unavoidable AoE upon death? If you're in melee range, it's the most fucking bullshit piece of shit mob that they could put into a video game. It's such ass. Like, why would you do that to me? Like, what, like, I can't avoid it? Like, no, you just get hit by it. Okay. There's also, like, the other one that I hate as well. You know the ashes that chase you, or, like, the cinders that chase you? That one I fucking hate, too. The guys that, like, when they die, their fucking, like, canister falls on the ground, and then the ashes chase you around. Volatile flame blood. Yep. Yep. Fucking dickheads. Whoever thought that was a good idea. I like how even Trial of Secamus is just like, hey, go do fucking Ultimatum instead. Just fucking get out of here, go do Ultimatum. We're fucking cruising at the very best. Tempest Flurry or Ice Strike better? I think Tempest Flurry, like a good Tempest Flurry build, is probably better for mapping. I think, because isn't like Tempest Flurry gets a lot faster, and I think it has a lower cost. I think Ice Strike is probably better for bossing, but it's still effective and still like works just fine for either, to be honest with you. I don't really see like too much of a difference between the two of them. I'm sure there is a bit of a difference, but yeah. It's 5 in the morning here. It was nice hanging out with you. I destroyed my sleep schedule enough. It was a pleasure. Thanks, man. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it, man. Mapping, I'm not sure if Flurry is better than Stormwave. I don't know. Did you see the Daredevil Born Again trailer? Thought? Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. I was so afraid that they were going to end up recasting Daredevil or trying to reboot or something like that, but they're using all the same fucking characters, and they brought back fucking, I can't remember his name. They brought back Homie as fucking Punisher. Fuck yes, dude. They need a Punisher season 2 to be on, or 4 or 5, or maybe like a whole entire, like, just make the entire MCU around the Punisher. That's probably a better bet, you know. Bernthal, yeah. Jonathan Bernthal, right? Yeah. Yeah, that guy's fucking legendary. Absolutely fucking killed it. Like, it's always the characters that are, like, it's always the actors that can do a really effective job of making you, like, just not fucking like them. And he is such a good dude at doing that, but also being, like, just in general, like, a compelling character, like, across the board. I think he's really good at just being Just a compelling character. Lose 30 sacred water on room completion. 50% less honor restored. 50% less sacred water. I'm gonna say lose 30 sacred water on room completion. Right? What level am I? 93, I think, or 90. Hope Disney doesn't have to fuck it up. I don't think that they will, to be honest with you. I think that like the funny thing is, I think what they're going to be doing is they're likely going to be, I think that in 2025 and forward, you're probably gonna see like Disney take more of a back seat when it comes to their stuff. Like Kathleen Kennedy is like, I'm gonna be honest with you, she's very much in danger of losing her fucking job if she doesn't fucking dial it back. Fucking god. How am I getting lag all of a sudden? Like I'm losing frames, a lot of frames. I don't know why. I think I know why. I need to fix it. Hold on. I think it's because this dude doesn't have a fucking music channel. Do that. And this is unnecessary. It's also unnecessary. Okay, we're good. That would probably help out a lot. It's because she's attached to some of the biggest movie franchises ever. Why is she not going anywhere? It seems like she's burning money at this point. I feel like she is too. Like there's just been too many IPs like under her lead that have just gone nowhere or have just gone under. Honestly, they've just completely lost their like market potency. They've lost so much money. It's crazy. It's wild to see how much money they've burned. I think what it is that like, how the fuck am I? I think what it is, honestly, is like they're in this really weird cross section. Now, I have this like ongoing theory. I have a video that I'm gonna be making on it soon, so don't worry about it. I'll be able to. I'll be coming with the hotness relatively soon here. It's probably gonna be not next week, but week after next week, most likely. Like I'm gonna dunk on Dragon Age next week, and then I'm going to and then I have a Path of Exile video that I'm gonna be doing as well. But likely. What I think is going on, and they're not the only IP holders that have had this issue. By the way, there's a few of them that have been doing this, and I've noticed it's become like much more. It's become a lot more popular and a lot more frequent that I've seen this happen. I'm fucking stupid. I'm stupid. How did I miss? Where's the fucking switch? Boys and girls. Am I fucking tripping? Oh, there it is. I see it now. I walked like right past it. Destin, did the patch drop? Patch dropped yesterday, man. Fucking late, dog. If you were still employed, you probably would have known that. But now that you don't work for IGN, you don't get the insider information anymore, and you're basically just like completely out of tune.
I know you can hear me, Exile.
Jobless journalist. That's what you are now. Yesterday's news. How does it feel?
Madness approaches. The walls are closing. New paths lead to new nightmares. You are completely alone. No one.
I've got a lot of stuff cooking, okay? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I need to see how close I was to a citadel. When I downloaded the patch and launched the game, I immediately saw that I was very close to a few citadels. I'm playing very recklessly right now, to be honest with you.
You will never escape this nightmare. This is your eternity.
Where the fuck is the levers?
You are chasing your own.
I know exactly where they are.
I will break you.
Bro, that was some fucking Jet Li shit. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, oh, whoa! What the fuck? How is he doing that? You're not even facing me, you asshole. Ah, man, I'm so sloppy this run. What you got the resistance for? Destin, I subbed because you quit, and I wish you luck. Take that how you want. Yeah, there's a lot of people who think it's a massive W that you went off on your own. I do think it's sad though. It is a bit sad from my perspective, just because I think you're one of the very few voices that were still writing articles that I still think like represented players' perspectives in a meaningful way that you just really don't see anymore. I think that you're going to see that very much so in the coverage of BioWare and the rumor of apparently BioWare Edmonton going out of business, or being shut down. Monk, aka Easy Mode, rocking the Elon build. Not Elon's build, you fucking asshole. It's just the fucking Ice Strike Monk. Like, if anything, I would say it's what's his fucking name? Zizrain's build. No, because actually mine diverges a lot, or like a pretty decent amount from his, to be honest with you. Mine's like modified off of Darth microtransactions. Like, I was watching Darth play it, and I was like, wow, that looks actually pretty fucking good, dude. Like, I'm kind of getting like fucked up right now, and I don't really want to have to deal with this shit. Like, maybe I'll be able to find maybe this is what's gonna give me that extra juice that I need. Man, I'm that low on that stock. I would have really liked to have Ornate Dagger. It's because I took too many hits. Lantern, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. I liked being at IGN. I'm liking being solo. I can do the same coverage independently, talk about topics I like. It's all good. I'm not gonna like. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The thing, you could do the exact same thing you were doing at IGN, but now you can do it with more freedom. But from my perspective, when it comes to like modern day journalism, I think that in a lot of cases, like something that kind of goes on is that like office politics will sometimes dictate narratives. Maybe I'm creating that out of my own imagination, which is honestly, you know, quite possible. But bro, these all suck.
You've stood against so many horrors,
These all suck. Merchant offers one choice. No evasion, which is just no way we're taking that. Not even fucking close. And lose all sacred water on floor completion. Like, I feel like I take merchant only offers one thing. Like, that's just the way to go. Like, that's the most free one that's just not gonna hurt me the most in the long run. It sucks because I'll have less buffs, but I take a buff right after this. Sacred water, I think. Lose all sacred water. You think so? Not too late. Ow. Did you see that volcano just snipe my ass? That's such fucking ass. Like, I hate these monsters here. Oh, I lost. I understand now. I was like, I'm like, why was I so low on sacred water? And it's because I was taking hits. I didn't. It was because I got hit by the traps and I lost sacred water. That's why. I don't see any citadels. Well, it's because you're not close enough to one. I don't know what to tell you, brother. My friend had the same problem. He didn't see any citadels either. It's obvious. We take the free boon. Chat commands, the build for the build or anything? No. I don't have like my own, like, my build is Darth microtransactions build, but slightly modified. I'm still like a learning Path of Exile player, so I don't even have like I don't have a planner or anything like that. I don't have anything. Basically, I leveled the monk on my own, and then I checked my buddy's build, DM, to see like what he did. And then I made slight modifications off of his build as I continued through, because his build only takes me about halfway. Brand new to these type of games, never played an ARPG. I'm about 2 hours into the game. How do I level up my strength? Passive tree. If you're looking for nodes specifically, use the search function to say strength. And what will happen is all the nodes that contain strength will light up. So you know how to be able to get more strength. You also, most of your strength is going to come from these guys here. These like attribute, +5 to any attribute. And then you can actually choose, and you'll just like say strength, and then oh shit, I need dexterity because there's a piece of gear that I want to wear. But then you make it dexterity. Light up slightly. I do think that they need to make it more pronounced. 100%. They need to make it more pronounced. 50% more sacred water found right after I just reduced all the amount of options I get from the dude. How can I check how much sacred water I have now? 344. That's not going to be enough to buy what I want. Well, I don't know if I even get anything anyway. I'll just take these. Fine. Maybe I'll get a way to be able to remove one of these. Wait, I found one. Yeah, like my buddy, he only had like, I think he didn't have any, to be honest with you. What is it? Survive? So I have like, so for my Path of Exile, like dudes and dudettes that like understand this game, like, you know, the way, right? you would use a divine on an item because that item has like all the stats that you want on it, but they're just not the right tiers, right? Is that the idea? Because does it roll tier or no? Or is it just the values within the tier that they rolled in? Random within the tier. Oh. Ew. Chaos to re-roll tiers. Chaos has the chance to re-roll tiers. Yeah, Chaos also has the chance to fucking frick the item. None of these are good choices, by the way. Afflictions are unknown. We don't want that. You can see one fewer rooms ahead. And 40% less damage. I'm gonna say one few rooms ahead, because I get to see one room. I already have the buff from my relic to see one extra room ahead, so I'll just lose that benefit, right? I feel like that's probably the best bet. The rooms, yeah, I think that's probably the better way for me to roll. Plus, I'm gonna get I'll get a boon out of it anyway. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. I hate them with everything, every fiber in my being. Not a part of me even enjoys their existence in this game. I want them gone. The fucking big skeletons, the big giants, they like to slam into the ground, and one of them has a big circle, and then the other one has a big fucking line AoE, and you can't remember which one does what, and then they fucking just randomly fucking snipe the shit out of you. I've lost runs to those fuckers I don't know how many times. Not on this floor, but on the later floors. They deal a lot of fucking damage. One of the few times that I got caught off guard and they didn't kill my resistance, they killed my health. They just fucking caught me, and I was like, oh, okay, well, this is just my fucking life now, I guess. Fuck off, Pete. Peach.
Though this land is shrouded in pain and darkness.
Went the wrong way. Go away. Oh, I love these ones where there was just the one door. There's just like the one thing you needed to activate. Give me the boon. Legendary drops your Anakin is showing? What do you mean? Did you guys see what I got? Did you guys see what I got? Look at the boon. You can see one additional room ahead.
Nature protects itself. But do not forget.
All right, I guess that was. I guess I went there. That's great though. I don't have any problem with that, honestly. Hey, Legend. Hey, Chad. Hope you guys are well. Yeah, we're doing good, man. Today's been good. It's been a good stream too. Yeah. I fucking love Chalice. I love Chalice. I don't like sand. These guys suck. Why are you so resistant? Stop being resistant. Stop resisting arrest. He's resisting. Ooh. We are gaming. We are gaming. What are you doing over here? Gold key. Open trial. Buy some shit. Buy one shit. I forgot that he only has one choice. It's probably better that I'm taking his room to begin with anyway, because like, well, one, this is like the best trial to get, but the other thing is that what is it? Because it gives me 2 opportunities, because after I kill the next boss, then I'll be able to buy from him again, so I'll at least get 2 purchases. Hopefully I actually get something like worthwhile. I would really like to see increased damage. I think that would be great, or movement speed. If I had to choose, it would be movement speed. I would like to take the movement speed. Damage would be cool, but movement speed would be the one I would really like to see. I already have like the sacred water and the like restored honor ones, so I feel like I should probably see something for like damage or defensive. I would imagine.
But beware, nature protects itself.
What you got? Come on. Ornate dagger, baby!
But do not.
Damage ain't bad, baby. Damage ain't bad.
Whatever you
We don't
sow,
say no to that.
you must harvest.
We don't say no to that. Lantern's Light, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. It's not like I really need the 40% damage, but it's... Oh, shit. Spicy fucker incoming. Just kidding. Dead fucker. That's what he is. Dead. Give me some loot. Really? Armor scrap? God, you guys suck. You guys have like no loot up in this bitch. It's better to just hold on to my keys, right? Or no? They disappear? Well, they disappear if I die. But I would imagine that there's a better loot room at the very end. So if you hold on to your keys to the very end, that's what you want to do, right? Time lost chest at the end. All right, let's see if we can fucking pull this off, baby. All right, chat. I need like maximum faith. We're gonna fucking do this shit. We're looking pretty good, to be honest with you. Do they carry over? Yes, they do. How much do I have right now? 1100. Monsters cannot be slowed, and they have faster attack, cast, and movement speed. No. I don't know. I'm torn. Like, I feel like the monster cannot be slowed is fine, because I don't really give a fuck about slow, because I'm just gonna fucking freeze them anyway. Or they just die instantly.
Behold the sacred grove. With forethought, we may bend.
I mean, rewards unknown is kind... I don't know. Like, I'd rather know when, like, buffs and stuff are coming.
To remake the world as we see fit.
I'm leaning towards this. What do you guys think? What's the word, chat? What's the fucking word?
But do not forget.
Gauntlet trial is ass though. Oh, that's true. Ritual trial's easy fucking
You
mode.
must harvest.
I want to know when rewards are coming though, and like this buff could be movement speed. I'm gonna go this way, because I really want to get the movement speed buff. It'd be really nice to be able to have for the final boss, and I want to know where the rewards are. The monsters being a little bit faster isn't like that big of a deal to me, to be honest with you. We can get through that. I'm gonna see Gauntlet's ass though. It takes like 5 seconds. Gauntlet's like the easiest one. Come on. Ah! The next time you'd go below 20% life, 20% maximum life, restore all energy. I don't really feel like that's worth it. Like, I'm just probably gonna die if that's gonna be. I got it. No reason not to.
Though this land is shrouded in pain and darkness.
So true story. I have been to this boss before and I died. And I've been to the final boss before and I died. And the reason why I died was specifically because of the fact that I didn't know that I needed to step on the nodes. I avoided them because I just like watched the dial like turn around and I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. What am I supposed to do? And then yeah.
But beware, nature protects itself. But do not forget.
And then he just came and he poked me in my eye and I died.
Whatever you sow, you must harvest.
Yeah, I do really like the concept of this place. Random boon. Come on. Movement speed. Movement speed. Movement speed. Monsters have less life. That's really good. Especially since they have the 40% damage. Dialing in, boys. Fucking fail, god.
Stand tall.
All right. Where's the tunes? There's no way we ran out of music.
I shall aid you. Thank you, everyone.
The next 10 boss monsters you hit are killed instantly. I don't need that. That happens automatically, bitch.
Cast, you're up first. You'll need to crack the lock and get us inside. Once we're in, Talina will use the vets to bypass patrols. There's a steel barrier that blocks access.
I'm gonna say,
Can you handle it? Great. Then Isla just needs to bridge the gap.
I say we go for gold key. Do you guys think that gold key is a bait?
We should have no trouble at all.
Because these are going to be like the worst. We're just going to go for it. I'm so afraid that like these are now going to be like the worst possible, like the worst possible like negatives that I'm going to like be forced into like taking one of. Like reduced movement speed would just kill me. I wouldn't be able to kill the boss. Literally, I would just lose. Pretty sure. I don't think you'd be able to take on the boss with reduced movement speed. The fuck? Ones you don't want are enfeeble, reduce movement speed, and you do less damage. Yeah, those are the two that I'm trying to avoid the most, right? No. No. Movement speed is bad. Yeah, I want the increase. The increase basically would secure the W, I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I'll still be able to pull it off, like 39% movement speed, but you never know. I knew they were all going to be negatives. Monsters deal 30% more damage. Less maximum honor. You have no evasion. That's not happening. Gain a random minor affliction when you venerate a shrine of Marikath. What is venerate a shrine of Marikath? Isn't that what these are? Are these shrines of Marikath, or is it just like, I don't understand what that means. Is that, or are the nodes shrines of Marikath? Pour water into the shrine. Evasion is good with energy shield. I'm a fucking monk. I can't not have evasion. My whole build is evasion, energy shield. It's the honor shrines? Well, then this is free, yeah? And so is this, essentially. 155 damage on room completion is like whatever the fuck, right? Unless I lose all of my honor when I'm fighting the boss. And I have less than 150 left, and then I die because of the stone at the end. Wouldn't that suck? Just meditate if you lose it. It's not the meditation. I don't have meditate. We're doing the trial so I can get my 4th ascension so I can get meditate in the first place. It's mitigated by resist. Oh, that's true, yeah. The Marikath one at this point isn't bad. Yeah, I think the Marikath one is just the one to go with. The rest of these all suck. Like less damage, or more. They deal more damage. I don't want to deal with that. Like, this is the way to go here.
Is it justice?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna take.
Revenge.
be mitigated by resist. Oh, by honor resist. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's the most free. How tanky is this build though? You can get it tankier. If I did like chaos inoculation and stuff like that to make myself essentially, well, you would just make yourself immune to chaos damage, and then like really pour into like your evasion rating and energy shield, and then stack energy shield like a fucking madman. Like, yeah, you can get to be pretty resilient. But the idea of the build is to kill like. Yeah, the best mitigation for damage is killing the damage before the damage can be dealt to you to begin with, right? Like, I'll be honest, like, these big old skeleton boys, like, they have the power to be able to fucking one-shot me. Like, they have the strength, for sure. But if I can just pop them before they can do anything, then, you know, that's it, baby.
You have our attention.
Do coffer relics ever have anything like worthwhile? Otherwise, I'm not gonna bring them. They're too fucking big. They take up too much space, and I don't really like anything to give. Fuck.
The stars themselves will bear silent witness. How far will you bend before you break?
What the fuck is all this? I fucking hate enemies that explode, dude. I hate on-death effects so much. And, like, I hate the instant on-death effects. Like, that's such bullshit. Like, look, that's 4 enemies in a row that I've hit that I cannot... the only way I can avoid them is if I try to swing from a distance like that. But that's not really that effective, to be honest with you. It's such bullshit. I'm like a big proponent of like fairness in video games, and I don't really like when developers put in things that are just like flat out not fair to the player. Because there are going to be some classes that like I run up and I fucking smack things. It's what I fucking do. It's literally the build. It's literally the character. So like expecting me to make sure that I recognize that specific mob and make sure that I don't smack it in melee range. Okay. Here we go. Is there anything that I need to know about other than I have to collect the things as quickly as I can when the timer thing starts? Is there anything I need to know about outside of that? I don't think there is. I didn't really have much of a problem getting the bot, and I'm much better built and stronger than I was the last time that I fought this. When he goes into the middle, get to the corner of the room. When he goes in, okay.
Is it justice? Revenge?
Why does he do an AoE specifically when he moves to the middle of the room?
No.
It's when he does spin lightning. Okay. Don't die. Well, yeah, that'd be nice.
Felt their shockwaves rippling through the void.
This is fucking cool. I want to be real. It is fucking cool. We're not gonna pretend like it's
Your limits will be tested. The stars themselves will bear silent. How far will you bend before you break?
Oh no, I fucked up. Okay. I'll be a good boy now. He's gonna do it now, isn't he? He is. Okay. What's going on? Okay. Got him. Why you gotta do that right now? Motherfucker. I'm like freaking out. Chill. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, daddy. What are you doing? Again? Okay. Oh no! Come on! Oh god! Oh my god, we almost sold. I didn't see it. Oh my god. Oh. That was unbelievably close. That was way closer than it ever needed to be. I almost gave myself a fucking heart attack. Holy shit. Photo finish. Easy, not even close. Dude, I got that last hourglass. Like, I didn't know that if you roll, it really slowed you down. I fucked myself with that one. Ascendancy, please. Thank you. Relic altar slot unlocked. Meditate, baby. Holy shit.
You only live once, Exile. Make your choice. A simple ultimatum. Leave with your life and
We're gonna have to do some serious cleaning here, guys. We're gonna have to do some fucking serious fucking cleaning here. I'm literally just like, I can't believe I'm already sitting in the position of like, I guess I could use some more stash tabs. Isn't there a thing for me to like trade in my my essence for keys?
The ultimatum.
Yeah, right here. Okay. Okay. Have a second longer and it wouldn't have been GG? No, yeah, it would have been GG. Are any of these ones that I'm looking for specifically Prime Gold, Prime? I thought somebody said there was ones that were time lost. Should I do Mysterious? In the entrance area, look for Spectrum and Time Lost. In the entrance area. You ran past time lost. Disregard the first one.
You only live once.
Middle, you have a time loss.
Make your choice. A simple ultimatum. Leave with your life and a meager reward, or risk it all for a chance at ungodly riches. For each trial you accept, the challenge grows. But fail, and leave with nothing. Reap the reward you deserve. Ultimate reward requires ultimate risk. Face the ultimate.
Middle. Am I fucking blind? Literally in the middle. Oh, gold time lost. Is there another one? Relic, gloves, armor, mage, prime, mysterious, prime helmet, prime silver, prime gold, gold small relic, gold relic, prime. Prime gold mage. Prime silver. I should probably just do prime gold. Mysterious caches. Hoarders are good sometimes. Royals are good for jewels. Royals are good for jewels. Use jewels. You said hoarders can be good. Ranger, mage, mysterious, ranger, royal, another royal. There we go. I need better gems anyway. For the silvers, armor, warrior, club, body armor, royal. Mage. Royal. Glove, mage, shield, armor, boots, relic, another royal. Take it. Now, I wish I could trade keys. Any Spectrum caches? I didn't see a single one, no. Is there another mysterious one or not? Body, silver. Oh, good. What do each type give? They say, I don't know, what does Spectrum give? Because you guys didn't say anything about that one. I don't know what Spectrum gives. What does Spectrum have a chance for? Grand Spectrum Jewels, very valuable. All right, let's see what we got out of the loot, maybe. Let's see if we, like, maybe some of these, I hope some of these gems worked out. We got some of these. Withering Time Lost Sapphire. Notable passive skills in a radius also grant 7% increased effect of Withered. What the fuck is Withered? Withered applies chaos damage when taken. What about this one here? Upgrades radius to large. 27% increase to small passive skills within radius. Small passive skills also grant elemental ailment threshold. Notable passives radius grant 3% magnitude of poison you inflict. Yeah. Small passives in your radius grant 2% charm effect. Bows. Laceration. Another bow one. Increased magnitude of damaging ailments you inflict with critical hits. Increased days buildup. Projectiles. Increase the effect of your marked build. Bows, blind enemy. Nothing monk related. 15% increase to attack damage. If I could get this motherfucker right here, to roll with rage, that'd be really good. That'd be really good to replace my my rage one. I'd upgrade those magics to rare. These greens? Yeah, I mean, should I roll them? I mean, I guess, yeah, it's not that big of a deal, right? Shock duration, 13% in critical hit chance, offerings, ignite, max energy shield, 8% cold damage, area of effect, mana, damage taken from mana before life, 7% energy shield, stun threshold. 15% increase to cold damage. That could also roll really well. Debuffs expire faster. Cast speed. 8% cold damage. Increased freeze threshold. Do you have a quarterstaff one? I have one. I have one quarterstaff one. All right, let's roll these gems, or let's roll these jewels first, and then we'll figure out the rest of this inventory situation I got going on right now.
Something moves in the mists. Something sinister. Thorn. Rot. Plague. And claw. The affliction spreads. It hungers for more. Tread lightly in the wildwood, which shifts and fights. Accept our help.
Why totems?
Power of the Asmir. Beware the spirits that yearn for freedom. And the heart of evil
I mean,
that waits in the dark.
Ready yourself.
it's a lot of currency. Boy's been busy. Why minions? Why minions out of all things? Notable passive skills also grant 8% increase. So what's a notable? I don't even actually know what that means. Is this a notable? This must be notables. Like any named node. Yeah. Okay. Why, I mean... Isn't one of my oh, I have a blue and a green. Cold damage, critical hit chance. Let's look at the other ones. Okay. Ignite, not really. Cold damage, increase of magnitude of ailments you inflict. Debuffs expire slower. Recover 1 life on kill. I mean, the 15% cold damage is nice, but like I really like having the crit that I got on the other one. This is painfully mid. Mid. 13%. No. Spell damage. No. This is good for a fire build if I had a fire character if I was doing anything with. Give me rage. 14% increased build-up. Freeze build-up. No. Projectile speed, daze. No. Damage with quarterstaffs, 13. Attack speed with bows, crossbows. All over the fucking place. Reds won't roll cold. I'm not talking about cold. I said rage. Rage is what I wanted. Reroll Fire Monk. They actually have fire attacks? I didn't even look. I mean, you would assume that they would. No, I don't. Lightning. There's a spell damage. None of these are good, dude. None of these are good. Like, unless this goes something crazy right here, but 9% quarterstaff's not really worth it either. Blasts and charms. Cool. The only one that seems like worth-ish is like maybe this, just for the critical damage bonus it would give to notables. I don't know, man. That might sell well to Witch. Oh, this one here. Notable passive skills give crit damage, and then notable passive skills in radius also grant minions 10% increased critical hit chance. That's fucking... That's wicked, actually. You got a good point. That actually probably would sell really well to Witch. I guess now let's just figure out if any of these actually even have, like, value. I don't think they do, to be honest with you. I think all these fucking gems turned out to be ass. I hate that I'm, like, in the position in which like, I kind of might have to, like, buy gems. I don't really want to, because, like, my gems aren't very good. You know what I mean? My gems are, like, super fucking mid. And it'd be nice to actually have, like, a good time loss. I'm gonna have to run that more, honestly. I'll put these in here, and I'm just gonna, like, fucking sort through these on my own time. I don't really like sorting through, like, inventory and shit like that while I'm on stream. it's one of those things where it's like I'm always afraid, and I'm always afraid that I'm gonna make the wrong choice, and then everybody's gonna be like, I can't believe you disenchanted that. I can't believe you stole that, Tremor. Tremor, you're terrible. And I just don't want to deal with that shit. Like, I'm gonna throw away good items off camera, so then you guys have no idea when it happens, and I can pretend like everything's all good. So I don't so I don't accidentally like you know, I'm not like I don't have to worry about like accidentally vendoring a, you know, 5 div item. I'll go through all these later. What you're saying is it happened? No. I wouldn't even know. To be honest, there's a really good chance that, like, when I first got into the end game, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And it's not a chance. I didn't know what was going on when I first got into the end game. And I would guarantee I probably like just disenchanted some like random items. It's mostly because of the fact that like I didn't what is it? I didn't know what other classes needed. You know what I mean? Like now that I do, and like it's like part of the learning process. So like like yesterday, I think I found I crafted a quiver that sold for like 5 divine. I was like, well, that was rewarding. It only cost me, you know, like I didn't use anything to like re-roll anything. I didn't use any chaoses on it. It just rolled what it rolled, and I was like, well, fuck, all right, baby. Run it again for maybe 2% more time effort. What do you mean? Hands of Cthulhu or whatever. If you got first. I vendored heaps of cash for reroll. Yeah, I've done that too. What is this now? Zarakoth the Temporal drops Sekima's Resolve. Rooms are unknown on the trial map. This item is destroyed when applied to the trial. What is Sekima's Resolve? Is it like a unique, like a really like rare unique or something, or what? I haven't heard of that. Oh, it's a ring. What does it do? 12% increase to rarity of items found. So you can get a random rarity items found. Okay. All attributes. Lightning resistance is unaffected by area penalties. You can only socket emerald jewels in this item. Emerald jewels. Oh, like you can socket a jewel in it. That's weird. Yeah, it's just a ring. It doesn't even look. It's ass, by the way. It's ass. Like, I'm like looking to see like what the price of it is. Like, people are selling it for like 1 divine. No, it's 1 Exile. You can buy one for 1 Exile right now. I was like sitting here and I'm like, I saw that and I'm like, bro, that sounds like ass, actually. Unique ring, not very valuable. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's fucking ass. Terrible. Anyway. I still need to go through all this here later. Holy shit. Can't believe I've lost track of time that much. Fucking Path of Exile, bro. This fucking game, I swear. I completely lost track of time, and I was like sitting here and I'm like, man, I feel like oddly hungry all of a sudden. I was like, man, why am I so hungry? And I'm like, oh, because I haven't ate anything in fucking like 12 hours. That'd probably be why. Well, fuck. It's late, bro. I know. What the fuck? What happened? What the fuck happened, guys?
Ghosts.
I blame that on y'all, not me.
Our job is to keep them where they belong.
Damn, that's crazy. Nope.
It's your first night, so you'll need this.
PoE is a time machine? It feels like that. It feels like that. I was wondering if this is gonna turn into an 8 or 9 hour stream. I don't know. I'm so hungry. I don't have anything to cook right now either. I need to go steak and eggs, nap and grind. I had steak and eggs yesterday. I have steak and eggs a couple times a week actually. It's like my after gym breakfast. You have frozen veggies? No. It's like 9 o'clock. I don't even know where to fucking go to get anything to eat, to be honest with you. I don't think I have anything to make. Wendy's? Oh, Wendy's is open, aren't they? Isn't they? It is, isn't they? Wendy's does sound actually kind of fire, to be honest with you. I haven't had fast food in a while. Hello, kitty cat. Baconator? Baconator is like the only thing that I get. Every time I look at like the fucking Asiago chicken from Wendy's is good. I've never had that from there. Yeah, I always pretty much get the Baconator, or I end up seeing like the like my question is it like why do you even have a junior Baconator? Like you're already in sin, right? Like what the fuck is the point? Like, you know, like what are you doing? What is the Baconator's best burger? I miss Rally's. There's not a Rally's nearby, and I fucking loved Rally's fries. Rally's makes fire chili fries. I know, they're really good. Except for like, I can't tell you guys how many times I was like fucking smashed coming back from the bar, and I was like, oh my god, Rally's is gonna be so good. Ah man, I need some Rally's. And then I go to Rally's, and then I ended up in the bathroom like after eating Rally's. It's like the most sinful meal you could ever have. Are these like super good nodes or what? This is a motherfucking juicer right there. I might save the good map for that one, actually. I have a good map for that one. Pack size. Magic monsters, rare monsters. That's fine. Cheese sauce and the bacon Zilla burger. Fuck yeah, dude. LD, this is my first time seeing Path of Exile. How is the monetization in this game? Is it like Diablo? I don't really know. So the monetization in this game is effectively the same thing you would see for most games. So it's a free-to-play game, right? You're not going to pay. Well, it will be free-to-play once it's fully released. If you want to play it now, you have to buy into the game's early access, which I think is $30 minimum. But that $30 minimum that you use to buy in to get into early access to play the game right now immediately turns into $30 of premium currencies. Make sense? So it's value for value. They don't obfuscate it. Like you get like it's like $30 is 300 coins is how it works, right? And it's mostly cosmetic. My guy's not really wearing any cosmetics right now. I like keeping my guy clean. I think he looks like a fucking badass right now anyway, so I haven't really put him in any cosmetics because I think he just looks fly as fuck. But I think he's wearing gloves actually. Yeah, he's wearing gloves. He's wearing gloves and boots, I think. Those are the only thing he's wearing right now. Because he looks goofy as shit if I put those on. These are kind of flashy actually. We could probably do that. Do we make him a little flashy? Do we make him a little flash? Where's the fucking gloves? How do I not have the... Oh, I think I got them out of a loot box in PoE 1. That's why. Sad. Sad. Whatever. I mean, like, my monk's feet are flaming. Whatever. Kind of looks cool. Weapon armor attachments. I don't want to wear any of that shit. No, I don't have any. I don't have anything good there. Already got my favorite portal out. Pets. Pets distract me, and I think they're enemies. It freaks me out. Already, I'm using a portrait already. Yeah, none of this stuff. Like, I do have this one. Okay, like actually, you know what? That's kind of fly. I'm not gonna pretend like that isn't fly. Like, I'm looking pretty fucking fly. I think that's a little loud. I don't really need that. That's a little bit too much. I don't need it. I don't need a helm. The helms don't really match his attire. So we'll just do this. I like this though. I think this is. I think it looks. This just looks like solid across the board. So anyway. Sorry, I got distracted. So the only other thing that's in this game that you wouldn't see in another game is stash tabs. When you first play the game, you're automatically gonna have 4 tabs for your stash. This is the size of the tab. It's pretty sizable. They're not bad. However, if you want to be able to trade with other players and take part in trade leagues, you have to have premium tabs, which are these green guys here, and these guys will cost you. They're premium. If you want to get extra tabs or special tabs, like I have a currency tab right here, that like sorts all my currencies out, and I can use them from here, and they all just automatically get transferred there. That stuff. These are really nice to have. If I had to suggest anything, I would 100% buy skill tab. Like, because here's the thing. If you're going to play Path of Exile, you're automatically going to get $30 of in-game currency because you're going to spend $30 to get early access. I would use that $30 wisely, and I would buy a currency tab, a skills tab, and then I would upgrade your existing... See, I didn't even know you could do this, by the way. I would upgrade your existing tabs. I still have 2 tabs that aren't upgraded. I'll upgrade those soon enough. But you can just upgrade your existing tabs for like 15 coins, which is like fucking nothing. You're gonna have 300. So you can upgrade your existing tabs, all 4 of them, and then add a couple more tabs. Waiting for the sale. That's the other thing too. All of the stash tabs go on sale, so you can they always have a sale towards the end of a season. They do all. They're really transparent about this. I think this is really fucking cool. They do all of their monetization, their heaviest monetization, at the beginning of the season, and they tell the players that, like, at the very beginning of a season, we're releasing new tabs. If we have any new tabs that we made, we're releasing new microtransactions like cosmetics and bases and stuff that you want. And then at the end of a season, once it's coming to an end and they're about to get ready to do another update, all the stuff goes on sale. They put it all on sale for like 50% off or 75% off or whatever it is, and they let you know. I've been toying with the idea of playing this game. Free-to-play makes me super cautious. Path of Exile 1 has been incredibly popular and beloved by its fan base for over a decade now. This is you watch my videos, right? That's why you're here. I hold Grinding Gear games in the same regard that I do Larian Studios. It's a free-to-play game, but it's a free-to-play game done the right way. It's Warframe is probably very similar in the same way. It's very ethically monetized. They're not trying to beat you over the head. Everything in this game, like, just giving the problem is that anytime I bring up this stuff, people are like, oh my god, Glazer. Like, bro, they took all of the microtransactions that you purchased from Path of Exile 1 and allow you to transfer all of them to Path of Exile 2. There isn't a single fucking studio or publisher under the sun that allows that. Not a single fucking one of them. You see Activision going, we got a new Call of Duty coming out. We're gonna let you transfer all your skins and weapons from the last Call of Duty to this Call of. They're not gonna fucking do that. They're gonna say, get the fuck out of here. Buy some new shit, you fucking plebeian. Went back to Path of Exile 1 was sick until you need tabs, but then before then it's free. Here's the thing. Here's the cut the fucking music. Cut the fucking music. Okay? Nobody deserves to play a free video game. There needs to be some friction inside of a game to urge you to spend money on it for that game to stay in business, for that company to work, for them to make money, for them to make content, for them to feed their families, etc., etc. Right? Like that shit has to be there. How you do that, where you add that friction, and then how you continue to monetize the game afterwards. That is where things get muddied. And you have companies that are out there that turn into vampires, and the only thing that they want to do is suck every fucking penny out of your wallet. They want to drain your fucking bank account. They want to put you up against the wall. They want to hire psychologists to understand your brain and figure out how they can get you to spend more and more and more. Meanwhile, a studio like Grinding Gear Games takes the time to figure out how to provide as much value to their players, stay engaged with their audience, and do so in a way that makes it where their players want to give them money because they want to support the game. That's it. That's the kind of monetization model that they have for this game. I'll put it this way. When I first started playing, the first, well, I have a bunch of tabs now. When I first started playing, I bought 4 tabs for like $10 or whatever, and then never spent a fucking dime after that. Then I just enjoyed playing the game so much that I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spend some fucking money. And I'm going to buy some microtransactions. Why? Because I really enjoyed the game and I felt like giving them money. I was like, you know what? You guys deserve it. Thank you for the 100+ hours of game that I played. I'm going to buy a couple of skins and support the game because I really enjoyed playing it and I want you to make more content. They do it the right way. Path of Exile and Warframe's probably, I would say, the exact same as that. The vast majority of people that spend money on Warframe feel justified in doing so because of the fact that they know that their money is valued and that their time is valued by the developer that's making the game. Are you recording right now? I mean, it's a live stream, so yeah. You went into script mode? How much of my videos do you think is scripted? Then Sammy, I'll tell you this. You'll feel fine because it's the same thing as Warframe. It's the same. You'll feel that if this is the kind of game that you'll like, you'll feel the exact same way that you do with Warframe, because I feel the same way with Warframe. The last Dash tab I bought was in PoE, was in 2021. And that's the crazy thing, is that all of your tabs transfer between both games. So if you're like playing Path of Exile 1 and you bought some stash tabs and you go to play Path of Exile 2, those same stash tabs are there and welcome for you to use. So I only bought a few stash tabs in this game just because I got way more into the game than I normally did, and I've played more. You want to know when I needed more? I needed more stash tabs when I broke over 200 hours in the game. That's when I needed to buy more stash tabs when I broke 200 hours into the game. And to be honest with you, if I actually went through and did like a little bit of housekeeping, specifically with like, no, because these are my sales tabs. Like, I can totally clear out probably like 90% of these fucking gems. Most of them are probably garbage. This tab is just a save later tab for just some random loot. This is also something that get cleaned out. I could probably just throw a bunch of this stuff up for sale. And this tab here, this is a tab that I was using when I was leveling. These rings are garbage. This is garbage. These are just charms that I held on to make sure I had one of every charm. Basically, he's a hoarder. Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. Unbelievable. Can't believe you're gonna say something. Somebody order me dinner. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna tell you my address. You could just order something. It really wouldn't be that bad of you. It's like the streamer thing to do, isn't it? DoorDash. DM lives off of DoorDash. Crazy. And that motherfucker is a DoorDash fiend. I'm like, that's a lot of money, bro. Like, I did it before. I did that once. I got super fucking hooked on DoorDash. COVID did that to me. Holy. Normalized the fuck out of that behavior. Completely stopped cooking. Almost exclusively ate out every single day. Ordered breakfast in the morning from a nice restaurant. I'm just supporting my local community and keeping businesses in business. Fucking fast forward like 3 years later, and I'm like working on the road, and I'm ordering from places like 5 minutes down the road. I'm like, what the fuck? How? He lives in Alaska? He orders. They have well, since the Earth is flat and Alaska is on the ice wall, it really isn't that hard to just like hop over the border of the ice wall and grab some, Taco Bell. I always roll quivers. very, very good potential for easy divines there. I just want to see what we're looking at space-wise. I'm not a big fan of maps like this that have like a lot of obstructions when I need to do a breach, but alright, let's do this. All the monsters die. Oh, I'll never get it in time. Oh, did I just... Oh, I jumped onto another hand. Oh my god. That was fucking sick. I fucking love Breach, dude. Breach is so fucking good. It's just tons of monsters. Everything dies. Tons of XP. Tons of fucking loot. Did you turn off chat or is the display broken? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look. It might have turned itself off. Depending on like frame rates and shit, maybe. Not afraid of falling off the world? Yeah, you gotta be fucking daring, you know what I mean? He's clearly using WASD. Yeah, I'm using WASD. Oh, I'm a full convert. Like, full convert. I was very skeptical about switching to WASD when I started playing this game, because I was like, bro, but there's always been point and click. Why would I want to do that when back in my day, when I played Diablo 2, you know, we used the point and click, and that was the way that, you know, we had to fight Duriel. Duriel was strong. Or like durable. And then I played on WASD and was like, oh shit, bro, just fucking fan of it. Controller is sick. My buddy plays on controller. He just like relaxes and plays the game. I'm like, I can't relax. Ever. Can't relax ever. It's like wired 24/7, okay. WASD, so much finer controller. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like it's so much, like the game is so much better to control on WASD. It's so, unbelievably way more accurate control and movement. It's obscene. I could never see myself playing a game like, especially like this game, especially with like the bosses and dodging and shit like that. Like there's a lot of mechanics that you just don't want to lose out on that you ultimately would lose out on if you did. There's 2 bosses on this map. Oh, is it the fucking doggos or is it the skeleton boss? This is a different map though. Dude, they added new maps in and they look fucking stunning. This is fucking gore. Like, look at this fucking game. This game is so pretty. Why is this game so visually pleasing? I don't fucking know. Like, they really just made it such a fucking good game. Like, across the fucking board. I get it that, like, a lot of... like, there's people that have, like, their complaints. Wait, what? There's 2 of them? What the fuck? I've never seen this. One down. Got your bitch ass. Got your bitch ass. Give me all load. I'm gonna take those. I'm gonna. Actually, I need orbs. Is there any other ones that I need? I'll take that. Is it? Right up. I'm not. There's a large swath of land that I did not. I used a decent map on. There's a swath of land that might have a breach. I can see another breach. I hit 2 breaches on this map. There could be 3. Well, no, because if it's not 2, it's 5. Right? And if it's more than 5, it's 10. That's the note, the passive I took. Reward me for my curiosity, please. Reward me. Not gonna reward my curiosity. Unwelcome. My faith and belief in another breach. Not rewarded. Born. Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I'm really surprised now that I think about it. I only got 9 shards out of 2. Figure I would have got more, but then again, I didn't really jump on a lot of hands. The rumor is getting PoE patch Act 4. Isn't there 6 acts? Do people play Fire Witch? Because this seems like a fucking really good base. Like the tier 4 resistances kind of suck, but the tier 6 fucking fire damage and tier 5 energy shield is pretty goddamn good on this. Probably sell it for like 5 Exalt or something like that, maybe. Going to lurk now. Thank you for humoring me and answering my questions. That's what I do, man. I'm here to talk to you guys, not myself. I was just wondering when you heard the news, if you heard the news regarding Veilguard Director, was your first impression, haha, Rip Bozo, like the rest of us? I personally, I think it's scapegoating. I mean, like, it's like, it's haha, it'll be haha Rip Bozo for, it'll be haha Rip Bozo for, oh, I'm definitely not doing that. Fuck that, no. It's haha Rip Bozo for the studio when it closes. That'll be that's the one. But like, if they just end up getting rid of Corrine, I don't think they even got rid of Corrine. It sounds like they went somewhere else. It sounds like they took a different job opportunity, but they likely took the job opportunity because of the fact that they knew that the studio was going to get shut down, so they're getting out of there before the studio gets shut down. Can you chance orb heavy belts into Headhunter? Or is Headhunter drop only? Yes, you can. Okay, you guys want to see me Headhunter this real quick? Watch this. 1, 2, 3. Anyway. Terrible. Resistance.
Hello. Until next time.
I don't know. Intellect? Reduced attribute requirement. That's kind of useless as fuck. Energy shield max. That's actually not bad, actually. I don't want this. I'm just gonna throw it up for like 5 exalt. This one also potential. I'll give it an exalt. I'm gonna end up having to clean this folder out. Garbage rolls. Alright. That away. I'm seriously about to just like stop picking up fucking trial keys. I guess like trials are kind of nice too. I'm just not gonna pick up any. There's really no reason to pick up anymore. I need to fucking chill. Identify. It has to be level 76, I believe, though. Really? Or 78? Item level or player level? Probably 70. Will you make a video regarding Elon's situation? I'm not really a drama YouTuber, am I? Like, I don't really talk about anything outside of, like, video game specific, right? I feel like that would be a bit of a reach if I started covering shit like that. Rarity experience. Ooh, I think I want a rarity map. Not more of a farming game industry lolcow studio YouTuber, but I also cover good games too, right? And do like postmortems and stuff like that. Elemental weakness. Oh, I will die if I... Actually, it's not even good to begin with. I don't want tier... I'll save the tier 14s for hours. It's actually pretty good. What? You fucking punk ass motherfucking fucker. Yeah. I guess I'll just run. That's so annoying. I was like, I got to this one and I thought I could go here, but there's no line. There's no through line. I still have to go around. I'll just use this. Yeah. That's why wake-up calls are so fucking good. They're so fun because I get to go over like I love being able to go over like a company's like entire history and shit like that. Like I think the probably like the best example of that kind of like writing in those kind of videos, or like the best use of it I've had so far, is not only like the wake-up calls, but it's also the downfall of Ubisoft video. That shit was fucking fire. I still feel like I could have done better on that video, but it was still really good. I don't mean like better from like view perspective, like how many views it got. I mean better from like a like personal like content creator perspective. Like I feel like I still have like so much room to grow and like so much better to get with like quality and stuff like that. It's just like editing and stuff, like high effort editing takes a lot of fucking takes a lot of effort and a lot of time, and you know like nail it. Like I don't know if I can bring myself to do that. I'd have to pay somebody if I really wanted to like step up with editing and make things feel more like cinematic and movie like. At least like during the, like, not in the intermission periods, because I would never really want to get rid of that. I really enjoy the intermission periods in videos where I like summarize my thoughts, but then expand upon it in a more like casual way or like frank. Like in a more authentic way. I think that's probably the better way to say it. There are aspects of what you do that remind me of Total Biscuit as well. Biggest compliment I can give you. Yeah, the dude's the fucking, he was the fucking legend, dude. His presence will always be missed. He was the voice for the voiceless for many years. I gotta plug my headset in. The authenticity is what I come here for. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I think that like the reason why I make my videos and talk the way that I do is it's mostly just because of the fact that like I don't like inauthentic, like the very like generic tuber. Like I never click with that content. There's not a single fucking creator that I've ever watched like that. Like the Mr. Beasts, you know what I mean? And then the people that like market themselves like off of that kind of like that kind of vibe. Like the like overly energetic, yeah, nah, dude. Nah. Overly energetic, fake smile, fucking whiten your teeth in the thumbnail and stuff like that. I know a guy, like personally, know somebody that makes content on YouTube, and they've had a career in it. They've like, I knew that they did YouTube like way before I ever even got started, and they were one of the reasons. He was like, well, fuck, if this guy can make money, and like if he can do it, I can do it. And like his content and his channel is like I mean he was huge in it for a while, and like I used to ask the guy for like advice because I wanted to get started on YouTube, and he would just like fucking ignore me. It's just like, you know, oh, I don't really know. You just kind of have to do your own thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I mean, there's like some helpful advice that you can give. Like, I understand why he didn't really have anything to say, because there really isn't a whole lot that you can tell people other than like, I don't know, man, do something cool and entertaining that other people want to watch that's within your wheelhouse that you're interested in. That's about it. You know, like outside of that, like it really is like a personal ownership kind of thing. Like you have to be the one to be able to make the content and bring it to the people. So like I understand why he didn't have a lot to say, but it was just kind of the nature in which he would say it sometimes. But like his shit fell off, like his viewership and shit, and then you see him like doing like the most like generic like YouTuber thumbnails of like the super like clickbaity like, you know, white teeth, like teeth whitening thumbnail, and like super filtered so it doesn't even really look like a human. I mean, like it is, but they look plastic, and I'm like, bro, you don't even look like that. Like, what is that gonna do when like people click on your thumbnail and they're like, why does this bro like look like why does bro look like handsome and masculine? Like in the thumbnail, and then you click the video and you're like, bro, you just catfish the fuck out of me. Like a fucking catfish, man. I want to see you pick up those guitars. You and a fucking army of people do. I could do it on stream sometime. Like that's fine. It's never gonna happen in a fucking video, because like there's not like I don't have the sound equipment, and I'm also not I'm not a sound tech, so I wouldn't be able to like mix a song and put a song like on the channel. And do I just take that and fucking destroy it? Probably. be okay. No, it's not for you. It's just like a bunch of people have asked in the past. Like I don't really like do much of a shit about it. It's just the thing is that people are like, man, when are you gonna post some guitar videos? And it's like, bro, like, this is a YouTube channel. Like, you do that kind of shit and you'll fucking kill your viewer base. That's not what people are here for. like I get that like some people want that kind of stuff, and I know a couple people that have asked that, you know, like been like a long time people that have watched the channel, and I'm like, dude, they make videos about video games. Not everybody's gonna want to like sit and listen to a fucking song that you write, or listen to you like diddle on guitar. Because I'm not like really like I don't really like write music and stuff like that anymore. Like I'll write licks and stuff. But that's pretty much about it. But it's mostly just doodling. Do one wrong riff on a guitar and YouTube will strike your channel into oblivion for copyright. No, not like if you're playing the song yourself and you're not using like backtracking and stuff. Usually like YouTube doesn't really like fuck with you, to be honest. It's only when you get frisky with it and you use like their backtrack and you make it sound exactly like their fucking song. Or like you'll have the people that are out there that will they'll take things a little bit too far with like with everything that they're doing. Freeze as though dealing cold damage equal to 10% of your mind. I'm still collecting. If I don't have it, but we'll collect. Figured I had it already. Bro, I need fucking transmutation. I have no problem getting Augs, but I never see a transmutation. Ass. I mean, the boots could still roll well, but there's already 3 prefixes. Or no, there's 1 prefix. Movement speed, or it's bricked. Evasion. Nobody's gonna want it because they'll low fire roll. Not really worth trying to roll it any further than that. People will buy fucking 35 speed boots all day though. You have to stick with one thing or the algorithm doesn't know where to put you and your channel dies. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Nail on the head, bud. That's literally it. You have to stay within the like there's some people that I think that can like grow to be like a little bit more dynamic, but you do it as time goes on. I think a really good example of this is Asmongold, actually. I think he's probably the best example of it. Because like when he started, you know, like his YouTube, like his Twitch streaming career and his YouTube channel were all like World of Warcraft focused, and then slowly but surely he started doing like reactions, and then after that, then all of a sudden he started like dipping into like some other shit, and now he can literally post like videos of him talking about whatever the fuck he wants, looking completely disheveled in his room, and he still gets viewership. Should I get this now or wait for final release? I can't decide. That's personal thing. Personally, this is more game than we usually see on the full release in a lot of cases for most games. But it's a personal choice. I mean, I'll be jealous of the people that play this game on full release because it's going to be crazy to see like what this game turns into in a year. Long term, you can do variety. Yeah, I mean, like I could splash other topics and stuff in there. Like you got to realize, man. Like think about it this way. Is that where you're sleeping now? So, think about it this way. So when I first started on YouTube, I started making I made a couple like random videos and they popped off. They did pretty good. And then I like they did okay. I did like a Final Fantasy 16 video. I think my first video that I ever did was like a FF16 video, if I'm not mistaken. And it like, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is actually kind of fucking crazy. I'll show you guys because I think this shit's fucking absolutely fascinating. Like YouTube stuff really interests me. I don't get to talk about it as much as I would like to. 'Cause I don't have those nerd out conversations. I don't have like a bunch of like content creator friends, so I don't really get to talk about these kind of things. But I personally think that this shit's I think this is fucking fascinating. So like looking at my YouTube channel, my first video, Final Fantasy 16. This could be the best Final Fantasy ever. 6K views. That's my first video. I did like a goofy podcast with Mark for a long time, and we still did it up until last summer, right? And like that would get a couple views here and there, but like nothing fucking crazy. But like my first actual, I'm gonna sit down and make a YouTube video, 6K views. That's fucking nutty. That's nutty. You don't see that. Not to mention that then like a month or so later, I made another view about Final Fantasy 16 isn't your Final Fantasy. Because I saw a bunch of people that were like fucking like twisted over it. 2.6K views. Really fucking good, man. Like genuinely, that's still really good. Like usually people don't even see fucking 5 or 10 or 6, whatever fucking, they don't see no views. My third video, 166K views. Now, mind you, this video, I don't think it got most of its views until, I think it was at like 55K, and it's kind of like grown over the like year that it's been out, over a year now that it's been out. Then my next video, now this guy right here, this Diablo 4 video, this got 234,000 views the day, like basically the day it fucking went up. It was like within 2 days it jumped up to that. Like that kind of projection of like, and then after that I was basically a middling content creator for so these were made, this is the spring. I made these in spring. I made this in like April or May. And then during the summertime, things didn't really get like, I got a Diablo video that I made because I was making like Diablo 4 content because I fucking hated Diablo and it was pissing me off and I kept wanting to complain about it. This game went silent, huh? This game went completely fucking silent. You guys remember this Chrono Odyssey? So I looked into this game because everybody thought the fucking the trailer looked so cool, and come to find out, all the guys behind it have worked like they're like, oh, we're basically making an open world Elden Ring MMO, and it looked like the trailer for it looked sick. Like it looked really good, and like the gameplay that they kind of teased also looked relatively solid. And like it looked really interesting, and I researched the people that were making it because that's usually what I do. I look for the people that are making it, like the actual people. Like, what is your work history, you know? And those folks, yeah, they're all from gacha games. They've never worked on a premium game in their entire life, but now they're gonna make an Elden Ring MMO. Crazy. Dude, but yeah, like, and crypto too. It was gonna be an NFT game. That was the other thing. Web3 game. Still again, middling. Look at this, like 6K, 5K, 17K, 12K, 9K. Here's a crazy thing though, is that when I would get 5K views on a video, I felt like a motherfucking king, dog. Like I was like, hell yeah, man, I'm fucking in the pocket. And then I dropped Baldur's Gate 3 is the best co-op game ever. And then like then all the controversy around Baldur's Gate happened, and then that's where I kind of found my wings. So I'll be honest, like I found my voice at that point. I knew what I wanted to talk about, and it was Baldur's Gate. I mean, like, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like, for months, it was all Baldur's Gate videos. It was all Baldur's Gate. But I had found like my voice for talking about things and what I was interested in and how I was interested in framing stuff. I need to go back and watch some of these old videos at one point in time. And then I fucking hate these thumbnails though.
God damn it. Yeah. There it goes. After all that work, holy, that's, oh man, I don't even want to know. That's 4 7-hour streams. Yeah, 23 hours. Oh, 29 hours played. 29 hours played. Knowledge for next time. Yeah.
Knowledge for next time. Yeah.
Dragon Age Veilguard director is leaving the studio. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna get myself some food. I'm hungry. We'll probably do. Actually, the funny thing is, we'll probably do a Baldur's Gate 3. We'll do a Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode run when they come out with the new classes, like for sure. Like for a fact. Have a good weekend. Yeah. I'll stream on Twitch on Sunday and just play Path of Exile and probably just vibe out. I probably won't cover news or anything like that. It'll probably just be like gaming and jamming music and just picking off. But I'll do that on Sunday. I got a little bit of extra like research and stuff that I have to do because I have to prep for a video that I want to start working on Monday, and then we'll kind of go from there. But the main thing is that like next week, what's your Twitch name? Legendary_drops. It should be in the link in the description on the YouTube stream. I got to get back on schedule. Like that's just, it has to happen. Like my recording schedule, my streaming schedule, I got to get those back on. I got the workout back in, but workouts have been going good over the last few weeks, so like I'm back on that schedule, but I got to get back on the workout, on the stream schedule and the fucking YouTube schedule. I got to get back on that fucking grind, baby. So we're going to be doing that, but I'm going to get a bite to eat. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the super chats, the donations, the gifted subs, the memberships, the resubs, and all that good stuff. I will catch you guys later. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. If I do not see you guys on Sunday, outside of that, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys on Sunday.